Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes NOUMU. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. To say the air surrounding Class 1 was strained would have been an understatement. It wasn't every day a class of first-year high school students had to deal with the aftermath of one of their own classmates being kidnapped, tortured, hurt, and experimented on by the League of Villains. Only the UA teachers and NOMU Midoriya understood how it felt to have lost someone so important, to have had a treasured student, friend, and son go through something like their boy had. Recovery was slow and somewhat unproductive. The victim in question returned the same yet not the same simultaneously. Izuku Midoriya, for a better lack of words, was a NOMU now. No, he was not a creature black as tar with exposed brain tissue and fundamentally mindless. While his genetic structure was altered, showing definite signs of possessing new quirks, he still looked like the ordinary boy that entered UA several months ago. Save for his eyes, of course. His brilliant green irises were still present, but the whites of his eyes were now black like all might and meanness. Then there was his mental and emotional state. Cognitively speaking, he seemed fine. But from the moment he was saved thanks to a successful hero raid, it was obvious he wasn't all there. When he was rescued, he'd been unresponsive to the rescue team consisting of several pro heroes. All Might and Aizawa were at the scene once their student had been safely extracted, gently handed over to them by a giant mount lady with a concerned look on her face. No one could get him to speak. He merely blinked while staring straight ahead, his obsidian and emerald eyes screaming in fear. They rushed him to the hospital where Recovery Girl was waiting. After finding nothing physically wrong with him, it was a matter of waiting until the boy's mother arrived. It was only when she entered his hospital room that he showed any hint of emotion, his body reacting for him by pulling the woman in for a desperate hug as soon as she'd reached his bedside. Still, his eyes had stayed wide open even as tears escaped them. A week later, when they finally coaxed him into speaking, he told All Might to kill him. "And Mom," he stated brokenly, his voice sore from disuse. The woman in question smiled, crying tears of joy at the word. Her boy was finally speaking again. "I love you." She threw her arms around him, hugging his now thinner body close. "I love you too, sweetie. Oh, Izuku, my baby, I've missed the sound of your voice so much. I've missed you so much." "I know." He hugged her back, his lips quirking up just a tiny bit. Everyone else in the room could tell he was faking it for his mother's sake. "But can you leave the room for just a minute? There's something I need to tell the heroes that I don't want you to hear. Please." A flash of hurt flashed in her eyes, but it vanished as soon as it came. "Sure thing, Izuku. Just holler when you're done." "I will. Thank you, Mom." The moment she was out of the room, Izuku turned to All Might looking more serious than he'd ever seen him. "All Might," he demanded, ignoring everyone else in the room completely, "you need to kill me." Aizawa had wished the boy's classmates hadn't been standing there behind their teacher to hear that. It only made his job of asking them to leave the room while they talked to their students so much harder. "You don't understand," he'd whispered after listening to All Might and Aizawa tell him how they could not carry out his request. "If he finds me, he'll order me to kill you. He'll order me to kill my friends, maybe even my own mom. I can't let that happen. I won't be able to stop myself though. And because of what he did to me, I can't even trust myself to be able to kill myself. The quirks make sure of that." Both of the teachers froze. Quirks. It had taken 2 more full days to get a story out of the boy. Broken sentences that stated he'd been hurt, healed, tortured, and in utter hell around the clock before they finally decided to turn him into a NOMU of some sort came to the surface. He admitted he got twitchy, lost his mind if he wasn't given an order every so often. He got even more desperate when he explained he would be hard-pressed to ignore a direct order from Shigaraki from now on. It was visualized to be like a switch in his head that he couldn't turn off. He was terrified he would hurt someone because of it. "They trained me to never ignore an order from my master. If Shigaraki," he flinched, "ever orders me to do something, I will have to listen. It's like something else takes over when he talks to me. I black out until whatever I was told to do is carried through, until I receive another order or am told to back down. All other orders given by anybody else come second to him. I'm so sorry. I wish I had more control, but I don't. I tried for days to resist. I really, really did." All Might could feel his heart breaking. "My boy, what did he make you do?" Izuku closed his eyes. "I can't remember. All I remember is waking up to another NOMU's dead body on the ground in front of me one time. Other time I woke up in." His breath hitched as his hands curled around his forearms tightly. He squeezed himself so hard his nails cut skin. "Young Midoriya, you do not have to continue." Aizawa nodded in agreement. "He's right. Don't push yourself." The greenette shook his head. "No, I need to say it, because I'll never be able to forget. I vaguely remember Toga Himiko ordering me around one night after Shigaraki grew bored with me. She must have told me to hold still, because I remember coming out of it as she sliced me up over and over again in her bed. It hurt so bad I screamed once I was able to, but by that point she just ordered me to do something else. After that I woke up in her bed hours later. I wasn't wearing any clothes, but a whine broke from him then. All Might cried freely as he watched his students stare at them in regret, embarrassment, and raw anguish. Even the usually cool Aizawa couldn't stop himself from punching the wall beside him so hard his knuckles split open. He silently paged for a nurse to assist him with the damage as All Might wrapped the boy in his arms and cried enough for both of them. All the adults could do was silently vow to put those villains behind bars as soon as possible. Nevertheless, despite how much Izuku wanted to be locked up so Shigaraki could never get to him, All Might convinced him to come back to school. Everyone begged to see him, wished to help him heal, and wanted to figure out how he could get past the changes he had no control over. They needed to see him smile again. In the end, the only reason he said yes was because he had a couple new quirks that he needed to learn how to control. They gave me another form of shock absorption that turns any damage I receive into kinetic energy I can then store up, he explained to his classmates, teachers, and authorities separately. I also possess some sort of healing quirk. Not full regeneration like the first NOUMU we encountered at the USJ, but I'm capable of healing from lacerations, burns, poisons, broken bones, and a few other physical injuries. No one had pushed him to find out how he knew those things. They already guessed the answer. He'd been gone for barely a week, yet the horror they had caused during that time felt like a couple of lifetimes worth. There was one added comfort though. It came with Aizawa taking precautionary measures and having Hatsume from the support course make the invention Izuku had asked about upon All Might refusing to kill him. They're noise-canceling headphone earmuff thingies, just like you asked for. The pink-haired girl reassured her recently rescued friend. Once you put them on, not even present Mike's voice will be able to get through. I also installed that other feature you wanted. In case of emergencies where you think they might be taken off, just rotate either one of the circles on either side and the rest of the centerpiece will transform them into a helmet that can only be taken off with your verbal command of helmet off or by me manually overriding it. Izuku had been so grateful he missed the frown on his friend's face as she walked away. Moving back into the dorms had been tricky too. Aizawa-sensei. Yes, Midoriya. Is it okay for me to move my room to be the vacant one next to Kaken's room? If anything happens, I feel more comfortable having him right next door. And Todoroki would only be a floor above and Ida a floor below too. I feel like it's safer than me staying where I am now on the second floor. Not that Takoyami, Aoyama, and Minda wouldn't be able to handle me or aren't great friends, it's just. His teacher cut him off with a sigh. If it puts your mind at ease, then that is fine with me. Let your classmates or myself know if you need help moving your things, and I can go get you the other key right now. Izuku seemed as if he was going to cry, but no tears came out. This observation made Aizawa's stomach twist uncomfortably. Had he cried at all since he'd been rescued? They had also needed to come up with a code for when Izuku relapsed. His psychological requirement to be ordered around was sickening, objectively speaking, because it was born from the experiments and genetic changes he'd undergone while captured. It hadn't been a huge problem during his hospital stay since he'd taken plenty of what he saw as orders from the doctors, recovery girl, his teachers, and mother as what he needed. Only after being released from his hospital room where people phrased things more as questions was when it had first happened. It had been horrifying to watch. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku was suddenly gasping. He'd gone pale and shaking just moments before. Barely a minute passing before he recalled what his dependence felt like. You need to tell me to do something. Give me an order. Midoriya, what are you? Please, just do it. It was such an unreal experience that it had taken Aizawa a few precious seconds to realize what was going on. They had hoped he'd recovered from it after all the treatments and talks he'd been given. As a teacher, he should have known just because the signs were invisible didn't mean they weren't there. Aizawa did what he was told. Midoriya, please sit down. A flip switched in Izuku's head. His eyes glazed over suddenly, his body going rigid as he followed the command immediately. Once he was sitting, it took several seconds for his eyes to go from looking far away to clearing back up. When they did clear back up, he looked ashamed. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, sensei. I didn't. He closed his eyes tightly, his lower lip wobbling, but still no tears escaped him, forcing himself to unclench his fists in anger. The homeroom teacher made to comfort the boy. What else could he do during a time like this? There was no point in making a promise of it getting better. It would be as good as lying to the boy. Everyone was in the dark about the situation. Izuku Midoriya was a NOUMU now, plain and simple, but he was unlike any NOUMU they had information on. He was an anomaly. Still, he was human too. Just a boy. Don't worry about it, kid. We'll figure something out. Did you know you'd have an attack coming, or was it sudden? I think I felt it start stirring in my head 10 minutes ago, but it hadn't happened like that in so long I'd forgotten the feeling. It only really became bad when my muscles started itching for something to do, and my head started hurting. It felt like something other than myself was getting ready to panic, but he trailed off for a moment before whispering, I think that was still me. We'll have to come up with a code word or phrase for when you get that urge again. Do you know how often that happens? I'm not sure. Once a day maybe. Sometimes it's twice a day, but a few times it's none at all. For a phrase, did you have anything in mind? If not, I think I have an idea. And what's that? What do you need from me? Aizawa seemed hesitant. That's a bit too common of a question, isn't it? Not really. I usually ask what can I do for you? So having what do you need from me? The phrase will mean if we're ever in a public situation it would be casual enough to not sound too strange. Also, it's something easy for the rest of the class and teachers to know in case that happens again. And so it was decided. The concern about having been ordered into passing on one for all was also cleared up rather early on. Izuku explaining their tactic hadn't worked since he wasn't passing it on willingly despite acting as if he was. That had been a relief for everyone involved. The villains wouldn't be able to get their hands on that sort of power anytime soon. That is, as long as Izuku never received an order from Shigaraki. For a class full of heroes in training it was a wonder no one put all the pieces together beforehand. Izuku Midoriya was many things. He was intelligent, hard-working, passionate, kind-hearted, and loyal for starters. While he did have a few habits that tended to weird others out, such as the mumbling and analyzing every quirk or hero around him before putting it in his notebooks, his relationships with his classmates were all positive ones. He genuinely cared about helping others just for the sake of helping. Making people smile and keeping them safe top among his other ideals as an aspiring hero. On the other hand, there were things his classmates overlooked. If someone asked their homeroom teacher about said problem child, one of the first words to come out of his mouth would be reckless. The boy was too quick to make decisions that would end in him getting hurt. His self-sacrificing mindset was only one problem though. Among other traits, Izuku had an extraordinarily low self-esteem. One would think someone singled out by All Might himself would at least have some confidence in himself, which he did show from time to time. But it was obvious years of being put down normalized a low self-worth in his mind. There was also the nervousness he displayed when people got too close to his face or touched him suddenly. His abnormally high pain tolerance, overactive tear ducts, sometimes stuttered speech, aversion to yelling, and more. All of these displays were passed off as part of his overall personality. Here come the waterworks again. Classic Midoriya. Dude, your arm is purple and your leg is bleeding. Why did you keep fighting instead of going to see Recovery Girl right away? That has to hurt. Sorry, Deku. I didn't mean to startle you. They couldn't have been more naive. How else could they explain missing the obvious signs blaring at them for the past several months? Hiraraka, Ida, Todoroki, and Kirishima were especially ashamed. The former three were Izuku's closest friends. Kirishima was Bakugo's out of those who called themselves the Baka Squad. The redhead still liked to think he was close enough to Izuku to know what his friend was going through. In the end, however, it seemed everyone in Class 1 was woefully inexperienced. The observations had begun to rack up during the first few days of living in the dormitory. Observation number 1, Izuku hated loud noises, especially yelling. Come on, Bakugo, can't you take a little break from studying to play the latest Super Smash Heroes game that just came out? Kaminari got it today. And there are a bunch of new playable characters. The explosive blonde returned Kirishima's enthusiastic shout with his own angry ones. First of all, hair for brains. I only play as All Might so I couldn't care less about them adding Morningwood or Mount Ass to the list of playable characters. Secondly, I'm not studying. I just don't feel like hanging out with anyone right now. Third and finally, stop pestering me. Go bother someone else. But we want you to play. He whined obnoxiously, earning a few snickers from some of the other students in the lounge. Please, I said no. Please, no, please, go away. Pretty please with chili powder on top. Letting out an enraged scream, Bakugo launched himself out of his chair and tackled Kirishima to the floor, while Ida quickly went to break them up. Suyu couldn't help but point out something she'd noticed during the entire exchange. Midoriya, she questioned from where she sat with him at the next table over. The greenette looked up from his notes innocently. Yes, Tsu-chan, I don't know if you noticed, Ribbit, but you were covering your ears a moment ago. Oh, I guess I was. Yeah. They were being kind of loud. She gestured to Bakugo and Kirishima, which is usual, so I was wondering if you had a headache or something. I have some earplugs upstairs if your ears are sensitive right now. Izuku's eyes widened momentarily at the offer before he quickly opted for acting sheepish instead. Oh, I don't have a headache or anything. I'm just used to it being quiet outside of school. I was so at ease here that when they suddenly began yelling it caught me off guard. He found himself biting his lip. I don't really enjoy loud noises, he admitted, shouting especially. Our classmates shout a lot though. They do, but it's usually in class or during a hero course activity. I expect it more in those settings. There's also nothing I can do but endure in those situations. When I'm at home though, I like being able to relax. Loud noises kind of make that hard, you know. Suyu nodded. I understand. Observation number 2, Izuku hated it when people snuck up on him. Midori, Hagakure greeted, an invisible hand coming down on his shoulder just as he was made aware of her presence. While she was wearing her pajamas, she was still light on her feet, nearly jumping out of his skin. Izuku had to rein in his quirk before he accidentally hit something or someone. He still screamed rather loudly though. Immediately the girl apologized, the hand on his shoulder falling back to her side slowly. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to sneak up on you." "I'm fine, Hagakure-kun," the brunette assured. A shaking hand running through his curls said otherwise. "You just surprised me was all. There's no harm done." "Are you sure?" "Why, yeah. Anyway, see you later." Hagakure watched as he walked away, completely forgetting what she'd been about to ask him. All she could think about was the slight trembling of his fists as he turned the corner. Observation number 3. Izuku had an unnaturally high pain tolerance. It was during an intense training exercise his classmates saw something that shook them. "Kota, watch out." All Might's warning from the communicator fell on deaf ears. The quiet student could only gaze up at the building about to collapse in horror. With the way Bakugo's explosions had blown out the supports, it was already beginning to topple down upon him. There was no way for him to run out of the way of danger in time. Throwing his arms above his head for some semblance of protection, Kota squeezed his eyes shut. Was he going to die? Kota. The screaming of his name was paired with 2 steel-plated shoes coming in contact with his side. Kota let out a gasp of pain as he was shot clear across the terrain. In the span of a couple seconds, he was far enough away from the falling building to be out of danger, the scrapes and bruises forming from being kicked out of the way nothing recovery girl couldn't fix. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. All Kota and his classmates in the observation room could do was watch as the green of the boy's hero costume was buried underneath gray concrete and dust. Midoriya, All Might's communicator, was met with static from Izuku's channel. At that point, the exercise, which had been called off as soon as the structure of the building began to wobble, turned into the teacher ordering the students to run down to the exercise location to assist in unburying his student. The pro-hero made a note to have a serious discussion with Bakugo later. However, when the students and teacher reached the area, they were met with the sight of Izuku holding tons of concrete and twisted metal above him. His body sparked with his quirk's brilliant white lightning as he made to push himself up from the kneeling position he was stuck in. But it appeared he was at his limit. In an instant, All Might ran to his student's aid. An account of his skeletal form, he forced himself to wait while Kirishima, Sato, and Shoji began hauling the rock above Izuku off of him. Mina helped by melting some of the rock with her acid. Hiroraka ran over to touch as much rock as she could so it would be easier to throw out of the way. Ajiro and a few other students taking hold of the now limited weight Izuku was struggling to hold and lifting it up easily. This allowed the greenette to let go and promptly fall forward in exhaustion. The teacher was proud that a moment later Ada was there to retrieve his friend, Todoroki helping by creating more support via his ice so the structure would not fall right away when the other students let go of it. Midoriya, Ida spoke as he laid him down gently where their classmates now crowded around them. "Tell me where you're hurt." Izuku blinked slowly, his head throbbing from where the back of it had hit the concrete before he was able to lift it up in a burst of strength. His entire body screamed in anguish, his side and knees sending hot knives of pain to his brain that made him want to sob. He swallowed his tears down though, instead pushing the pain from his mind so he could focus on making sure if Kota was okay. It took him a couple seconds for him to realize he still had yet to answer his friend's question. It didn't help that he had several pairs of eyes looking at him in worry either. "I think I'm okay," he managed to say. His voice was strained. "I'm just really tired." "What about Kota?" Yaoyorozu narrowed her eyes at him seriously. "Kota has a few scrapes, but we're far more concerned about you right now. This is not the time to be lying for the sake of making us feel better. Where are you injured?" The greenette winced. "There was no fooling, Yaoyorozu. The back of my head hurts, my knees are bleeding a little, and there's a pain in my left side. Other than that, it's just muscle exhaustion from holding the debris up." "Thank you for being honest. I can make some bandages for your knees and head now, and we can bring you to Recovery Girl right away for your head injury. You might have a concussion. Before that, let me see your side. If there's a cut, I want to bandage it. But if it's bruising, there could be cracked or broken ribs in which." Her tangent was cut off when Izuku let out a wheezing breath of pain. Ada had been carefully ripping the side of the injured student's hero costume open since the zipper was caught underneath him and the suit was already damaged. All he had done was lift the fabric covering his side off the skin. Unfortunately, when he did that, not only did he reveal a large bloody mess, but there was a gaping hole accompanied by what looked like bones sticking out of the glaring red skin of his side. Several students screamed, All Might going pale as he stared at his protege. Even as Izuku looked at the injury, his green eyes staring at it uncomprehendingly, Todoroki was switching places with Ida so he could run off to grab Recovery Girl himself. "I promise it looks worse than it is," Izuku stated with an awkward smile. That didn't stop Mida from fainting. "It is bleeding a lot though. Todoroki-kun, do you mind putting some ice on it? Just until Recovery Girl gets here." "Are you sure?" he questioned. It will hurt, Midoriya. Probably even more than it does now. Izuku nodded. He was beginning to feel sick, the adrenaline fading from his body. I'm sure. Hurry, please. I don't feel so good. Todoroki steeled himself to carry out the request. Everyone prepared their hearts for a scream, but surprisingly Izuku kept his lips firmly closed as the ice was applied. In fact, he didn't make any sounds of distress even when he accidentally reacted to the sound of Ida's engines and sat up instinctively. His classmates' cries of concern were met with a weak grin. Izuku had a literal rib sticking outside of his side, yet he was only blinking back tears. Observation number 4. Izuku was having nightmares. It was their first movie night as a class when his sleeping habits were brought up. Look, Mina pointed at the couch the 3 founding members of the Deku squad were on. Midori's asleep. Beside her, Kaminari craned his neck to see that she was right. Izuku was half sitting up against the couch while his head rested on Uraraka's shoulder. His eyes were shut, his mouth slightly parted as he breathed out of it, and he looked more at peace than ever. Uraraka caught her classmates staring, so she raised a finger to her mouth to shush them while fighting off a blush. Don't be so loud. Let him sleep, okay? That can't be good for his neck though, Sato argued. The brunette rolled her eyes. He'll be fine for a little while. I'll wake him up when everyone else heads upstairs. I agree, Ida added. Midoriya seems to have had trouble sleeping since we moved into the dorms earlier this week, so it is best he sleeps when he can. Kirishima tiled his head in confusion. He's having trouble sleeping. Did he tell you that, or did you just guess? I don't think Ida really had to guess, so you commented. Midoriya has probably not talked about it, but it is obvious. He's been getting drowsy in class. His eyes are starting to get bags underneath them, and he's always awake before anyone else. The redhead frowned. I just thought he was doing some extra training in the morning. I think he's been having nightmares, Minta stated casually. His other floor mates, Takoyami and Aoyama, sent displeased looks towards the shorter boy. What? I get you two might not have wanted to rat him out or whatever, but you both know as well as I do that something's keeping him up at night. I should know. I'm up all night for a normal reason. He winked at a few of the girls, who merely glared at him. Takoyami sighed. He has seemed to be getting up throughout the night. I wish to keep my observations to myself for his own privacy, but perhaps he does need support. He was in the kitchen the other morning around 2, and I'm pretty sure he's already out of his room by 6 when I wake up. He was showering last night at 3, Shoji admitted. I only noticed because I woke up to get a drink. Aoyama threw a hand in the air dramatically. I'm pretty sure I've woken up from my beauty rest once already because I heard him scream. Poor boy. At this, many of the classmates looked at the sleeping Izuku in alarm. Even Bakugo held himself back from snapping at everyone to stop talking and watch the movie. There was a twinge of concern that curled in his gut like a stomachache. He wouldn't dare let anyone else know that though. Should we bring this up to him? Uraraka found herself turning to Ida for advice. I mean, he might not feel comfortable talking about it, but I don't want him to stay like this if there's something we can do to help him. Ida hummed in thought, his eyes drifting over the soft rise and fall of his sleeping friend's chest. Perhaps we can turn in for the night a bit earlier than the 10 o'clock curfew. Even if we do not go to bed, we can return to our rooms earlier or lightly suggest he get some sleep. This way we can do something while also giving him the time he needs to approach one of us about what he is going through. Simply asking him about his sleeping troubles might make him uncomfortable. It would be best to wait for him to bring it up to us. However, should the situation get worse, then we will step in. Uraraka nodded. Great idea, Ida. Operation Help Deku-kun Rest Easy is now in effect. Suddenly an annoyed clearing of the throat was heard. Now that you losers are done yapping, Bakugo ground out at a normal volume. Would you just watch the damn movie? Observation number 5. Izuku flinched a lot. Mina sat with her back up against a tree, breathing heavily. It had been her idea for the class to have a picnic outside since it was such a beautiful day. Their first weekend living at UA. Having been blessed with great weather, a relaxing lunch had turned into intense games of Red Rover, tag, and now Frisbee. After playing hard for nearly 2 hours, the pink-skinned girl was forcing herself to take a break. She'd worked herself into such a sweat she feared she'd start perspiring acid instead. Who would have thought Frisbee could count as high-intensity exercise? Stretching languidly, her eyes flickered to the greenette sitting adjacent to her on the very same tree trunk. He had opted out of playing not too long before her. For the past 10 minutes or so he had been scribbling in his latest hero journal, the sight a common one. It seemed he hadn't even noticed her presence, he was so concentrated on his writing. Her eyes moved to his hair. Since coming to UA, he'd yet to cut his curls, the unruly things growing out of control as the months passed. While they looked adorable on him, Mina wondered when he was planning on getting a trim. Surely he didn't want hair in his eyes. That would only impede his vision, so it made sense he'd cut it at some point. I'm great at cutting hair, she thought to herself cheerfully. We even have similar hairstyles. I could totally help him out. A smile split her face as she prepared to ask the question. However, instead of verbally getting his attention, she allowed herself to be a little silly and reached towards her friend's head. She wanted to see if his hair was as soft as others made guys' hair out to be. The tips of her fingers brushed against the back of his neck in preparation of going up the back of his head. She halted in her movements though when Izuku stilled at her touch, his entire body going taut at the sensation of fingers on his neck. "Sorry if I startled you, Midori," Mina quickly found herself saying. At the sound of her voice, his shoulders slumped slightly, the tension beginning to fade over the next few seconds. It's fine," came the false cheery response. The stutter gave him away though. Why are you touching my neck?" Having noticed she'd yet to move her hand, she finally threaded her fingers through his hair experimentally. It didn't last long though, because she could tell by looking at her friend that he was tensing up again. She didn't need to see his face to know he was uncomfortable. "Your hair looked soft, so I wanted to touch it," she admitted as she brought her hand back. "I should have asked first." I really don't mind. I was just distracted." "You can touch my hair if you want to," he said the last sentence more softly. Mina blinked at him slowly, but of course he was avoiding her eyes. There were a few seconds where neither of them moved. It was only after enough time had passed that Izuku looked over his shoulder quizzically that the girl lifted her arm. She watched in fascination as he tracked her hand like it was a potential enemy until it rested atop his head. What was he expecting her to do to him to look too apprehensive? "Kaken and I were childhood friends," she suddenly recalled him saying. "We had a falling out after he developed his quirk though. One thing led to another and he ended up treating me the way he does now." "He seems like he really hates your guts," Kaminari commented. Izuku shook his head. "It feels like it sometimes, but I don't think that's it. I for one really admire him, even if he was really cruel to me growing up. Even if he still winds up taking his emotions out on me, I hope we can be proper rivals someday soon." One thing he'd said replayed in her mind. Even if he was really cruel to me, Bakugo wouldn't have bullied him, hurt him that badly. Right. Part of Mina twisted with sadness at her own answer. A sigh brought her out of her thoughts. She found herself smiling as she took in the sight of Izuku with his eyes closed and head tilted in unconcealed bliss. Her fingers glided through his curls tenderly in a way a mother would play with her child's hair. Mina could tell by the soft, relaxed smile on his face that unlike earlier he was actually enjoying the touch now. When he began to lean into her touch, she began to wonder how long it had been since he'd simply had his hair played with. Or maybe it had been a long time since he'd received such a non-aggressive form of touch in general. She continued playing with his hair as he dozed off, the fact he felt safe enough in her presence to rest making her lip wobble with emotion. None of their classmates in the clearing bothered them even as the afternoon turned into evening. Observation number 6. Izuku disliked bullies. He had no idea who this guy's name was, but he knew for a fact his anger level was just under Bakugo's on a relatively average day. "You're in class 1A, right?" The nameless boy all but screamed at him. Around them, students Izuku didn't recognize watched the scene play out in silence. They were on the first floor far away where the hero course classrooms were on the second floor, and that thought made Izuku wish he'd waited to stop by the library that morning. The greenette gulped back his fear, instead putting on his usual friendly smile. "Why yes, I am. My name's Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you." He stuck out his hand for a handshake, but the stranger sneered at him. Pathetic. What was the school board on when they chose someone so spineless to get into their hero program? "You're almost as bad as that puny grape kid." Izuku felt his fists clenching. "Don't talk bad about Mineta-kun when you don't know him." Some people in the crowd made noises of surprise, the sounds making the angry boy in front of Izuku even more pissed off. "Talking down to me? That's all you hero course students do anyway. Thanks to one of your classmates getting kidnapped, everyone here was more or less forced to move into the dorms here if they wanted to stay in school. Thanks to you guys, I can only see my family for 1 day a week. The school's under fire again too. Just what do you have to say for yourselves? I for one think you owe everyone affected an apology." As he was yelling this, he'd shoved Izuku into the wall, both hands balling up the front of his uniform as he glared hatefully into the greenette's eyes. At the feeling of being manhandled, the feeling so similar to what he'd felt his entire childhood, he felt his breathing pick up. Almost unconsciously, his quirk activated. Seeing the telltale signs of a quirk, the bully let go of him with a snarl. "What, are you so above me that you'd just resort to using your quirk than apologizing to your peers?" Izuku instantly shut off one for all at the mention, the activation not having been his choice in the first place. "You don't even belong in the hero program. Everyone knows you only got in because you were born with a power greater than you deserved. A loser like you doesn't have what it takes to be a hero, so you should just—" "Excuse me, but what the hell do you think you're doing?" The stranger turned around to order the newcomer to back off, but unfortunately he noticed who the newcomer was too late to stop himself from speaking. Teaching him a moment later, he was sent off to the principal's office to explain what he'd just been doing. The purple-haired brainwasher telling everyone else in the hallway to get a move on too unless they wanted to be ordered away. Once most students had gone their own way, Shinso let his eyes rove over the disheveled hero student before him. His breathing was faster than usual, but thankfully it didn't look like he'd been sent into a panic attack. Midoriya. In an instant, Izuku was looking up instead of at the floor. Shinso could tell he was a bit shaken up after the encounter, which made him frown. He had more than enough power to make any bully back off. Why hadn't he stood up for himself? Shinso, thank you for doing what you did. He let out a shaky laugh. I don't even know who he is, but he seemed to really dislike me because of my class. He caught me so off guard I really didn't know what to tell him in order to make him feel better. So you just let him berate you instead. The least you could have done was stand up for yourself. I don't like using my quirk outside of quirk or no quirk. You can always stand up for yourself. Shinso cut him off. So why didn't you? We can discuss it on the walk to the second floor. Izuku frowned. But aren't your classes on this floor? Sure, but after that I think I'd rather make sure you get to your classmates safely. We've got plenty of time until the bell anyway. Oh, well, thank you. They began walking down the hallway together as he continued. Anyway, about your question earlier, I sort of have a hard time standing up to bullies. I'm going to cut you off there. You stood up to me before, didn't you? Throwing me over the line during the sports festival sure felt like it. The brunette chuckled. Maybe, but that was different. At school I was used to being treated harshly. Since I was 4 years old I'd been on the receiving end of name-calling, taunts, manhandling, physical violence, you name it. At first I tried to stop them, tried to fight them off, but I either ended up getting yelled at by teachers for telling them or hurt by the people I was trying to defend myself against. It's all just whatever to me now. It had been so long since I've had to think about standing up for myself to anyone besides Kaken that when that guy came up just to start shouting at me, I just sort of found myself shutting down and preparing for the worst. I hate bullies, but I would rather me be the target than someone else. Shinso gazed at the shorter boy, scrutinizing him. For what it's worth, he began as he escorted the other student up the stairs. That guy back there shouldn't have grabbed or yelled at you like that. I shouldn't have been a jerk to you back during the sports festival either. It's wrong for anyone to start wailing on someone because they're frustrated at the world and decide to take it out on someone who may or may not be related to what they're mad or upset about. That means you'll need to do more than simply get used to critics and jerks of the world, Midoriya. You'll need to be able to show them their preconceived prejudices are ill-placed and incorrect. He took a breath before continuing. I admire your heroic passion, you know. Your character is what will make you a great hero one day. That strong quirk of yours, now that you've got a handle on it, is just a bonus. But before you can be a hero to others, shouldn't you be a hero to yourself too? Izuku was left speechless as they arrived outside the door to Class 1A. Anyway, see you around, Midoriya. The purple-haired boy was almost out of earshot by the time he got a response. See you later, Shinso-kun. Observation number 7. Izuku often apologized for things that weren't his fault. It happened just before curfew one weekday. Zero, could you grab the milk from the fridge for me, please? There should be half a gallon left. Sure thing, Sato. You already got the cookies. Right here. You're happy to have some if you'd like. Don't mind if I do. Let me grab some cups and I'll. Zero broke off with a grunt as he spun into Izuku, who had just walked through the doorway the same time as Zero stepped into it. With a yelp of surprise from the brunette, the trio in the kitchen winced as the milk gallon and ceramic plate hit the floor. The plastic container broke open upon contact, and the plate shattered loudly. Instantly, Zero and Izuku were stepping away from the wet, sharp mess, Shoji running in from the living room since he'd heard the sound. Well, this sucks, Zero said sadly. That was all the milk we had, and I managed to break a plate. Sorry about that, Sato. It's no big deal. My cookies are delicious with or without milk. The tape-wielding hero in training nodded before turning to Izuku to apologize for running into him. However, he couldn't help but have noticed the way the brunette had put his arms up in defense when the items had fallen. Only now was he slowly lowering them, his bottom lip wobbling slightly as he looked at the mess. I am so sorry, Izuku stuttered. If I hadn't walked in, you wouldn't have dropped that. I'll go get something to clean this up with right away. Midoriya. Sato stopped him in his tracks with the sound of his voice. Shoji is already on it. Zero and I will clean it up, no problem. Yeah, I was the one who wasn't being careful, Zero assured. I literally walked backwards without looking, so I'm sorry for running into you. Izuku's eyes darted between the two like he wasn't sure if they were being truthful. It wasn't until Shoji walked in a second later that he spoke. Okay, but I'd still feel better if you let me help you clean up. I'd rather do it, actually. Shoji suddenly cut in. With my quirk I can extend my arms out to safely clean up the shards. It's no trouble for me at all as long as I can snag a cookie on my way out. Sato grinned. Thanks, dude. And no problem. I made 2 dozen. Even as the mess was being cleaned up, Izuku found himself feeling terrible. How could he not be partially to blame when he'd walked into Zero, making him waste the rest of his classmates' milk and breaking a plate? If this were Bakugo's house, he would have been pummeled by now. How could he have been so clumsy? Midoriya. Someone tapped his shoulder, and Izuku flinched. Why yes, Zero frowned, his face showing concern as he looked into the brunette's eyes. It's really not a big deal. No use crying over spilled milk in a broken plate, you know. I'm not crying. Yeah, but you still don't need to look too crestfallen. Cheer up. Come on, grab some of Sato's cookies. They're chocolate chip, Shoji added. Highly recommend. After a few seconds debating the offer, Izuku finally nodded. He stepped around Zero and Shoji to take the cookie Sato held out for him. A moment later his face was lit up with delight after taking a bite of the creation. Wow, Sato-kun. Your baking skills are amazing as ever. I guess with your quirk being Sugar Rush it makes sense that you'd. The trio smiled as he went off on a tangent about the quirk. They were all happy to see him smiling once again. Observation number 8. Izuku was self-conscious of his appearance. Whoa man, that scar is from the training camp. Kaminari observed Izuku's arm in awe. They were in the locker room so it was easy to see the huge scar on the brunette's upper arm and shoulder. That looks like it must have hurt. It's so ugly. Kaminari, Ada scolded. Takoyami among a few others sending disapproving looks at the blonde. The electric quirk user seemed to realize his mistake even before Ada scolded him for his lack of etiquette. That was seriously rude of me, Kaminari said quickly. I didn't mean for it to come out like that, Midoriya. I'm so sorry. I just mean it looks out of place on you, you know. You don't deserve to have a crude scar like that on you so early. We're not even out of school yet and you're already littered in them. A monotone voice broke in then, a blast of cold air hitting the boys in the locker room out of nowhere. Bringing up people's scars in front of others is not respectful. Calling them ugly is even more discourteous, and I would ask you not do something like this again. If you have a comment about such a topic I would recommend you do it in private, or not at all. Todoroki's dual-colored gaze burned into the blonde before the boy left the locker room without another word. Most others who were dressed followed his lead, the only exception being Ajiro who was standing next to an embarrassed-looking Izuku. Midoriya, he spoke kindly as the other quickly put on the rest of his hero outfit. I don't think what Kaminari said was okay, but I think he meant that you were too nice a guy to have been hurt like that. What he doesn't understand is that scars show what pain we've overcome. He still sees them as a fresh wound, a reminder of the pain you must have felt when you received it. It's ugly to him because it reminds him you were hurt. I don't think he really thinks it's ugly. Or that you're ugly, okay. Izuku is still frowning. But it is ugly, isn't it? Just like my crooked hand after the sports festival. They are reminders, sure, but that doesn't mean they aren't gross to look at. Ajiro sighed. Do you think Todoroki is ugly? The brunette looked at him like he'd suggested Endeavor was a great father. No, he's actually the most attractive guy in the class according to the girls. Personally, his scar is completely superficial. What matters is not the beauty of his face, but the kind person he is on the inside. Izuku trailed off with cheeks pink as he got the picture. See, Ajiro smiled while giving him a thumbs up. You're an attractive guy yourself, you know. Scars and all. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Ajiro-kun. That means a lot. No problem. You believe me then? Of course. Good. You shouldn't think about yourself so negatively. Anyway, let's head outside. I heard we're doing more rescue training today. The two left together, part of Ajiro wondering if he'd imagined the lack of sincerity in Izuku's voice when he'd answered just a moment ago. Observation number 9. Izuku didn't have the best childhood. It had started with an innocent bout of storytelling. After Kaminari mentioned the news that Universal Studios Japan got a new ride, Hagakure brought up the time she snuck into an amusement park in junior high. If the lines were too long I would just jump into the open seats of the rides. Gyro nodded appreciatively. That's hardcore. That's illegal, Ada reprimanded. Kaminari waved their class rep off. Don't tell me you've never done something illegal with your quirk. The blue-haired boy gasped, affronted. Of course not. I come from a family of heroes, so taking part in such villainous activities would be a slander to the Ida name. Todoroki stared at him. You tried going after the hero killer on your own. Well, that was illegal, Uraraka sang. While Ida pouted, Koda whispered something to Gyro. You guys have got to hear this, the music lover said with a grin. Koda here told me he once talked all of the bunnies in a pet shop into climbing out of their enclosure and following him home. Apparently he really wanted a pet bunny at the time. And when his mom said no, he tried bringing them along instead. The employees caught him just as he and his mom got out the door. Everyone was shocked that the quiet, sweet Koda would have done something like that. They were even more surprised when Yaoyorozu raised her hand in the air like she was preparing to answer a question in class. I have to admit to something as well. Because of my quirk I can create anything I know the chemical makeup of to a certain degree. I was making gifts for one of my etiquette instructors when I was around 6 years old, which wouldn't have been that big of an ordeal, but I was so young I didn't understand how such a quirk could affect the economy. I just wanted to make her jewelry. It turns out after making her a golden necklace with various gems in it, she asked if I could produce gold bars, which I did without thinking anything of because she was so happy. It wasn't until she was arrested on account of illegal quirk use that I realized creating any form of currency, precious metals included, was not legal except for very limited circumstances. Of course, I didn't get in too much trouble since I wasn't aware I was doing something wrong, but stories continued to be passed around for some time. And to Izuku's dismay, he forgot himself at one point in the conversation. Kaken destroyed a lot of school property throughout the years with his quirk. He added with a smile when Kirishima asked him what illegal things Bakugo did. Even when he was just 4, he used it to trespass areas too, blowing the locks to gates open and stuff. He honestly broke the no using quirks in public law nearly every day. The class is full of delinquents, Ida cried dramatically. After wallowing in despair for a couple seconds, he turned his attention to Izuku, looking hopeful. You've never broken the law, the stain encounter aside, correct? Izuku frowned. I was a late bloomer, so I never had the chance to break the law with it. And not that I would have. Minta leaned forward with a lecherous grin. Oh really? Well, Midoriya, even if you didn't break the law back in the day, you must have gotten into some kind of trouble in junior high. Tell me, did you sneak into the girls' locker room? Flip skirts, steal panties, Minta-kun. He reprimanded, aghast. That's extremely disrespectful. I've never done something like that and never will. Not like he had any friends to do something shady like that with anyway. Bakugo grumbled offhandedly from where he sat on the couch. The brunette laughed off the comment. It was the only way to push away how much the truth of it hurt. Kaken's right about that. Uraraka became upset at the notion they were implying. What are you talking about? You had to have some friends, even if Bakugo was being his prickly self at that time. Hey, Izuku ran a hand through his hair sheepishly, ignoring the blonde. I wasn't very popular, Uraraka-chan. Since my quirk developed super late, everyone, including myself, assumed I was quirkless. Not many people wanted to associate with someone like that. Aoyama made a noise of concern. People are cruel to the quirkless this day and age, are they not? It must have been tough. The smile on Izuku's face faltered for just a moment. Yeah, he finally responded, just a little bit. Observation number 10, Izuku expected people to hurt him. Dinner finished not too long before the most painstakingly obvious sign something was wrong occurred. Hagakure and Ajiro were doing one of their weekly chores, which consisted of washing and drying the dishes used that night. Everyone else collectively decided to carry out their usual Thursday evening routines in the common area on the first floor, the school day having been a fairly lax one that left several students in sociable moods. Some like Kota, Sato, Shoji, and Takoyami were studying or doing homework for ectoplasm's class the next day at the table. Others like Yaoyorozu and Todoroki were reading books for fun on one of the couches. Nina, Kaminari, Minta, and Siro were engaged in an intense game of Candleland. Jiro lied back in an armchair listening to her music. Ida and Uraraka sat up on the floor in front of her, going over past assignments in order to study for the test they would have Monday. Bakugo was doing something similar with Kirishima, while Aoyama chatted with Tsuyu about different moisturizers to keep her skin from drying out on drier days. This left Izuku to read the latest quirk encyclopedia he'd picked up at the library earlier that evening in peace. Well, that was until Kirishima pointed out to Bakugo that he'd gotten a question wrong on their last hero law quiz. It was the only question I got wrong, sheety hair, said explosive blonde growled at his friend. Just look the stupid law up on your phone if you want to know the answer so badly. I'm sure it's not important enough to be on the test anyway, since he never grills us for the gritty details on stuff like this. Come on, Bakugo. Doesn't it bug you knowing you only got one question wrong? Nope. Well, it bugs me. I'll go ask Midoriya what the answer is, since hero law is his strongest subject. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at the mention of the brunette. Before he could protest, though, Kirishima was already pushing himself up off the floor. Full of energy as always, he practically jumped across the room shouting Izuku's name. He would have barreled right into the shorter boy if not for tripping over Kaminari, but the damage was already done. Izuku heard his name being yelled, his body instantly tensing at the loud noise as well as the sound of rapidly approaching feet. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a hand coming towards his face, not unlike that of one about to sting him across his cheek. His breath caught in his throat at the shock of being attacked while surrounded by people he usually felt safe with. Even as Kirishima fell and the hand dropped out of view, Izuku couldn't hold back the violent flinch that overtook him. A second later, his book fell onto the floor as he threw his arms over his head protectively. He curled into himself then, not looking up even as several eyes turned towards him due to the commotion Kirishima caused. He was trembling, head down, despite Kirishima now standing before him looking incredibly guilty. The redhead had known the brunette's childhood school life hadn't exactly been pleasant, but watching his friend trying desperately to make himself smaller just to get away from him sent a pang of sadness through his heart. Midoriya, he tried. A few others watching the scene in confusion or worry. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes followed every movement Kirishima made. Buddy, I didn't mean to scare you. I wasn't going to hit you or anything. I'm sorry if it looked like I was. Izuku slowly uncurled, his large green eyes filled with such vulnerability and anguish Kirishima's mouth was pulled into a frown. However, when he noticed everyone else around watching, Izuku quickly sat up and rubbed a hand across the back of his neck with an awkward laugh. There was a casual, fake mask thrown up over his face that screamed he was pretending nothing had happened. Sorry about that, Kirishima-kun. You took me by surprise is all. From the couch adjacent to him, Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're okay, Midoriya? You seemed to think he was about to hit you. Kaminari made a noise of agreement. Yeah, dude, and you know Kirishima wouldn't hurt a fly outside of hero training. Izuku nodded, a false smile in place. His eyes remained trained on him. I'm fine. I was just distracted, really. Anyway, I think I'm just going to head to my room for now. I need a notebook from there so I can work on my hero analysis. Completely forgetting about his question, Kirishima watched as his friend grabbed the book off of the ground and left the common room. After nearly a minute passed, Todoroki suddenly rose from his seat on one of the couches. Bakugo, he stated with poorly concealed anger. What the hell was that? The blonde in question shrugged, pretending he hadn't taken his eyes off of his notes to watch the scene in the first place. I don't know what you're talking about, half and half. Luckily, Kirishima was just as upset as Todoroki. Bakugo, I'm with Todoroki on this one. You're Midoriya's childhood friend. Do you have any idea why he acted like I was about to pummel him? His voice shook with guilt. He looked so scared. Man, I don't want to see him like that again, especially not because of me. The remorse in his voice transferred to Bakugo, who clenched a fist in frustration. He hated when the past he tried hard to forget was brought up. On the other hand, he hated it even more when Kirishima was unhappy. The redhead was his closest friend, but where the rest of the class was listening in at this point, he lit a small explosion before ordering none of them to act too rashly. The nerd was picked on a lot growing up. He had no friends after he pissed me off when we were 4, so until he came here all he had was his mom. Because of his stupid dream of being a hero while at the time believing he was quirkless, he was bullied constantly. Came home with new injuries nearly every day. He commented nonchalantly. It was as if he was pointedly ignoring the horrified looks on his classmates' faces. Why didn't you stop them? Ida questioned accusingly. As an aspiring hero, you would have known that sort of brutish behavior was not something to be ignored. Bakugo grunted, but just as he was about to answer, Uraraka cut him off. He didn't stop anyone from hurting him because he helped bully Deku-kun. Kirishima came to the rescue immediately. Now Uraraka, I get that they fight a lot, but I don't think. She's right, hair for brains. Stop defending me when you don't know a fraction of the crap I've done. He sighed, red eyes smoldering as they remained glued to the ground. I was an even bigger a hole when I was younger than I am now, okay. I beat the shit out of Deku on a weekly basis. I antagonized him daily, made sure no one would be his friend, and said a couple things to him even someone like me regrets. My mom heard it from his mom one day that he's got anxiety when it comes to touch. Touch-starved along with some other bullshit I know nothing about. All I know is that if someone looks like he's going to hurt him somewhere he's supposed to be safe, he'll freeze. After a minute of silence, Bakugo continued in a more subdued manner. Look, don't start treating him like he's made of glass because of this. Deku is one of the strongest people I know, he admitted despite the fact it looked like it pained him to do so. He won't want you pitying him or belittling him after that. If you want to help him, then be your annoyingly friendly selves. Bakugo wasn't off the hook. He was far from it, Kirishima vowing to have a long discussion with his friend behind closed doors. Those in the Baka squad were thinking along a similar line, and those close to Izuku retired for the night in order to research more about their friend's condition and brainstorm ways to help him. Todoroki, for one, found himself calling his sister for advice. Izuku had saved him once. He wanted nothing more than to return the favor, even if all he could do was help even the tiniest bit. For the most part, the incident passes without too much fanfare. Nobody treats Izuku very differently, and nothing else has happened to alert his classmates of anything being wrong. Something Todoroki did notice, though, were the scars Izuku had littering his body. In the men's changing room, everyone usually talked casually or averted eyes while switching into or out of their hero uniform. Eyes didn't linger on another person's form. It would be seen as rude to some, and to others a breach of privacy. Today, however, Todoroki couldn't help but stare at Izuku. Is that a burn scar his shoulder? Those scratches along his side look like they came from nails. The marks on his stomach look like he fell on top of a thorn bush rather harshly. Has he always had these many scars? He turned to Bakugo, who was listening to something Kaminari was saying. I'm going to help him, he found himself whispering as he pushed past the blonde. Everything you've helped create, I vow to undo it. Just watch me. With helpful advice coming from not only his sister but his mother too, Todoroki set off on spending more time with his friend. To be completely fair, it wasn't just him reaching out to Izuku. After what Bakugo had informed the class, they were all doing little things to help their classmate. Mostly it was just showing Izuku that he could trust them. Not that he didn't trust them already, because he did to a certain extent, but trusting them with his life was different than trusting them individually in any day-to-day situation. And with Bakugo there was more damage to their relationship than could be mended at the flip of a coin. Things were changing though, that much was obvious. It was because of Todoroki's drive to spend more time together with his friend that he was the primary witness to what was occurring. To the dual quirk user, the slow but beautiful metamorphosis that Izuku underwent was the most heartwarming thing he'd ever seen. Izuku was studying with Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki when Kaminari and Kirishima came busting into the lounge roaring with laughter. "Guys," Kaminari yelled while practically skipping with glee. "You'll never guess what we tricked Minta into." "Excuse me." Todoroki cut him off with an icy glare. "But could you relay your story a bit quieter? There's no need to yell when we're all right here." The electric quirk user barely needed to look over to register how on edge his screaming had put Izuku. He instantly brushed the observation off in favor for continuing his story at a much more appropriate volume. Kirishima noticed and flashed a thumbs up at Todoroki out of the corner of his gaze. It was something so small, but the little things were adding up. "You know you don't have to sit so far away from me, right?" Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion as he regarded Tsuyu. The fellow brunette was watching the news with rapt attention, her eyes not straying so see the confusion clear on her friend's face. "What do you mean, Tsu?" "I mean you're all the way at the other end of the couch when you could be sitting next to me." "I wouldn't mind, Ribbit. I usually cuddle up with whoever's around anyway because it keeps me warm." "Oh, okay." For a moment, Tsuyu was convinced Izuku would just stay where he was. She could feel his hesitation from where she sat, the way he glanced around the room nervously to make sure no one was paying any mind to them, plain as his appearance. After a few seconds though, the girl felt the couch dip slightly as Izuku shuffled over to where she was. He settled down next to her so that their legs and arms were touching, going back to watching the news in comfortable silence together for several more minutes. That is until she heard him yawn. "Midoriya-kun," she stated seriously, "do you trust me?" He seemed startled by the question. "That's a bit random, but of course I do." "Why?" She patted her lap like she was trying to get a skittish cat to jump up onto it. "You seem tired, Ribbit. Since you have the rest of the couch, why don't you rest your head on my lap? I promise it'll be more comfortable than if you fall asleep on my shoulder. I wouldn't want you hurting your neck." Izuku seemed frazzled by the offer. I'm not sure if. Are you really okay with that?" "I wouldn't have offered if I wasn't." There was a long pause before Izuku reluctantly relocated himself. The weight of his head settled onto her legs, his face turned towards the television screen while his arms were brought forward in front of his chest. His knees were bent so that he could curl up on his side more comfortably. Tsuyu let out a small croak of triumph, a small smile on her face as she noticed the tension leaving her friend's shoulders little by little. By the time 15 minutes had passed, his breathing was becoming dangerously slow. Another 5 minutes passed when she realized he still wasn't quite asleep. She gathered he wasn't feeling completely at ease in her presence yet. She knew he wasn't too far away from falling asleep completely though, so she decided it was time to pull out all the stops. "Midoriya-kun," she whispered. The boy blinked up at her tiredly, eyelids heavy as he struggled to turn his head to look at her. His brilliant green eyes met hers. "Yes, Tsu. If you need me to move, just say the word," he yawned. "I'd be happy to." She shook her head. "That's not it. Do you mind if I touch your face?" His eyes widened at this, a blush ghosting his cheeks. It seemed like he was debating whether or not he should bolt. "Touch my face." "Why?" Tsuyu shrugged. "It's something I do for my siblings when they rest on my lap. It's nice for helping them distress or relax so they can fall asleep. I thought you wouldn't mind." "Oh, I see. That's fine then," he acquitted. He forced himself to get comfortable once more. Part of him was panicking internally, the entire situation becoming more stressful at the strangeness of it. But all of his anxieties vanished once Tsuyu began touching his face. The soft pads of her fingers met his forehead gently, the foreign sensation not even making him flinch. She was so careful. From there she moved her fingers down the sides of his face to his temples before massaging lightly. The pleasant sensation put him at ease instantly. He felt like he was melting. After a minute of that, she switched to pressing lightly against the bones that made up his eye sockets. The nerves there responded to the touch by singing happily, Izuku not being able to stifle the sigh of content that escaped him. "Feels good," he slurred, his cheek rubbing against Tsuyu's lap affectionately for a single moment. She took it as a sign of appreciation. "He's like a house cat," she thought to herself. She hummed back as she traced random designs across his face. The two of them stayed like this even as the news segment she'd been interested in ended. The boy in her lap fast asleep. She merely switched to carding through his hair when Todoroki approached her. "He seems happy," he stated fondly at the scene. Izuku's mouth had slipped open and he was beginning to drool on the amphibious girl. Tsuyu croaked proudly in response. "What is this?" Izuku found himself mumbling in confusion as he noticed an unlabeled box on his bed. It was out of place for it to be mail from his mom, and frankly it was a bit odd of a time of year for gifts. The fact the box was unmarked was a bit suspicious. "This is UA." though, so I'm sure it's safe. The security is reliable. Does that mean it came from one of my classmates? Curiosity getting the better of him. Izuku tentatively opened the box to find it filled with notebooks. Upon further inspection, there was also a package of pencils and colored pencils. His emerald eyes shined with excitement. I wonder who did this. Whoever it was sure is. That's when he noticed it. There, at the very bottom of the box, was a notebook labeled Hero Analysis for the Future 13.5 in messy scrawl. Midoriya, we're training with Shinso and Ajiro at 7:30, correct? Quickly spinning around to face Todoroki, Izuku resigned to figure out what Bakugo meant by gifting him those things later. He needed to help his friend prepare dinner for his weekly task tonight. Yep, Todoroki-kun. We're going over some gunhead martial arts Uraraka-chan taught Ida and me. What are we making for dinner tonight, by the way? I was thinking cold soba. Izuku rolled his eyes. You always pick that. When Izuku noticed a majority of the girls following him around the dorm, he knew something was up. He started shyly, his fingers twiddling around each other nervously. Do you guys need something from me? You've been trailing me since class ended. If there's anything I can do to help you, then, can I cut your hair? Mina cut him off excitedly. He blinked in surprise. What? She wants to cut your hair, dude? Gyro repeated. Your curls are all over the place if you haven't noticed. You're probably well overdue for a trim, and Mina is a pro at cutting hair. Uraraka nodded in agreement. She's right, Deku-kun. Mina has trimmed mine for me before. Of course you don't need a haircut if you don't want one, Yaoyorozu confirmed. Hagakure grabbed Izuku's hand tenderly. Momo's right. It's totally your decision after all. But we just wanted to let you know we're totally up for giving you a cute haircut. Izuku looked between the girls' eager faces before a genuine smile broke across his face. I am in need of haircut, he finally said with a laugh. It saves my mom and me a trip to the city too. When would you like to do it? Mina threw a fist into the air. Let's do it now. The greenette blinked. Wait, right now. This very instant, Midori. I've been waiting days for this. I have just the haircut in mind. Less than 5 minutes later, he was being seated in the communal bathroom on a literal barbershop chair. It was positioned over one of the open showering areas because according to the girls he needed to have his hair thoroughly washed before it was cut. I could just wet it by dunking under the shower head, he offered. Part of him felt like he was wasting their time or abusing their kindness. But his question was met with a solid denial. No way, Midori, Hagakure said. Momo did not make this awesome chair for you to not use it. We're going to wash your hair for you like an actual hair cutting place, okay? Just relax. He nodded slowly, resigning himself to his fate. I'm going to tilt the chair back, Uraraka informed while Gyro placed a towel over his front. She tucked in behind his shoulders to catch any excess water just as Hagakure was turning on the water. Once it was warm but not scalding, she took the handheld shower head from the top of the shower and gave it to Mina. The pink-skinned girl made sure to warn him before wetting his hair down completely. The water isn't too hot or cold, right? Izuku made a noise that meant no. It's perfect, Mina-kun. She smiled. Great. I'm going to start working in the shampoo then. It's going to make your hair feel super soft once it's dry. With that, she turned the water off momentarily. After depositing some shampoo onto her hands and rubbing them together so it wasn't as cold, she lathered it into Izuku's scalp with experienced fingers. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu couldn't help but giggle as Izuku's eyes fell closed and he slumped against the chair happily. Feels nice, doesn't it? Mina asked. Izuku nodded in confirmation. I love having my hair done too for the very same reason. It's a little trickier because of the horns, but everyone loves a good hair washing. I bet even Bakugo would. Izuku laughed. Mina-chan, I don't think Kaken would ever let someone else wash his hair. Do you guys want to know something funny though? If you promise to not let Kaken know I told you, I'll tell you how he dries his hair. It's something only he would do. Dude, spill. Gyro along with the other girls begged. Dirt on the explosive blonde was rare, so they wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Since his quirk is explosion, he uses tiny explosions to dry his hair. That's how he really gets his hair so spiky. The girls immediately started freaking out, most of them laughing at the image of Bakugo using explosions to make what they imagined as limp wet hair into the spiky hairstyle they were used to seeing. That's hilarious, Uraraka giggled. Gyro grinned, agreeing wholehearted. Yep, I can totally see him doing that too. Soon after the discussion, Mina switched from washing his hair to rinsing, Uraraka brandishing a brush in order to straighten his wet curls afterwards. Once that was done, Mina started snipping. I'm just going to trim it shorter, okay? I think it'd look cuter if it was a little bit shorter in the back than the length it was when we first started here at UA. Though, how do you feel about that? Izuku didn't think for long. That's fine with me. I trust your judgment, Mina-chan, said Girl grinned cheerfully. Thank you. I won't let you down, Midori. When all was said and done, Mina was a girl of her word. The girls smiled excitedly as Hagakure and Uraraka walked the boy over to the mirror to see the result. So, Mina sang, do you like it? The greenette touched the short hair at the back of his neck timidly. After a second his hand ran from the back to the top where it gradually got longer. The hairstyle was a mix of his original curls with a hint of an undercut, but either way it looked amazing. Mina had some serious skill. It's great, he wound up saying, turning around to face her. Before he knew what he was doing, he was hugging her tightly. Thank you all so much. Mina returned the hug with just as much enthusiasm. It was no problem, Midori. We all had a lot of fun. Let me know the next time you need a trim though, okay? We'd be happy to help again. In exchange for more blackmail on Bakugo. Izuku grinned sheepishly as they pulled away from the hug. His chest felt lighter than it had in ages. Let's show Ada-kun and Todoroki-kun your new haircut, Uraraka said cheerfully, her entire form buzzing in excitement. Nodding, Izuku allowed the brunette to grab his hand and escort him out of the bathroom. His hand felt as warm as his heart. Midoriya. Yes, Todoroki-kun. The dual quirk user gestured towards the front of the dormitory. Our classmates are preparing to leave for an impromptu trip to the arcade. Uraraka sent me to forcibly drag you with, as she put it. Izuku let out a chuckle at that. It very much sounded like the Gravity Girl. Basically everybody is going then. Todoroki nodded. Yes, Ashido challenged Bakugo to something called Dance Dance Revolution. And we all know how well that worked at getting him to come with. Be that as it may, I am curious to go to an arcade seeing as it will be my first time going to one. Really, it'll be my first time too. I heard they're a lot of fun. And since neither of us have been to one before, we can learn how to play the games together. Izuku's smiles were contagious, Todoroki decided. They had to be for him to feel his own facial muscles pulling upwards at the other boy's energetic grin. I'm really sorry, Midoriya. Kirishima apologized for the umpteenth time. Izuku waved him off, the pain radiating from his back bearable enough for him to hide behind a smile. Don't worry about it, Kirishima-kun. I've taken a lot harder hits than that from Uraraka-chan. They both laughed a bit at that before sobering up. Anyway, I'll see you later tonight at dinner. The redhead grinned. Sure thing. I'll let you study or whatever then, bro. See you later. Once he'd gone, Izuku stared at his closed door for a few seconds just to make sure the eccentric teenager didn't burst back through them a third time. He'd already done it once, so the greenette wanted to be sure he wouldn't be bothered before getting the medicine box out from underneath his bed. He waited approximately 2 minutes before pulling off his shirt and getting the 2 creams out that he'd need. One was to help accelerate healing of bruises as well as lessen pain. And the other was something he used daily to help with scar reduction. He held the cream for bruising in his hand thoughtfully. How was he going to reach the spot just below the center of his shoulder blades by himself? The answer was obvious. Without an elasticity quirk, he couldn't. Sighing dejectedly, Izuku willed himself to pick up his phone. After scrolling through his list of contacts, he let his eyes linger over his 3 closest friends at UA. He couldn't pick Uraraka to help, because he knew they'd both just become blushing messes. Ada was out of the question too. While he would help him out happily out of duty as the class rep as well as one of his closest friends, Izuku knew he'd have to sit through another lecture on taking care of himself. He wasn't feeling up to another one of those right now. That just left Todoroki, shooting the dual-haired boy a text asking him if he was busy. Izuku tapped his fingers restlessly while he waited for a reply. Half of him felt like a bother for texting him. After a couple minutes passed without a response, he was tempted to text him again saying to forget it. He could go without treating the sure-to-be blossoming bruise on his back. He'd dealt with worse injuries for years without anyone else's assistance. He grabbed his phone again, fully prepared to tell Todoroki to disregard his last text, when a knock suddenly sounded from his door. Midoriya, it's Todoroki. You asked if I was free, he questioned from the hallway. Izuku hastily put a shirt on as he scrambled to meet the fire and ice quirk user at the door. Why was he feeling so self-conscious all of a sudden? It wasn't like his friends hadn't seen him shirtless before. He was going to have to see him shirtless if he agreed to help him anyway. Sorry for making you wait. The greenette greeted, opening the door and smiling a classic dimpled smile. Todoroki didn't seem bothered by the delay. I only just got here, so there's nothing to worry about. I have nothing going on tonight anyway. Speaking of, did you need assistance with something? Your text made it sound like you needed help. As he spoke, Todoroki walked into the room, sitting down on Izuku's all-might comforter just as the owner of the room closed his door. Before his question could be answered, he noticed the 2 tubes of cream lying on the bed. He picked one up, inspecting it silently. So it seems you were lying about that kick you took during training earlier, he accused the shorter boy. Izuku let out a nervous chuckle. I didn't want to make Kirishima-kun worry any more than he already was. Recovery girl also already works really hard, so I didn't think some bruising was enough to see her over. I was going to try and put it on my back myself. But you can't reach there effectively, can you? He blushed. No, I can't. I was wondering if you might be able to help me with that. If you're comfortable, that is. I don't want to. Midoriya. Todoroki stopped him with a hand, a slight but present exasperated smile on his face. It's fine. Sit down in front of me and take off your shirt, he instructed before scooting back further on the bed. There was now plenty of room for Izuku to timidly place himself in front of his friend. He pulled his shirt off, glad that his face was turned away from Todoroki's. "Thank you, Todoroki-kun." The other boy responded with a quiet "you're welcome," a sense of accomplishment at being the one he trusted enough to help him. From there the two sat in relative silence. Todoroki got to work putting some of the cream on his left hand, using his quirk to warm up the cold substance before applying it delicately to the angry purple, yellow, and brown bruise Kirishima's heavy kick had created. "Tell me if I'm hurting you," he warned. Izuku nodded. Starting from the darkest part, Todoroki worked in the cream by making small circles towards the edges of the bruise. He made sure his fingers weren't pressing too hard on account of causing any pain. The work was slow in practice, the half-cold half-hot hero in training wanting to make sure he took his time and did a good job. Luckily for him, it was obvious he was doing an amazing job with the way he had Izuku completely lax before him. There was usually a buzz of nervous energy hanging around the greenette, but right then it was non-existent. The observation made him so pleased. To see his friend so relaxed made him act so that even after he was done applying the cream, he started working the tightness out of the muscles of his spine. He made sure to avoid the injury, and the sigh of appreciation he received in return made his heart thrum. "Thank you again," Izuku stated softly. "You're really kind-hearted, Todoroki-kun. I think that's a quality the best heroes have." Todoroki rolled his eyes. Izuku would relate everything to heroes. "You're welcome, Midoriya, although your thanks aren't needed. I'm doing this because I wish to." "While we're talking though, what is the other cream for?" "Oh, that's for scarring. It helps with assisting them in fading over time. It doesn't work completely, but it does have some effect. I'm mainly using it to try to get the scar on my arm to fade somewhat. I can help you put that on too if you'd like," he offered while letting his arms rest at his sides. "You have a couple on your back that you might be hard-pressed to reach yourself, you know, and I'm happy to assist while I'm sitting here anyway." "Really? Well, only if you're..." A series of knocks cut him off. The loud beats combined with a gruff voice that accompanied them, sending that usual air of nervousness blanketing over Izuku once again. "Deku," Bakugo shouted from the hallway. "Shitty hair won't leave my ass alone until I make sure his pansy ass kick didn't actually hurt you all that bad. Idiot doesn't understand that you can take a hit." As he'd been talking, he opened the door without announcing the action, the last word trailing off when he happened upon the once tender scene before him. Todoroki glared at the blonde, annoyance flaring in the dual quirk user. "Close the door, Bakugo. Since you didn't have the common sense to ask permission before coming in, or at least announce that you were going to barge in here, you can make sure to at least do that much. Midoriya would appreciate it." For a second it seemed like Bakugo was going to start yelling even louder than before, but when his red-eyed gaze fell over Izuku's tense form, he thought better of it. He did not just get wailed into by his so-called friends about being less of a D to his childhood friend just to not at least try to accept their challenge. "I bet you couldn't be less of an a-hole to Midoriya if you tried," Zero had said at some point in their shouting match discussion. "Is that a challenge, soy sauce face? Like hell I couldn't do that. I can do anything I please." Kaminari and Mina openly agreed with Zero, Kirishima being the only one to stick up for the explosive blonde. "Come on guys, I'm sure Bakugo can be nicer to Midoriya. He'd never lose a challenge, especially one so easy," he grinned confidently. Bakugo had wanted to punch Kirishima so damn hard, but his hardening quirk made it much less satisfying. Closing the door, Bakugo then walked around the bed so he could see the damage for himself. The entire time Izuku looked at him like he'd grown horns and a tail to match his sometimes demonic personality. The blonde tried to ignore the green eyes on him since he knew he'd only want to snap the more he acknowledged them. "It's not that bad," he finally commented. His attention turned to Todoroki. "You putting some cream on it for him, or something?" "Yes, actually. I just finished applying it. I was going to help him put on some cream for scarring too while I was at it, but you interrupted before I could begin." A scoff came from the blonde. He picked up the scar cream with one hand and made a shooing motion with the other. "I bet you suck at stuff like this, half and half. Why don't you run downstairs and get me something to drink while I take care of this? That way I can get hair for brains off my back." Both of them noticed Izuku's breath hitch at the offer, but neither commented on it. Todoroki hummed thoughtfully. "I suppose that's up to Midoriya. If he feels comfortable with me leaving for a few minutes, then it's fine with me." It's fine, Todoroki-kun. I trust Kaken." Somehow the words felt forced. A moment later Bakugo had taken Todoroki's spot on the bed. The air was much heavier than it had been earlier. The muscles in Izuku's shoulders wound tight even as Bakugo barked out that he wasn't going to hurt him. "Just relax, Deku," he growled before grabbing the greenette's arm. While he hadn't done it roughly, that didn't stop Izuku from flinching, the response making Bakugo's gut churn uncomfortably. He ignored the way Izuku apologized immediately afterwards too. Things didn't get much better from there. even as Bakugo tried to stay quiet and be as gentle as possible while rubbing the cream onto the rectangular scar on the younger's arm. The thick tension in the room was setting them both on edge. Bakugo didn't understand why Izuku was so scared of him when he could punch him through the building if he desired. Izuku didn't understand why Bakugo was acting, in a cosmic sort of way, nice to him. When Izuku began muttering to himself, Bakugo finally lost his patience, slamming his hands down onto Izuku's shoulders, the boy underneath him jumping in fright before trying to pull away. The blonde man handled the other around until Izuku's upper half was twisted around to face him. What the hell is your problem? I'm trying to be nice to you for once in your miserable life, and despite all that power you still act like a spineless nerd. What gives, huh? You think you're too good for me, Deku. Kaken, it's not. Not what, huh? It's not me. Don't expect me to fall for that load of crap. If you'd just listen to. You're terrified of me. Just come out and say it. I know it's all my F. Kaken. A frustrated yell silenced Bakugo, the blonde's attention fully trained on the desperate look on Izuku's face. After a moment, the greenette finally calmed down enough to speak. I'm sorry for shouting, he began meekly. It makes me so mad when you just scream at me when we could be talking our issues out. I'm your friend, Kaken, he said with a huff. It's been apparent for years that you don't see me as one though. I thought when we were younger that you were just covering up the fact that you cared about me underneath all that anger. Stomping on my dreams being your way of worrying about me getting injured as a quirkless hero. Hurting me over and over again being the only way you thought you could get me to give up on such a dangerous career. Izuku sighed, sadness dripping from his voice when he continued. I was wrong though, wasn't I? Bakugo couldn't bring himself to respond. The greenette didn't seem surprised by the other's lack of answer, but his smile, already minuscule smile, dropped just a little more. You know I admired you since the day I met you. I still admire you, even more than All Might, he resumed. We were friends once, for a short time, before you got your quirk. You don't deny that. You wouldn't let our classmates get away with calling us childhood friends otherwise. And part of me believes you wouldn't put up with me to calling you Kaken if you truly hated me. Is that much at least spot on? A subtle nod, but a response all the same. Izuku smiled. That's a relief. After everything we've been through, even though I have every reason to be angry with you, I can't stop feeling like you're my best friend. Maybe that's why I don't mind it when you take your emotions out on me. I want to help and support you, and I know I'm the only one that can receive your true feelings. And that's okay with me, but it isn't with my friends. Your friends are a lot smarter than you are, nerd. Definitely. I can't help how I feel though, Kaken. At this point your chance at changing my feelings is non-existent too, he laughed. Anyway, I don't want things to always be so strained between us. I miss you, and I don't want you to be upset with me, okay? I really don't. But I'm not really sure why you're trying to be nice to me all of a sudden. Although I bet it has something to do with Kirishima after what happened a couple days ago in the lounge. That wasn't your fault though. Like hell it wasn't. Bakugo ground out, eyes narrowed. Don't lie to me, Deku. You don't think I've seen the outcome of my shitty attitude. You flinch all the time, stutter, have no sense of self-worth or self-preservation, hate loud noises, freak out from the littlest touch, assume people are going to hurt you, and have a pain tolerance higher than some pro heroes. That's all my fault. There was a moment of silence. You're actually taking responsibility. Izuku's voice shook in disbelief. Bakugo turned his head away pointedly. Of course I am. That's what heroes do, right? I can't keep blaming my shit on other people anymore if I want to be number one. Thank you, Kaken. Also, I forgive you. Izuku smiled, eyes closing for a couple seconds before opening again. That was your version of an apology, wasn't it? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. The greenette laughed it off, the grip on his shoulders loosening so that he could turn himself around voluntarily. Right. Anyway, I'm trying to get a handle on some of those things you mentioned. I think the touch thing is definitely getting better, isn't it? If you're letting half and half feel you up, then it must be. What? He wasn't. You know what I mean. When I'm nearby you, your wound tighter than a spring. Everyone else is different though, aren't they? I've seen the girls, Todoroki, and my idiot friends touching you casually the last couple of days, and you've started to become more accustomed to it. He turned away momentarily. It's helping the whole touch-starved stuff Auntie and Co was talking about way back when, right? Yeah, was the soft reply. They really are helping. What about me? Bakugo felt Izuku's eyes widened without having to look up. Is what I tried doing earlier. Did that help? Izuku seemed guilty. It's different when it's you. I'm not saying this to upset you, by the way. It's just the truth. When I felt Todoroki's hands on my back, he paused, contemplating. It felt warm, not because of his quirk, but being around him makes me feel safe, protected. His touches are kind, and I can say without a shadow of doubt he would never hurt me outside of training. With you though, Kaken, no matter how much I want to stop myself from feeling like this, your touch stings. It's like there's phantom heat behind every point of contact that makes me feel like I'm going to get burned again. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't do that outside of training anymore, but that's something I need to get used to. Yeah, I get it. Bakugo huffed. I'm sorry. I'm really trying to. Bakugo cut him off with a raised hand. Save it, nerd. You don't need to apologize or explain it to me. I had 4 idiots pounding it into my brain earlier that fixing this mess is going to be slow going. You'd trust me with your life on the battlefield because I'm someone you look up to, but when it comes to me being someone you trust, being your friend, then I have a long way to go. Kaken, and I can't promise I won't screw everything up again too. We have more to talk about than can be discussed now, because I'm pretty sure there's a nosy bastard standing outside the door with drinks. Todoroki promptly walked in holding a tray with 3 glasses of hot tea on it. I apologize for eavesdropping, but I didn't want to interrupt if you two were having a moment. Bakugo immediately took that as an insult. A moment. I believe those call for intimacy. Izuku blushed. Todoroki-kun, that isn't. Whatever. Bakugo suddenly cut them both off in favor of getting off the bed. As he walked past Todoroki, he grabbed one of the glasses, opening the door and sending a scathing look over his shoulder. I'll let it slide this time, but only because I'm feeling generous. See you nerds in class tomorrow. With that, he walked out, closing the door behind him without even slamming it. Todoroki brought a glass of tea to Izuku while taking a small sip of his own. I take it everything went relatively well then? Yeah, Izuku answered as he stared into his tea like it held the secrets of the universe. I think it did. Midoriya, watch out. The green-haired teen spun around at the sound of Ida's voice, his eyes filled with confusion as to why he needed to watch out behind him during one-on-one combat, when his partner was right in front of him. Neither Class 1A nor Class 1B were supposed to be using their quirks during the combined hand-to-hand training too. So why was there a ball of pink light heading directly towards his chest then? Before he could react, whatever quirk it was hit him. He closed his eyes tightly upon instinct. To his surprise, however, he didn't feel a thing even after the little ball dispersed upon contact. Still, he stared at where the ball of light had hit him as he heard the class rep begin reprimanding someone from Class 1B. Something had to happen, right? Surely even if the quirk itself was harmless, it wasn't just for show. His attention was occupied by trying to figure out if he felt different at all until the person he'd been sparring with, who was none other than Bakugo, made a noise of impatience. Deku, pay attention so I can beat your ass again fair and square. Rolling his eyes, Izuku finally turned his attention back to his childhood best friend. The moment their eyes met though, his breath caught in his throat. It was like he was seeing the blonde for the first time. How hadn't he noticed it before? Bakugo was hot. Midoriya, Ada shouted from across the lot, urgency clear in his voice. Close your eyes. If you look into anyone else's eyes, the quirk you were hit with will take effect. Oops, Izuku thought sluggishly, eyes roaming across Bakugo's muscled arms. Too late for that. Oh man, he could throw me to the ground and I wouldn't even complain. As Ida approached the boy, Bakugo sent a glare at the guy interrupting their fight. What did that quirk even do? 4 eyes? It looked pretty weak to me. Broke apart the moment it hit the useless loser. It's called Cupid's arrow. He will become infatuated with the first person he locks eyes with for a period of time, unfortunately. Please don't tell me he already looked at you. Bakugo froze for a second as he replayed what Ida had just told him. Wait, are you telling me he's going to fall in love or some shit with the first person that manages to meet his eyes? He's already looked at me. Shit. I'm going to explode whoever did this, I swear. Kaken, Izuku cut off with a melodious laugh. You're so adorable when you make threats like that. What? Actually, you're adorable all of the time. He amended while staring lovingly at the blonde. Bakugo's angry face slowly morphed into one of horror. Do we have to spar? As much as I'd like to have you knock me to the ground, fighting with you might mean you getting hurt. I don't want that. Ada seemed at a loss for words as he gaped at his friend. When he recovered a few moments later, he cleared his throat awkwardly. This is not good. Not good at all. I'm going to get Aizawa-sensei. In an instant he activated his quirk, shouting for their homeroom teacher like his life depended on it. He's so over the top, Izuku commented. Sort of like you, Kaken, but you do it in a different way. You're way more attractive, I mean, explosive. Attractive and explosive, really. Your quirk is explosion after all. And you're hot. Can you get any more amazing? Bakugo's face lit up pink at the compliments being thrown at him, the other's emerald eyes staring at him like he was the most important person in his life. It made him feel things. Usually he felt various forms of anger, but Izuku was making him feel something different. It tingled in his gut and made him feel embarrassed yet exhilarated at the same time. It pissed him off. Shut up, Deku, he growled. Before he knew what he was doing, he closed the distance between them, fist gripping the shorter boy by his gym uniform and lifting him up slightly. Knock this lovey-dovey crap off now before I knock you unconscious. Izuku wasn't fazed in the slightest. While he usually would be struggling out of the other's grip and trying to defuse the situation with an apology, in his current state he just grinned dopily. I like when you're this close to me, although I wish you were grabbing my hand and not my shirt. You can do whatever you want though. I trust you, Kaken. He finished with a smile brighter than the sun. For a moment it almost blinded the boy holding him. Bakugo let go of him immediately, setting off an explosion in frustration before taking in a large breath. A moment later he was screaming at the top of his lungs. Whoever has the Sheedy Love quirk better fix this moron right now. Hours later, Izuku Midoriya was sitting at his desk like normal, with his chin resting on his palm. Eyes half closed in the utmost happiness, he stared at the back of Bakugo's head like the boy was a king or a god. He had been doing it for so long that the rest of his classmates were really freaked out despite knowing about his condition. Aizawa was more annoyed than perturbed, but there was nothing he could do about the effects of another quirk on the student. He could only erase the individual's quirk, not an effect due to it. That didn't mean he would excuse Izuku from taking notes though. Midoriya, the tired-eyed hero, chastised. Stop mooning over Bakugo and take notes. If you don't, I will put you out in the hallway. But he's so amazing it's hard to look away. The honestly in his voice disturbed the teacher, but he held firm. If I send you out into the hallway, you won't be able to look at him at all. Now start taking notes. I won't repeat myself again. At the notion of his spectacular view being taken away, Izuku nodded vigorously before picking up his pencil and flipping to an open page of his notebook. The teacher turned around in mild satisfaction. That was good enough, he supposed. By the end of class, however, he realized he hadn't specified what the notes were supposed to be on. This occurred to him when Zero glanced over at his desk neighbor and his jaw dropped. Wow, Midoriya, I never knew you had artistic side like that. In an instant, several other students crowded around the green-haired boy's desk, even Bakugo spinning around to see what all of the commotion was about. Gasps of awe and praise were heard by the teacher in the front, which wasn't enough to entice him into checking out whatever was going on. Yet Bakugo's silence did spark his curiosity. What is going on? He asked flatly, arms crossed. The students ran back to their seats in record time. Izuku was left smiling at his notebook like it contained the secrets of the universe. They just wanted to see my notes, Izuku answered. I illustrated my past knowledge of Kaken's appearance and everyone seemed to like it. Aizawa didn't have the patience for this. A moment later he was demanding Izuku give him the notebook, to which the boy happily obliged. When the teacher finally gathered his resolve and looked at the illustration, he was actually rather impressed. Izuku did have the potential to be an artist, even though it was a sketch done in pencil. The amount of detail and light contrast was astounding. The scene was from their second trip to the USJ. It gave a startling visual through Izuku's eyes as he was being pulled up the canyon during rescue training. His viewpoint, which the picture depicted, showed his perspective as he was nearing the top of the fissure. This meant Bakugo was staring down at him as he single-handedly raised him up by the grappling cable. While his face was set in his usual scowl, Izuku had outlined his form with what appeared to be a mixture of sparkles and stars while using varying shades of graphite to make it appear as if light from the sun was shining from him instead. There was even a faint outline of a halo above the blonde boy's head. All in all, Aizawa was thoroughly baffled by Izuku's perspective. Sure, he was being affected by an infatuation quirk, but this level of detail probably meant he had thought about this memory fairly often, or at least that it was important to him to have such a strong memory of it. I think I was too afraid of Kaken attacking me at the time, but I wanted to tell him how amazing of a hero he looked like at that moment. Izuku found himself sighing. He's literally an angel. From the other side of the room, Kaminari gaped. Lord Explosion Murder, an angel? You're crazy. Plenty of others grumbled in agreement, which only proved to set Bakugo off. Before he could do more than let out a roar, however, Izuku cut him off to respond to Kaminari. Izuku smiled brightly. It's called being crazy in love, actually. Deku, yes, Kaken. Do me a favor and never say you're in love with me again. Actually, do me another favor and jump out the window so I don't have to hear this sheet. To everyone's horror, the lovesick teen nodded sagely. It was as if he took the offhanded command seriously. Okay, Kaken, if that's what makes you happy. He got up from his desk and turned towards the window without a word. As he made to unlock the window, everyone began screaming in panic. Aizawa quickly reading the situation and capturing Izuku with his bandages before the window could even be opened. Bakugo, take back your statement at once, the teacher instructed. The explosive blonde realized with some dismay what awful connotations this originally harmless quirk truly had. To make someone fall in love with them to the point of going to whatever lengths to make the object of said affection happy held some serious power if used by a villain. He was glad a hero course student was the one wielding it. But it didn't stop his veins from filling with ice upon seeing Izuku ready to jump out a window while on the 4th floor. Deku, I was only joking. Come sit back down. The other boy's voice was somehow even brighter as Aizawa released him. With a spin that nearly startled half of the class, Izuku looked at Bakugo with newfound affection. Does that mean I can go back to drawing you some more? It's not like I can stop you, the other grumbled. Taking that as a yes, Izuku more or less skipped back into his seat and eagerly went back to drawing in another notebook. No one dared to acknowledge the elephant in the room until Aizawa dismissed his class a few minutes later. When they did dare, however, they didn't just acknowledge it. They impaled the imaginary elephant. Hey, Bakubro, you don't think Midoriya actually likes you, right? That drawing seemed really detailed for him to just sketch it out on the fly. Do you think he actually sees you that way? Kirishima asked hesitantly. He seemed afraid of what his friend's reaction would be, and activated his hardening quirk as a precaution. Bakugo huffed, arms crossed, an ever-present scowl on his face. He doesn't like me, sheet for brains. He has always followed me around like some sort of stalkerish puppy though. Even before I got my quirk he was always praising me, rightfully so since I was always this amazing. And he's never stopped. Still didn't stop him from looking down on me and thinking I was weak. For how strong he called me, he would pity me like I was helpless or some sheet. He still acts like that sometimes. Really pisses me off. The red-haired teen cringed. Bro, I don't think that's him looking down on you. He's the sort of type to help people, you know. He wants to be a hero after all. I'm sure he never meant to make you think he was above you. He's right. Izuku broke in happily. You've always been amazing to me, Kaken. I've looked up to you since we were little. You're my image of victory, even more so than All Might himself. You'll be the best hero ever one day. I'm sure of it. The magnitude of brightness of the boy's smile nearly blinded his classmates, the grumpy blonde being talked to even taken back a bit at how genuine he sounded. Was this a side effect of the quirk, or did he really mean that? Whatever, just go back to drawing, Deku. I already finished my next drawing though. Wanna see? He was met with a resounding yes from those watching the interactions like a soap opera. The drawing he held up was a memory from the attack on the USJ during their first visit. The landscape and warp villain were drawn using darker shades, the villain seeming to be charging towards the viewer. However, a much lighter drawn image of Bakugo was sketched colliding with the villain and saving the viewer from an attack. A wild grin was on the explosive blonde's face, yet the sketch still made an almost angelic aura appear around the hero in training. It's from when you saved me from Kirigiri. I never said thank you because I know you hate that, but I was grateful for your help that day. You're such a great guy, Kaken. The tingling in the other's stomach appeared again, and the chatters of his classmates grated on his brain like chips of glass. They kept muttering about how strange it was for such a kind guy like Izuku to moon over someone like Bakugo even outside the effect of the quirk, as they'd all heard Izuku fanboy over him countless times. It made Bakugo sick. Suddenly he couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. Bakugo shoved the notebook into Izuku's chest, red eyes flashing with annoyance as struggled to keep himself from shaking with rage. I am not a great guy, stupid Deku. I wasn't trying to rescue you that day. I just wanted to beat that villain's ass. You're just a stepping stone on my path to being the next #1 hero. I don't care about you at all right? Get that through your head. So stop spouting all that annoying lovey-dovey crap before I blow you from here too. At the sight of Izuku's lip wobbling and tears beginning to stream down his face, Bakugo bit his tongue. The absolutely oppressive protective glares being sent his way helped silence him as well. What is this feeling? Bakugo thought as he felt a bit like he was being strangled. This can't be guilt, right? I don't feel sorry for screaming at the nerd. I've never felt regret for something in my life. Well, maybe the incident in middle school about the roof, but regret was foreign to him, sure, but that was definitely what he was feeling. I am sorry for annoying you, the greenette sniffled. I'll just head home now. Have a nice rest of your day, everyone. He managed a small smile and wave, yet the tears on his cheeks and fakeness in his voice made it obvious he was struggling to seem genuine. See you all tomorrow. With that, Izuku hastily made his way out of the classroom, a concerning Ida and Uraraka hurrying to catch up with him to make sure he wouldn't be alone going home. Once the trio was gone, however, Todoroki sent a withering look at the center of attention. You know he didn't deserve that. I would suggest you apologize, but it seems he'll be home soon and the quirk will be wearing off anytime now. That means you'll have to say something to him tomorrow since he will remember what happened. And even if he pretends your words didn't affect him, we all know it for what it is, pretending. Bakugo didn't want to admit it, but Todoroki had a point. He'd messed up. That next morning when Izuku left his apartment, he was startled to see Bakugo leaning up against the railing nearby. Hi, Kaken. The greenette waved timidly. About yesterday. He trailed off when Bakugo raised a hand. Before you say another word, Deku, let me set you straight. I know you remember everything that happened yesterday. That means I don't need you lying to me. You're shit at it anyways. I have just one question for you. Why yeah. Ruby eyes burned into emerald. What am I to you? What are you to me? Izuku repeated back slowly. This only caused the blonde to roll his eyes before signaling them to start walking towards the station. He knew it would take a while for the shorter boy to get his head into order. After a couple minutes of silence, the greenette finally opened his mouth again. Kaken, yeah, that was my answer. Bakugo glared at Izuku, annoyed. What the hell sort of answer is that? That doesn't tell me shit. Izuku shrugged. I don't know, I feel like it sort of tells you everything, doesn't it? You're my friend whether or not you acknowledge me as your own. You're also someone I admire greatly, someone I look up for inspiration, someone I want to be like. I see. So yesterday's sappiness was because of the quirk, right? Well, not entirely, he admitted with a blush. I mean, most of it was. The admiration might have been a tad bit exaggerated. I'm not in love with you though if that's what you're worried about. I'm also not that attracted to you, physically? I mean you aren't bad looking, but I don't. Can it, nerd? You've told me all I needed to know. Let's just pretend it never happened, okay? Got it. Also, the blonde added as they neared the station, about what I shouted yesterday. I said I don't care about you, but I meant to say I hate you. Izuku frowned. Is that supposed to make me feel better, or? The opposite of love is apathy, idiot. Hating you means I do care. And here I thought you weren't a complete dumbass. The greenette tilted his head in confusion. So is that your Kaken way of apologizing, or? Bakugo shoulder checked him as they boarded the train. His silence was enough of a confirmation for them both, and Izuku couldn't hold back a small smile. You are all dismissed with the exception of Midoriya. Izuku felt a rush of confusion and worry envelope him at the comment. Uraraka and Ada glancing at him with similar emotions as they made their way out. He remained seated as everyone gathered their things and left the room. Once everyone else had left, Aizawa walked over to the door to close it. It was at the same time he gestured for Izuku to stand up, his tired eyes blinking slowly. Over here, problem child. We have something important to discuss. Why yes, Aizawa-sensei. The homeroom teacher rolled his eyes at the nervousness making his student's voice stutter. Relax. What we're discussing isn't even about you, rather than it is Eri. Eri-chan, did something happen? Nothing bad, he responded while slipping into his sleeping bag. Mirio and I were discussing the prospect of having trusted UA. Faculty and students tutor her. While she is a bright young girl, she quite frankly has no education. And even though Mirio and I have begun to teach her how to read and write, we do not have enough time to provide her the teaching she needs. She cannot be put into a public elementary school for the same reason she must reside here on campus. The principal and I, however, talked about possibly working in time slots for you, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Kirishima, and a few others she is familiar with to teach her specific subjects. I figured I would ask you first since that girl adores you just as much as Mirio. Izuku smiled at the information. He was beyond thrilled Eri would be receiving the education she deserved, and his heart fluttered knowing she really liked him. I would be happy to teach her, Aizawa-sensei. I believe my classmates would as well. The teacher nodded in approval, although it was hard to take him super seriously since only his face was visible in his yellow cocoon. Great, I'll be speaking with them later then. One more question before you go, Midoriya. Yes, sensei. I have been thinking about taking Eri somewhere outside UA. He started a bit hesitantly, as if this wasn't his area of expertise. After asking All Might for recommendations on where to bring a young girl such as herself to have fun and maybe see some beauty the world has to offer, he brought up the prospect of making the trip into a class field trip, in order to make her feel more at ease as well as provide more protection, of course. I'm currently entertaining the idea. What does this have to do with me? Izuku couldn't help but ask. Aizawa sighed. All Might was being vague when I asked him where he thinks we should go. He mentioned you knew the perfect place, which brings me to the question. Where would you take a girl locked away for so long to experience the beauty of the outside world that is also generally devoid of people or prospective dangers? Midoriya. Izuku didn't have to rack his brain too hard for an answer. Have you heard of Dagaba Beach? To say most of Class 1 was excited would have been an understatement. This is so freaking awesome. Mina gushed as the students filed off of the bus. I can't believe Aizawa-sensei has such a soft spot for my little horn buddy that he decided to take us here. It is a bit surprising, but after the events of this past year it would do us well to spend some time relaxing, distressing, and having fun, Ada commented. Beside him Uraraka was clutching an already inflated inner tube with a grin. Ada-kun, do your engines work underwater? If so, you should totally push me around. That doesn't seem like it'd be very safe. At the same time as their discussion, Kirishima was attempting to change Bakugo's mind about not sitting under his umbrella the entire afternoon and evening. Come on, bro, we're going to have loads of fun. Zero brought a giant beach ball to throw around, and Hagakure brought a frisbee and a volleyball. There's sandcastle building and splashing around in the water too. Heck, we could even race each other in the water. Don't care, hair for brains. I should be training right now, the blonde grumbled. Why the hell did that sleep-deprived jerk make this trip mandatory anyway? Because part of being a hero is about taking care of yourself. This means taking a break every once in a while, enjoying life and letting the body rest while the mind relaxes. Aizawa explained from where he stood directly behind the explosive teenager. Now if you're done complaining, tell anyone if they need me, I'll be sunbathing. Go to Ida first if there are any minor problems though. With that, the teacher found a spot in the middle of the beach to set up his own umbrella. In a matter of seconds he was sprawled across a towel with a cat on it, a sleeping mask covering his eyes as he took a nap in the shade. What the hell? Bakugo raged. That's not sunbathing. Dude, chill. Gyro hissed as she walked by. For a moment she thought she would be blown away before the blonde noticed who she was pointing at. A couple feet away, Eri was tentatively getting off the bus, a white sundress on over her bathing suit. Behind her, Izuku had a couple towels slung over his shoulder as well as a duffel bag put together by Aizawa. The two made their way onto the sand, but the moment Eri's feet left solid ground she stopped walking. She looked down at the sand in amazement. It's falling apart. Izuku laughed good-naturedly at the reaction. It's a beach, Eri-chan. That means the ground is made up of tiny little grains of sand. Why don't you take your sandals off? It will feel nice and warm on your bare feet, see? He said while slipping of his own bright red sandals. He made a show of stepping on the sand. Also, it won't fall apart unless you go near the waterline. The sand only gets mushy if it's covered in water. Oh, Eri tentatively followed Izuku's lead, taking her sandals in hand before walking across the sand. It's so warm, she smiled after a couple seconds, curling her toes in the sand and enjoying the feeling. I like the beach. I'm glad. A few minutes later, most of the class had chosen what activity they wanted to take part in first. There was so much stuff to do in the roughly 5 hours they had to enjoy themselves, and they wanted to take advantage of the time they had with their friends. Since it would cool down as the sun crossed the sky, many students chose to start their field trip with swimming. Ready to go in? Izuku asked Eri where they sat on a giant all-might towel. For the first several minutes since arriving at the beach, Eri had been too enraptured with the sand and the view to want to do anything else other than run her hands through the sand and stare. Her eyes shined with amazement as she looked out at where the waves lapped at the shore, at the line where the sky met the water, at the sand, and all of those enjoying themselves. It was only after speaking to her directly that she snapped out of her stupor in favor of gazing up at Izuku. She started, I'm not sure. It looks fun, but won't it be cold? The angry boy threw the boy with the lightning bolt hair into the water and he was screaming that the water was freezing. Izuku sighed. Classic Kaken. After explaining to Eri how some of his classmates could over-exaggerate, he walked her over to the water's edge so she could test it. In her light blue, one-piece bathing suit she looked absolutely adorable as she lifted one foot to hesitantly dip her toe in. You were right, Deku-san, she stated with a smile before stepping into the water. When she was up to her knees she turned around, eyes full of glee. The water feels so nice. The greenette chuckled. Isn't it? He asked rhetorically before stepping in himself. They walked in a bit further, hand in hand, until the water met her elbows. Want to learn how to swim? Swim? She seemed confused. You mean being able to go on top of the water? Why can't I just use what she has? Eri pointed over to where Gyro was lounging on a large record-shaped and designed flotation device. I bet we could ask someone to borrow theirs. But wouldn't it be cool to know how to swim like them? He pointed to where Yaoyorozu and Todoroki were swimming alongside each other. It's not too hard, I promise. The most challenging part will be having the courage to let go of me once you have the basics down. Her gaze turned fearful and she gripped his hand tighter. I'll let go of you? No. It took a solid 3 minutes to calm the girl down. Izuku had to vow not to let go of her as well entice her with the promise of chocolate chip cookies, both of which were better alternatives to her tears. In the end he decided to grab the floaties Aizawa had the foresight of bringing. Once she had those on her she was much more content with going into the deeper part of the water where Izuku could actually swim in. Hey, Eri-chan, why don't you grab onto this? He asked her while holding onto a pool noodle. As soon as she did as he asked he began to slowly pull her along the water. When she erupted in giggles he proceeded to move her in small circles. It was a couple minutes later that Uraraka and Tsuyu approached them. Deku-kun. Uraraka started energetically after greeting Eri. I had an awesome idea for something fun we could do. What's that? The brunette turned to Eri and whispered something in the girl's ear. This followed with Eri having to whisper into Uraraka's ear. They went back and forth a couple of times until finally Eri nodded, and Uraraka lightly tapped on the little girl's shoulder. There we go. You're almost weightless now. Deku-kun, could you please float on your back for a bit? Izuku was unsure of why he was doing it, but he decided to trust his friend. Once he was on his back floating above the water, his questions were answered. Uraraka picking up Eri and depositing her on top of his stomach like he was a surfboard. She's not going to float off, right? The one for all user couldn't help but confirm. Uraraka pouted. Of course not. I made her body weightless, but the water in her hair along with the floaties and bathing suit will be more than enough to make sure she doesn't float off. I'll be swimming with Tsuyu only a few yards away to keep an eye on her anyway, so don't worry about it. That put Izuku at ease. Glancing up at Eri, he grinned, ready for a relaxing ride. Yeah. The next 15 minutes consisted of Izuku swimming backwards over the water. He passed a few of his classmates as he went, Eri greeting them shyly before they moved on. After a while though, Eri asked if she could try standing up. I see how it is. You just want to use me as a surfboard? Ha, he joked. She didn't quite get what he was saying. Either way, a moment later she was balancing on his abdominals. Since she was practically weightless, it merely felt like a slight pressure over his stomach, which he didn't mind. Can I jump in? She asked all of a sudden. It took all of 2 seconds for her to realize it was because she noticed Kirishima and Minta cannonballing off of a nearby rocky outcrop. Sure, wait just a second though. Okay, I'll tell you when to jump. Also plug your nose or else you might get water in them, which might not feel very nice. Okay. Seconds later, Izuku shouted for Uraraka to release her quirk just as Eri prepared to jump. The gravity quirk user happily obliged, and a moment later Eri went splashing into the water with one hand plugging her nose. She bounced right back out thanks to her floaties, blinking away water before grinning. That was so much fun. Can I do it again? After a while they relocated to the shore where Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, Aoyama, and Koda were making sandcastles. When the girls offered to show her how to make one, she merrily accepted the invitation, telling Izuku she would be fine since Aizawa was only a couple yards away. As long as you're sure. Have fun, Iri-chan. He called out before heading towards where Todoroki, Uraraka, Ida, Shoji, and Takoyami were playing Kirishima, Shiro, Mina, Kaminari, and Bakugo in beach volleyball. They were using a makeshift court with the poles being pillars of ice and a net made courtesy of a creation quirk, Midoriya. Todoroki greeted just as Ida failed to hit the ball over the net. Would you like to join us? Please do. Takoyami added. We've been tied for the past 10 minutes, and it is grating on my nerves. Izuku counted the number of players on either team and frowned. But it's 5 versus 5 already. If I join, then their team would need someone else to join theirs too. They scanned the beach for a prospective player. The 4 making sandcastles were out. Minta was buried up to his neck in sand after plotting to untie Yaoyorozu's bikini, and Sato was chatting with Ajiro while Jiro sunbathed on a towel nearby. This left Tsuyu, who was still enjoying the water, as the most likely addition. Uraraka grinned before calling a timeout and running towards the shoreline. I'll be right back. What's going on? Shiro asked from where he was about to serve the ball. Oh, I think she's going to see if Tsu wants to play so Midoriya can join, Kirishima observed. Bakugo, you good with Tsu joining our team? Anyone's better than Deku. The blonde answered as he grinned menacingly at his childhood friend from the other side of the net. You'd better watch out, nerd. I'm going to beat their asses even harder now that you're playing. Izuku gulped. Would there ever be a day Bakugo didn't see everything as a challenge? The game had gone on for a total of 50 minutes when everyone besides Izuku and Bakugo retired. Either team would score one after another, so the self-decided rule of having to have at least 3 points on the opposite team to win had yet to occur. However, neither Bakugo nor Izuku wanted to give up. They were strangely competitive about this. I'm going to crush you one-on-one. Try me, Kaken. Bring it, Deku. With that, Bakugo sent the ball flying with an explosion just for Izuku to jump into the air using one for all and hitting back down over the next. The angry blonde had to use his own quirk to make a dive for the ball, hitting it into the air where he could slam it back over the net again. Uraraka laughed lightly while Ada sighed in frustration at the scene. At least they're having a good time, she offered. Iri-chan is too. Look, Ada turned to see those previously making sandcastles tossing around a beach ball to each other. Off to the side he noticed there was a pile of seashells too, which implied they'd helped the girl scour the beach for them. The class representative smiled softly. That is a nice thing to see. Yeah, Uraraka agreed with a wobbly smile of her own. She deserves this and so much more. Ada was about to say something else when a large explosion made him lose his train of thought. A moment later the class representative was pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. All around him bits and pieces of burnt volleyball rained across the sand. It took a full 10 seconds for Uraraka to get the words she was trying to say out between the bouts of her laughter. Looks like they tied. Huh, Ida-kun. No, it looks like Bakugo's going to use Minta as a ball to finish their match, and Midoriya is actually considering it. He broke into a quirk-powered run as he shouted at his classmates. Bakugo, Midoriya, in the name of our prestigious alma mater. Uraraka could only hold her stomach as she laughed. She would see how Ida was after having Minta thrown at him and falling into the sand in just a moment. The sun was low in the sky by the time Aizawa gave them their 1-hour warning. We leave after sunset, he informed everyone from where he was supervising Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Sato, and Mina in arranging a makeshift bonfire pit. A few feet away Ajiro and Hagakure were opening up the packages of chocolate, marshmallows, and graham crackers for s'mores while Shoji grabbed small wooden disposable skewers to put marshmallows on. Eri stared at the food items in anticipation from where she sat next to Izuku. They sat on their towel a couple feet away from the now-lit campfire among where the rest of Class 1 was slowly gathering. Are you excited for s'mores, Iri-chan? Izuku asked. Shoji was beginning to distribute the sticks now. The girl nodded. They're sweet like caramel apples, right? Yep, you're going to love it, I'm sure. There should be extra marshmallows too if you want to roast more afterwards. Shoji handed the two their skewers then, both of them thanking him as he went on to the next person. Izuku motioned for Eri to move closer to the fire. Always make sure you have 3 points of contact when crouching down by a fire, he instructed by example. He made sure he had one leg, a foot, and one hand flat on the sand. It's so nothing can upset your balance and send you tumbling into the fire. After that you just have to hold the marshmallow above the glowing wood. That's where the most heat is. Why can't I put the marshmallow above the flames? Or in the flames? Wouldn't that cook it faster? Izuku watched as Bakugo lit his own marshmallow on fire with a small explosion, cooking it a dark golden brown. Kirishima whooped in awe before begging his friend to do his too. The greenette smiled fondly. You can put it by the flames, but it's not as hot and that risks it catching on fire. If that happens it'll burn or just fall off of the stick. Oh, with that Eri copied Izuku and holding the end of the stick just above the glowing wood at the bottom of the campfire. She turned it slowly just like Izuku in order to get the entire marshmallow a light golden brown. When they were done they walked over to the table where they picked their marshmallows off of the stick before putting them onto the graham crackers, putting chocolate and another graham cracker on top of it. It's all melty, she exclaimed, trying not to let the now melting chocolate fall. I'm going to make a mess. That's fine. Most people make a mess and look silly when eating these. Even you, Deku-san. Especially me, he grinned back. With that they dug in, Eri's eyes lighting up at the more. It wasn't long after she was asking for another one, and Izuku didn't have the heart not to allow it. When the more supplies ran out and cleanup was done with half an hour left before sunset to spare, the class decided to walk along the beach while they watched the sunset. Aizawa walked languidly in the rear so he could watch over his students as they enjoyed the dying light together. Did you have fun today? Izuku asked the little girl on his shoulders. Beside him Uraraka and Tsuyu chatted while Ida watched over a few of their classmates who were beginning to chase each other playfully across the sand. Eri hummed an answer, a small yawn escaping her. Yeah, she stated quietly before trailing off half asleep. I had a lot of fun. I'll have to tell Aizawa ni I thank you later. Izuku fought back a bark of laughter. Aizawa ni I, huh, that's adorable. Izuku Midoriya, all for one stated with a voice amplified by yet another quirk. It reached far enough for the media equipment in the now retreating helicopter to pick up. He's the one you passed it on to, isn't he? That formerly quirkless child is your successor. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Ida froze. The trio slowly turned to look at the green-haired boy standing slack-jawed in utter confusion, although there seemed to be realization dawning in the blonde's eyes. That's right, All Might. Your big secret will finally been exposed for the entire world to see. Everyone will know the truth about your quirk. It's a fusion called One for All. The villain spoke to the public. That brings the user incredible stockpiled strength. However, it is not transferred through genetics like most quirks. No, One for All is transferred by DNA exchange only when the previous holder wishes it to be so. The reason the symbol of peace will die here today is because he's already chosen a legacy. His strength wanes, and all you will have left to succeed him is a boy not even finished with his first year of high school. I truly pity you for the sad future that awaits. Izuku's blood ran cold. And no, he whispered, his entire form trembling. It can't be. All Might's secrets. Why? This is bad. This is really, really bad. This is. Why was it suddenly getting so hard for him to breathe? His vision was beginning to blur, his body suddenly feeling heavy. The secret that had been protected for generations was suddenly out. Even if when All Might defeated All for One there was going to be a tremendous uproar among people across the earth. Their entire view and understanding of quirks was about to change. Their vision of All Might would be fractured, and Izuku would be targeted by villains everywhere. People, civilians and heroes alike, would make their case on why they should be the inheritor. They would tell him why he wasn't a truly worthy inheritor, why he didn't deserve such power. The press would eat him alive. What would his mother think? His friends? They'd been lied to for so long. Maybe he wasn't good enough to become the next beacon of hope after all. Deku, the familiar shout of his childhood friend, snapped him out of his daze. Feeling Bakugo's arm gripping his own tightly, grounding him somewhat, Izuku turned to face him with tears in his eyes. Kakin, he said with a watery voice, I'm as sorry for. Shut up, nerd. If what that villain was spouting is true then you had no choice but to keep All Mights in your own secrets. Your sappy friends will understand if they really care about you. But my mom, I told her what I told everyone else. I lied to her. Bakugo's eyes widened at this. You mean to tell me I knew more than Auntie and Co? I don't know, okay. It just felt like you had to know. Like you deserved to know more than anyone else, he attempted to explain. He opened his mouth to say more, but a huge explosion cut them off. On the television screen a few moments later, All for One lay unconscious in a smoking crater. People roared in approval at All Might's victory. Even those who seemed confused beyond belief joined in. The heroic triumph over evil overshadowing any misgivings those currently had about the truth about their number one hero and his quirk. This only made the contrast between how loud it was and how quiet it was about to be when All Might approached a camera crew that was making its way onto the scene along with disaster relief. "Citizens," he addressed the crowd, unwavering despite his emancipated form. Izuku's breath caught in his throat at the bloody tattered uniform his idol had hanging off of himself. "Today a great evil has been defeated." There was another round of applause from many of those watching the broadcast. "However, today an even greater thing than my body has been broken, your trust in me." Silence. "I owe everyone watching an explanation. The villain stated earlier that I have been weakening for some time. And unfortunately he was not mistaken. 7 years ago I fought the exact same villain when both of us were stronger. And while I thought I defeated him back then, it came at a cost. I received an injury that would slowly lead to the end of my career. Thankfully," he continued, "my quirk is special. One for All is a rare combination of two quirks. One allows the user to store and release massive amounts of power while the other passes on said quirk through DNA transfer. For a lack of better terms, One for All is not transferred genetically from generation to generation. It cannot be taken forcefully, but can be given to anyone the holder chooses. That is why I tried my best to keep it under wraps with only a close few knowing the truth. For keeping this secret I humbly apologize." He bowed his head for a moment before raising it back up once more. There was still much he had to say. "That being said, the villain also revealed that I had chosen a successor of my quirk. That is also true. One for All has already been steadily leaving me, but it exists in another." Izuku felt his friend's eyes on him once more. "I will not say the boy's name again, but I will tell you a bit about him." A smile stretched across All Might's face. "I met him barely a year ago when I rescued him from a villain. At first glance I saw him as nothing more than a citizen in need. Later he came across as a scrawny fanboy." He laughed, "But I would learn that he had a heart fit for helping people. This once quirkless boy reminded me what it truly means to be a hero." Ada gasped from where he stood behind Izuku. "Bakugo wasn't joking back then," the blue-haired boy whispered in awe. You were quirkless." The greenette forced himself to ignore his friend in favor of paying attention to the television. "I'm aware no matter how I explain myself there will be countless criticisms of my choice. To that I say this, I will defend my decision in choosing this boy as my successor until my dying breath. And to those thinking you can take advantage of his youth, well," he grinned, "you'll just have to get through me first. It's his turn now, citizens, and I could not be more proud. My boy," a finger pointed directly towards the camera. "You are next." Ever so slowly a variety of sounds began to fill the streets. Among them were clapping, shouts of All Might's name, wails mourning the sure-to-be retirement of the #1 hero, and people's questions about who the hero's successor is. At the center of all of this, Izuku sobbed grossly. Ada, Kirishima, and Bakugo could not fault him for that. It was all the recently rescued blonde could do but grab onto one of the greenette's wrists and pull him away from the crowd. "We should get out of here," he spoke to the other 3 students. "The police will need to know I'm safe so they can inform my folks, the school, and the damned press." Neither Ida nor Kirishima argued, both of them also wanting to get Izuku somewhere safe. It was only a matter of time before those who remembered hearing Izuku's name made the connection between that and his face. He would never hear the end of it once they did. After Bakugo had been led away by police officials, Ida called Yaoyorozu to inform them of their location, while the 2 students who got into UA on recommendations would need several minutes to arrive at the station's lobby. The class representative took to calling Aizawa. Since All Might had seen their involvement in Bakugo's rescue, there was no point hiding anything from the teacher. Kirishima also wasn't sure he could snap Izuku out of the daze he was in. Since being released from his childhood friend's grip, Izuku had gone silent. He simply stared forwards, sitting on one of the lobby chairs with tear after tear trailing down his cheek. Neither of his friends could get a verbal response from him. He didn't move much either. He was completely unresponsive. Todoroki would later call it a type of panic attack, Yaoyorozu a type of shock. Aizawa-sensei, the 4 students called out when the underground hero arrived in his usual attire. His face shone with disappointment, but the worry in his eyes stood out the most. Worry for one of his problem children. "I'll be speaking with you 4 later. For now I want you to go home, but expect a phone call from the school." Following the dismissal, he walked over to where Izuku sat catatonic. From what Ida had explained over the phone and what he gathered from the newscast, Aizawa could say his student was definitely in shock. Crouching down so he was a little below eye level with Izuku, the teacher slowly brought his hand in front of the boy's face and snapped his fingers. Zero recognition passed through those green eyes. "Midoriya," he tried. When the boy still seemed stuck in his own head, Aizawa reached out to grab one of the boy's hands. The response was instantaneous. Flinching back forcefully, Izuku blinked in rapid succession until he was squinting at his homeroom teacher. "Aizawa-sensei, what are you? Where are All Might? Is he okay? Calm down there, problem child. All Might wasn't injured badly enough to keep him down for long. He's receiving treatment by the best medical professionals in the area." Who I'm more worried about right now," he continued with a softening tone, "is you." Izuku's lower lip wobbled at the genuine care in the older man's voice. "I'm scared. And why is that? As much as I want to expel the lot of you for your more than obvious involvement in rescuing Bakugo, we can deal with a less drastic punishment later. All Might will live. I assume you're fine physically." "Yes, but..." "And UA will do all in its power to protect you from those who would want to target you for your quirk." The greenette tilted his head in confusion. "What?" Aizawa rolled his eyes before moving the hand on the boy's own to ruffle his curly hair. "Did you think the sudden reveal that you're All Might's successor would stop us from doing our jobs? If anything, this will just make your teachers strive harder to teach you to the best of our abilities. I for one won't be treating you any differently though, so don't think you'll be getting any special treatment. Just because All Might gave you his quirk doesn't mean I will let my attention to my other students waver. He might pick favorites, but I won't. I wouldn't want you to do any of that anyway, sensei." Izuku let out a small laugh. "I'm still scared though. All Might will have to retire now. And without a symbol of peace, the villains might try to act up. The League of Villains especially. Midoriya, I won't deceive you and tell you everything isn't going to go to hell. At some point it very well might." He noticed the frown on the boy's face before switching gears. "However, there are countless heroes out there that will just have to work even harder to keep people safe. No matter how many villains rise up, there will be heroes to stop them. No matter how many people are put in danger, there will be those to come to their rescue. In just a couple of years you will be one of them." This made Izuku burst into tears once more. "Thank you," he croaked out seconds before Aizawa pulled him into a comforting hug. The two of them stayed there like that for several minutes before Izuku began to fidget. Standing up, Aizawa noted he would need to do some laundry as soon as possible. Tears and snot did not look good on black. Pushing that thought to the back of his mind for now though, he gestured for his student to follow him. "Come on, problem child. I'm going to have to escort you back home. After that newscast, the media are going to be even more unbearable." Izuku stared back at his house one last time. All of his belongings were already packed into the car provided by UA, and it would be a couple of months until the next long break where he would be expected to return. That meant he had practically a quarter of the year before he had to worry about the prospect of facing the truth. Right. For now he would be fine. He could cope. Midoriya, the police officer and driver, got his attention. "Are you almost ready to go, or did you forget to grab something? I would be happy to come with you if you need any assistance." The greenette shook his head, politely rejecting the offer. "Thank you, but it's nothing. I'm ready to go now. If you're sure." She smiled, gesturing for him to climb into the passenger seat when he began to head towards the back. As he buckled up, he couldn't tear his eyes away from his apartment complex. It was like the building was looming down over him, the balcony of his apartment reaching towards him as if to strangle him alive. Was this dread he was feeling all of a sudden? Why did his own home become something he feared? Somewhere he was desperately trying to figure out some way to avoid. He was being pathetic. He didn't want to go back though. He couldn't go back. Not after what took place there just a few days ago. "Sweetie," the young police officer chanced a touch to his shoulder, causing him to flinch out of instinct. Her hand is small like Mom's, he thought against his better judgment. "Sorry," he answered a few seconds later. "I was lost in my own head. I'm really fine." "You don't look fine. You're, crying." Was he now? He brought a hand up to his cheek, wincing when it came away wet. It seemed he'd started crying and he wasn't even aware. "Sorry," he repeated sullenly. I miss my mom already. I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to see her again." The officer ruffled his hair in attempts to comfort him before she turned back to the steering wheel to start the car. "Don't worry, sweetie," she tried to remedy. "You'll be home again before you know it." Izuku turned away to face out the window. It was all he could do to hide the increased flow of tears after all. He also appreciated the rest of the drive being spent in silence. Because if he were forced to speak anymore, he felt like the mask he'd spent the past few days carefully constructing would very well shatter. "Something is wrong with Deku-kun," Uraraka whispered to Ada. The two had just finished unpacking their things and wished to take a quick break before adding the final touches to their rooms. They had convened in the lounge like many other students, thinking after a few minutes that they should check on their friend. When they went to knock on his door, however, the duo stilled at the soft sound of sniffling. The class representative frowned. "He seemed fine not too long ago. While I would like to give him his privacy, I believe it is our duty as friends to check on him. How do you feel, Uraraka?" he asked just as quietly. She nodded, determination clouding the worry in her eyes. "He needs our help." With that, Ada knocked on his friend's door, saying his name and greeting as he did so. After several seconds, Izuku popped his head out. It was obvious by the redness underneath his eyes and false cheery smile on his face that he was faking. "Hey guys, you already finished setting up your rooms?" "Sure did," Uraraka confirmed before her smile morphed into a frown. Deku-kun, were you crying a moment ago?" Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "And no, of course not. Why would I be doing that?" Ada fixed him with a disapproving stare. After a couple seconds of it, Izuku sighed, the false smile fading into a neutral look. Maybe I was a little bit, he admitted softly. It's not a big deal though. I was just feeling emotional because of the move. Honestly, I'll be fine once I get settled in. You two don't need to worry about me, I promise. We'll worry if we wanna. Uraraka countered. That's right. We're your friends, and we want to make sure you're okay. There's also nothing to be ashamed of. Moving can be stressful for everyone involved. The brunette nodded in agreement with Ada's statements. My parents were crying when I left, which made me bawl too. My mother and brother were a bit emotional as well. Izuku's lips curved into a smile at his friend's words. How did he wind up with such amazing, supportive friends? Make sure either one of your parents or guardians signs the permission slip, Aizawa instructed as he passed out the field trip forms. Ever since the training camp disaster, the school was required to at least send out a notice of what type of training their students would be participating in off campus, even if the location had to be kept secret. It was mostly formality to set the parents' minds at ease. Have them back to me by next Friday at the latest, otherwise I'll be calling someone for verbal confirmation. Aizawa stared at the permission slip form in his hands with a troubled look on his face. Present Mike noticed this along with his scrutinizing gaze, so he decided to see what the issue was. What's got your scarf in a twist, Shota? The homeroom teacher of Class 1 stared into his friend's glasses tiredly. Izuku Midoriya, one of my problem children, decided to forge his mother's signature. He turned the form around so the blonde could see. What I don't understand is why. He's a troublesome kid when it comes to many things, but he's never been dishonest before. He had to have known I would recognize the chicken scratch he calls handwriting. Present Mike shrugged. Maybe his mom is out of town and couldn't sign it. According to the records, his dad is most likely not in the picture since all of his contact forms only have her on them. If that's the case, he probably thought it wouldn't be a big deal to sign in her stead. I suppose, but I would expect someone like him to be honest with me. I would have offered to call her and take a verbal confirmation. I've already had to do that for a few students who don't have the time or money to have visited their families this past weekend. I'm going to have to call her now regardless, he added as he picked up his desk phone and dialed the boy's home telephone number first just to be sure. He'd called this phone number so many times it was committed to memory. Whatever floats your boat, man. If she's on a trip though, she might be too busy to answer. True to his assumption, Midoriya didn't answer either number provided on the emergency contact form. What set off flags for the teacher though was the response he got back from dialing the elder Midoriya's cell phone number. I'm sorry, but it appears this number has been disconnected. Goodbye. She probably had to change numbers or got another phone. Present Mike waved off the other's concerns. You worry too much, Shota. Just let the boy go on the field trip. I mean, you could talk to the little listener about forging the signature, but I don't think this warrants anything else. Later, Aizawa would kick himself for listening to Present Mike. He should have approached the boy about the incident right away. Yet it took something more upsetting to bring the truth to light. Deku. Izuku jumped at Bakugo's shout. The blonde was crossing the common room with a scowl on his face, cell phone in hand. Why yes, Kaken. What's up? The old hag can't get a hold of your mom to talk to her. She's called your house a couple times the past few days, and all she gets in an answering machine. Her cell phone number comes back saying it's disconnected. What gives? The other students on the lounge couldn't help but listen in. None of them figured out anything was wrong though, even as Izuku let out the most nervous chuckle they'd ever heard. Mom's been away from home because she's visiting family. Her cell phone died a couple weeks ago though, and she keeps putting off getting a new one. Bakugo almost bought it. Her birthday is in 2 days though, nerd. Are you telling me she's not going to be home by then? That would mean you would have no way of getting a hold of her either. Izuku's eyes filled with sadness. His throat constricted as he bit out a yeah. It's really unfortunate, but at least she's happy. Before getting up and leaving the room. To everyone's surprise, Bakugo looked worried all of a sudden. More worried than any of his classmates could ever imagine him appearing. Kirishima voiced as much. Auntie and Co would never not have a way of contacting Deku. She's too much of a warrior, he stated seriously. And that means Deku is lying. Why would he lie, dude? Kaminari voiced from where he and Siro were playing a video game at the television. Mina hummed in agreement. It does seem out of character for Midori to be dishonest. I have no clue what's going on, Bakugo said. But if my old hag can't get a hold of her soon, then I'll have to beat the truth out of him. True to his word. 1 week later, Bakugo had the perfect opportunity to do just that. One-on-one combat training. Huh, Izuku muttered as he looked at the chart All Might had posted. I have to fight. Kaken. Dread swept over him at the absolutely vicious smirk on his childhood friend's features. Hey, Deku. The blonde shouted across the ring. They were both in their PE uniforms, yet Bakugo still looked as intimidating as he did when he was in his hero costume. If I win this, you need to answer a question for me. You got it. Kaken, what are you? An explosion cut off his words and forced him to act. He would worry about what Bakugo could be talking about if he lost. Sadly, it seemed fate wasn't on his side today. The fight had become intense much faster than either of them had expected at first. Bakugo never went easy, but Izuku was fighting with more passion than he had in the past couple of weeks. It was like he was unsure what would happen if he lost the fight. Die already, Bakugo shouted during his final push. The blonde was tired of playing around. He wanted answers, and he wanted them today. Twisting expertly around while in midair, the boy used his explosions to blow Izuku up into the air before he grabbed his leg and threw him towards the ground. The greenette tried to right himself as he fell, but to his horror he felt strong calloused hands gripping the back of his head while digging a knee into his back. Izuku was barely able to break his fall using his quick on his legs, and he still needed to cover his face with his arms to avoid breaking his nose. A moment later he found his arms being twisted behind his back while Bakugo sat on him triumphantly. Looks like I win, nerd. Izuku's heart plummeted. What did you want to know, Kaken? The greenette asked his childhood friend later that afternoon. Classes had just gotten out, but Bakugo wasn't about to let Izuku slink off to hide in his room. That meant they had made it look as if they were leaving individually only to come back into their classroom when all others had left. The intensity of the blonde's red-eyed gaze burned. Deku, he started with the most level tone he'd used in a long while. Where has Auntie Inko been? I told you, she's been visiting family. Cut the crap. You told me that a week ago. And the excuse was barely passable as it was. Tell me what's really going on. Izuku remained silent. Within seconds Bakugo's temper sparked, and he was pushing the other against the wall forcefully. Tell me, damn it. I know something's going on. My old hag went over to your house after work 2 days ago and no one answered. She visited again later that night and there was still no answer, so what gives? Is she in the hospital or something? No, Deku. A hint of concern slipped into the word, and the trace of it made Izuku's breath hitch. His heart ached as he caught sight of Bakugo's red eyes. While they were filled with his usual anger and frustration, there was an emotion on his face Izuku didn't often see. Fear. Izuku's mask cracked and shattered. He couldn't lie to him anymore. Kaken, he started as his chin dropped to his chest, his entire form beginning to shake as tears welled up in his eyes. Mom left. The fire left Bakugo's eyes in an instant like Izuku's tears had extinguished them. He released his hold on the other, lowering his arms and taking a step back. What do you mean she left? She's not. The younger shook his head. She's alive and happy somewhere else. That doesn't make any sense. She couldn't take it anymore. Izuku suddenly lashed out, his voice rough with emotion. The day after everyone was visited by the teachers to see if we could live in the dorms, she packed up her things and left. She said she couldn't live worrying about me any longer, and that leaving was the only option she could come up with to handle the pain. I tried to stop her, he hiccuped, but even giving up my dream didn't change her mind. Now I don't even know where she is. Her phone, she disconnected it on purpose. He nodded while bringing an arm up to his eyes. Wetness soaked his skin immediately, his tears being a long way from running out. It's all my fault, Izuku continued brokenly. Because I kept getting hurt, because I didn't pay enough attention to how she felt, because I didn't give up on my dream soon enough. Deku, shut the hell up and look at me. A hand gripped his shoulder tightly, but not painfully so. When Izuku was finally able to lower his arm so he could look at Bakugo, he wasn't shocked to see his telltale glare. Who knows? Izuku gulped. Just you. You've got to be cheating me right now. The blonde's grip hardened. You haven't told Four Eyes and Round Face yet. What about All Might or the ugly caterpillar? Kaken, you really need to rethink those nicknames. I didn't want to bother them. I'm fine, really. Bullshit. Don't lie to me, Deku. Of course you're not fine. Talk to someone, you hear me? I don't care who, but sooner or later Yue is going to find out. Our classmates don't deserve a damn thing when it comes to an explanation, but you need to get this sorted out. This situation is messed up. I can't believe she'd just up and go like that. Anger seethed into his voice. For a moment Izuku was in awe that such fury was directed at someone other than him. Then, he realized it was still his mother they were talking about. Are you going to tell your mom? Bakugo's eyes darkened. Yeah, she's going to call you when I do though. I can wait a couple days until you're ready if you want, but she deserves to know. And once she knows, she's going to track your mom down to give her a piece of her mind. But that the blonde removed his hand, turning around and walking out of the classroom to leave the greenette standing there alone. Izuku opened his mouth to tell him he didn't want that to happen even though Bakugo was well out the door, the conversation having made his mind sluggish. He was already so emotionally exhausted from the encounter it was all he could do to trudge back to the dorm. He would bring this up to All Might tomorrow. The impending conversation was throwing his entire day off. He'd been jittery since his first class, and his nerves were only worsening as the day went on. He should have known by the last class of the day that taking part in special move training was not something he should do without focus. Still, he found himself practicing a newly developed move while his mind raced about how to approach All Might. The man was standing off to the side discussing something with Aizawa at the moment. Glancing over at the retired hero and his teacher, Izuku wasn't paying attention to Sato, who was fighting Kirishima atop a rocky outcrop. He also didn't hear the warning that part of the rock formation was giving away. Midoriya, move, Kirishima yelled just as a large amount of the outcrop detached from the rest of it. The greenette finally seemed to shake out of it when the rock was already halfway down. However, the sound of engines filled his ears faster than he could react. A few seconds later, Ida was standing next to a shaken Izuku with worry plain on his face. Midoriya, Ida started in concern. You've been distracted all day, and you almost got hurt. You're putting yourself in unnecessary danger. What's going on? Sorry, Ida-kun, you know you can talk to me, right? I know. I promise I know that. But Aizawa's stern voice cut him off. Midoriya, come here. All Might and I would like to discuss something with you. Izuku gulped, half relieved he could get away from his friend and half terrified the adults noticed his screw-up. Sometime later, Izuku found himself standing in an office space attached to the training building. All Might and Aizawa assured him the room was soundproof and that no one would be let in, which only raised the greenette's anxiousness. I'm really sorry for not paying attention back there, Izuku began apologetically. Something was on my mind, but I promise it won't happen again. All Might smiled slightly. We understand it happens sometimes, my boy, but that's not entirely the reason we wanted to talk to you. The blonde turned to his companion pointedly. Aizawa stared at Izuku for a long moment. There was a mix of some very complicated emotions in the hero's eyes that Izuku couldn't decipher. Midoriya, I overheard what you told Bakugo yesterday. Izuku froze. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I was sleeping underneath the desk when you two walked in. I only woke up when Bakugo started yelling at you, but by that point it was too late for me to make myself known. I apologize for the invasion of your privacy. On the other hand, I have not informed All Might here of the situation. I was hoping you could do that. Perhaps then we could figure out where to go from here. While he talked, Izuku's breathing accelerated. For a moment it felt like he was going to have a panic attack, so he dropped to his knees with his teachers following him to the floor. My boy, All Might was practically begging. He'd been worried about Izuku ever since the semester had begun. Something was off about him, and the hero wanted nothing more than to fix the problem hurting the boy. What happened? There was a long moment of silence. During this time, Aizawa and All Might met each other's eyes a couple of times, remaining patient that the greenette kneeling between them would offer some sort of explanation. After nearly 5 minutes of concentrated breathing, he did just that. She left. Both teachers felt sick, Aizawa already having heard it once, not making it any more pleasant to hear. He'd been expecting something was going on for weeks. Those two words more or less confirmed their worst fears. Young Midoriya, All Might questioned, his tone far gentler than he'd ever used. He didn't want to ask for specifics, but he needed to know. What do you mean by that? That was all it took to break the dam. Tears fell from the boy's eyes like a profusely leaking faucet. His entire body began to shake as he attempted to gasp out what he knew he should have told them over a month ago. Not even the feeling of All Might's hand rubbing his back comfortingly was helping alleviate his anguish. Mom, she left, he repeated brokenly. The day after she said I could live on campus, I noticed her packing a suitcase. When I asked her about it, she said she was going to be taking a trip to visit a friend, so it wasn't until that evening that I realized her behavior was odd. It was only because the photo of us together on her dresser was gone. The empty picture frame sat on her bedside dresser oh so innocently. It had no idea that it hadn't been empty since the day after he was born. Mom, he ran out of her room yelling, his voice raw with panic. Something was wrong. Mom, where are you? Crying answered his ears. I'm in the kitchen, Izuku, she called back half-heartedly just as he burst through the doorway. Their emerald eyes met each other, both tearful. Mom, you're not going to visit a friend, are you? The tiniest hint of a summer smile on her face was all the answer he needed. Please, Mom, why are you crying? Where are you going? What happened? I can't take it anymore, sweetie. I'm sorry. What? She closed her eyes like not looking at him was the only way for her to keep it together. After yesterday, I realized there's no way to stop you from hurting yourself. Even if you hadn't stayed at UA, you're bound to hurt yourself no matter where you go, because you're going to be a hero someday. You're actually already a hero, from what I heard, and while that makes me happy and proud, I can't help the pain in my chest. It's gotten so bad these past months. I expected it to lessen up after hearing All Might's declaration to raise you to be the next symbol of peace. She paused when a couple tears passed through her closed eyes. But it didn't, Izuku. It got worse. Mom, Izuku stepped forward with an outstretched hand only to freeze when she looked up at him. Her eyes were full of regret. I'm sorry, Izuku, but I can't take it anymore. I can't stay here anymore knowing you're going to destroy yourself. No matter the righteous cause, I just can't take it, so I'm leaving. Leaving, he parroted back dumbly. Was his hearing damaged? Yes, I've arranged the bills so that they will all be paid automatically from your father's funds. There are notes on how to manage the account, keep track of the payments on the apartment among other bills, and so on should anything come up. I'm leaving the place to you so you can take care of yourself. The recipe for your favorite meal, katsudon, is among the notes I mentioned earlier. I taught you to cook, so you can't be serious. The younger Midoriya cut her off. Mom, I love you. You can't just leave. She smiled sadly as more tears escaped. Yes, I can. I've already been granted approval to switch to another office in a different city. What city? I'd rather you didn't know. You'll try to find me one day, and you might very well succeed, which is why I'm going to ask that you don't seek me out. Can you promise me that? Of course not. Sweetie, please. For your mother. Izuku dropped to his knees in despair. This was all because he wanted to be a hero and had hurt himself so badly his mother couldn't cope. This was all his fault. Mom, please. He bowed his head, his hands curling into his knees so hard his nails broke skin. I'll give up on being a hero altogether. No, you won't. I will, I promise. I'll do anything if it means not losing you. Inko shook her head. Even if you're telling the truth, I couldn't live with myself if I was the reason you gave up on your dream. But you could live with yourself if you left. I'm honestly not even sure about that yet, she admitted sadly. After a moment she looked at the clock on the microwave and stood up in alarm. Izuku waited for her to say more, but instead she merely got up and rushed to the door. It was only after she'd slipped her shoes on that he noticed 2 bags by the door waiting for her. This was happening. She was going to leave. Mom, he begged one more time. I love you. I love you. Please don't do this. I'm sorry, Izuku, but this is the only way. I love you too. And if you truly love me, you won't stop or follow me. You're going to be a fine hero one day. Maybe sometime in the future we'll both be strong enough and I'll see you again. Until then, she stated quietly while placing a kiss on her son's head, allow All Might to raise you in my stead. I trust him to raise you better than I ever could. And Mom, he sobbed grossly. Please. She turned around and opened the door. Goodbye, sweetie. The door shut a second later, and Izuku wondered if his neighbors could hear his wails. They would surely hear his cries the next day when he tried to call his mother only to find out her number was no longer in service. She disconnected her phone, the last means Izuku had to contact her. Once he'd recounted the story, he stopped talking. The only sounds in the room were the sounds of his hiccups. All Might and Aizawa were speechless. Then, all at once, rage sparked in the underground hero's eyes. Midoriya, he started while placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. All Might leaned back slightly so Izuku could turn to face the shaggy-haired man. Midoriya, you must know that what happened isn't your fault. The boy's eyes shut tightly. I don't believe that. Young Midoriya, please. If it's anyone's fault, it's my own. All Might stated regretfully. I was the one that failed in my teaching. I should have trained you better, protected you longer. It is because of me that. You're both wrong. Aizawa cut in tersely. The fault lies in no one but his mother. She was the one that chose to leave. She abandoned you. Izuku shook his head. You don't understand. She spent her entire life raising me on her own, watching me get hurt since I was 4. Her nerves have gotten worse over the years. Her chest aches when I make her worry too much. There's nothing doctors could do but tell her to get away from her stressors. One of those stressors just happens to be me. Please don't get her in trouble. She didn't abandon me. She was taking care of herself. His homeroom teacher seemed just as mad as before, but All Might remain calm. We'll figure something out. In the case of a missing, deceased, or negligent parent, guardianship is transferred temporarily to the student's homeroom teacher as per the most recent UA contract, unless, of course, you have other family members willing to take you in. My father works abroad. He wouldn't be able to care for me without losing his job. And he's an orphan, so there's no family on that side. My mom's family is either in America or has passed away. I don't want to leave Japan though, All Might. I can't. I don't want you to either, which leaves us with the options of locating your mother and hoping she chooses to come back rather than face charges for leaving you, emancipating you, which would prove to be a struggle without getting your mother involved, or the retired hero looked Aizawa for a long moment, or your homeroom teacher can assume temporary guardianship until you turn 18. That would be up to the both of you though. Izuku met Aizawa's eyes with his own widening ones. They appraised each other for so long All Might was going to tell the greenette he could have time to think it over after school, but to his surprise Aizawa spoke first. That's in roughly 2 years, right? I suppose I can watch over one of my problem children for that long. Really? Izuku couldn't help but ask. But I'm already a handful as a student. Are you sure you really want to assume responsibility of me? If my own mom couldn't handle me, why would you want me? I'd be honored to have you, he answered with complete seriousness. It made Izuku want to weep, but luckily he held it at bay. I hope you don't mind cats though. I have a lot of them. Also, Present Mike and Midnight like to visit unexpectedly. All Might moved in next door to me last week too, so beware of him coming over for meals most nights. He can't cook to save his life apparently. Hey, Izuku felt laughter bubbling up. At the same time he felt the urge to cry again. Their kindness was overwhelming. I'd really like that, he finally said. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, All Might. The shaggy-haired man shook his head. Just call me Aizawa outside class, kid. It's going to be weird hearing it at home otherwise. And call me Tashinori, All Might added. It'd be bad if anyone heard you calling me by my hero name outside the gates. Don't want to attract too much extra attention, right my boy? Yeah, you're right. The three of them stood up then, Izuku feeling embarrassed that he'd cried all over All Might. It was obvious by the large wet spot on his shirt. Nevertheless, the retired hero laughed it off. Nothing a change in shirt won't fix. Why don't we head back to the main school building together? We'll both change and we can take a short trip off campus. There's this new ice cream shop I've been wanting to try called. Izuku listened to All Might describe the ice cream shop they'd be visiting fondly. He remembered something his mother had said. I trust All Might to raise you better than I ever could. She was wrong, so wrong. No one could ever replace her. As he thought about the conviction his homeroom teacher spoke with when offering to care for him though, All Might's smaller but fatherly gestures also entering his mind, he decided maybe he could make it through this. Maybe things would be okay. Young Midoriya, are you in there? You're staring into space and it's a little disconcerting. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts, a sheepish smile rising to his face. Sorry, I'm listening, I promise. Well, hello there listening, I promise, I'm All Might. The greenette's jaw dropped. Did he just made a dad joke? Inko Midoriya, like many other citizens, had been asleep during All Might's final fight. After spending the last few days losing sleep over worrying for her son's health, this would be the first night she could sleep easier knowing her boy had finally woken up after being unconscious for days. Who could blame her for allowing herself to turn in early for the night after what had happened? Because of this though, all life-changing news being revealed on live television about the #1 hero and her son went by without her knowledge, until her longtime friend woke her up. That is, Mitsuki. The green-haired woman yawned as she answered her cell phone. Is everything okay? Did the police find Katsu? Don't tell me you've been in bed this entire time. Inko blinked the sleep from her eyes. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what's... Inko, the elder Bakugo's voice cut her off. The absolutely serious tone snapped the previously resting woman to attention. I need you to go to a computer right now. Don't ask me any questions, just follow my instructions. Okay, Mitsuki, you're worrying me. It'll be easier for you to see it rather than have me explain it. Just go to the computer and search for. A minute later, Inko sat in front of a computer watching the news from not even 20 minutes prior. Mitsuki stayed silent on the other line as the elder Midoriya watched the newscast with horror, then relief, and finally awe at what had taken place. My baby is All Might's successor, she asked herself more than Mitsuki. That explains how his quirk appeared so late despite the test results. And also tells me why it's really so different than Hisashi's and mine. He kept it a secret from me though. I'm sure he didn't lie to hurt anyone. That quirk is All Might's secret as much as his own. And we both know your boy wouldn't betray his hero. Furthermore, I think it would have been better if it had stayed a secret. A quirk that powerful that can be given willingly to another will mean nothing but trouble for the kid. Inko shivered. He's already getting hurt so often. If more. She paused. Mitsuki, there's beeping coming from your end. I think you have another call. Yeah, I do. Let me take it really quick, she said before putting the other woman on hold. Barely a minute later the call was resumed. They found Katsuki. The greenette was ecstatic. That's excellent. Are you going to pick him up from the police station? He's being driven back along with some representatives from UA and the police force. He's completely uninjured, thank God. That means I can punch him for getting kidnapped and making me worried out of my mind. Mitsuki, that's no way to welcome him home. She could just feel the other woman rolling her eyes at her. Inko, I love you, but I'm going to punch him. It's how I show affection. I'll give him hugs and kisses after that though if it makes you feel better. We really need to discuss. Her brows furrowed in surprise when the home phone started ringing. She left the other room and rushed towards it, already gearing to get off of her cell phone for the time being. I'm sorry, but can I call you back? Someone is calling the house and I feel like it must be important. Just as she finished talking, she could make out the caller ID. It's one of Izuku's teachers, she told Mitsuki. All right, girl, call me back after, okay? Of course, bye. With that she hung up her cell phone, answering the house phone on the 5th ring. Midoriya residence, she answered. Who may I ask is calling? A gruff voice answered her, the sound of traffic in the background. Inko Midoriya, correct. This is your son's homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, otherwise known as Eraserhead. I remember your voice. You called after the incident at camp. I did. Are you calling about what happened on the news earlier? Izuku should be safe in the hospital if that's what you're worried about. But I thought his teachers already knew he won't be discharged until tomorrow. There was a deep sigh from the other line. About that, I'm calling regarding your son's whereabouts tonight. It was hours later when Aizawa arrived at the Midoriya residence. With a much more calmed down yet still apprehensive Izuku, the two of them were greeted by a fretting Inko. Izuku, she cried before enveloping her son in a hug. The boy melted into the embrace, his once dried up tears being joined by new ones. Mom, I'm so sorry. Sweetie, it's okay. I saw what happened on the news. While I'm upset you couldn't tell me, I understand why you had to keep everything a secret. I wanted to tell you." He tried to start once more, but his mother tightened her hold on him. "Izuku, it's fine. All Might trusted you to keep his secret. I would be a poor mother to say I'm not happy that you kept your word to him." Internally, Izuku winced. He wasn't planning on bringing up the Bakugo mishap, but he still felt the stab of guilt. Luckily, his mother couldn't see the brief look of regret cloud his eyes before she pulled away. Smiling, the woman turned to Izuku's homeroom teacher. "Thank you for bringing him home. It was nothing, however. There is another reason I am here. Why don't we sit down somewhere to discuss it?" Inko nodded. "Of course. I made some tea if you'd like some, by the way. Would you like a cup?" "If you don't mind, thank you." A moment later, the three of them were sitting at the dining room table. The teacher watched his student bring 2 cups of hot tea to the table in a far more graceful manner than he usually did in class. Aizawa grabbed his cup and took a sip appreciatively just as the elder Midoriya sat down. "What did you want to discuss?" she inquired politely. Aizawa pulled out his phone so he could bring up the text he'd gotten from Principal Nedzu during the long drive back. "Yue has already been planning a dormitory initiative for students before the events of tonight. Teachers were scheduled to visit the homes of the students to apologize for what happened at the training camp, ask forgiveness, and promise safety to their students by having them live on campus in the new constructed housing units. After what has been revealed tonight, on the other hand, Nedzu has a proposal for the both of you. It was brought up to me because we're aware that due to the nature of your son's quirk, he will most likely be targeted heavily by villains and civilians alike. The fact that he's All Might's successor is just the icing on the cake." He paused for a moment, Inko staring at him in rapt attention all the while. "If you would allow it, Yue has offered to provide housing along with anything else you may need in order to make sure you stay safe as well, Mrs. Midori." Izuku's jaw dropped. "What? On my..." Inko mumbled to herself as the new information. Here she had been planning on taking Izuku out of Yue because of everything that had happened, but now thinking about it, Yue might be the only way to ensure she and her son were safe. The underground hero blinked tiredly. "The dormitories are being constructed as we speak, and they should be completed within the next 3 or 4 days. Izuku would be living with his classmates in their own building. You," he spoke directly to Inko, "would get your own unit in the small apartment building they are constructing for the staff and important visitors. You would still be able to leave campus as you please with the addition of a hero escort to make sure no one bothers you. They could dress as casually as you want if you desired to be discreet, or if you wish for them to be in full gear, that is fine too. A preference for who it is could be discussed as well. Either way, you would only be a short walk away from the main school building and your son's dorm. If this isn't something you want to do, I understand, but we recommend an in-home bodyguard of sorts or a small police force to be arranged outside the building. Everyone in the world knows your son's name from the sports festival, so it wouldn't be hard for them to find you." A deep sigh. "I know this isn't ideal, and I apologize for the trouble All Might has apparently caused by choosing your son as his successor, but I hope you can make a decision that will make you happy despite the circumstances." There was silence for a little bit after that. Then, "Aizawa, was it?" A slender hand being placed on his startled him. He brought his eyes back up to see a small but sincere smile on the woman's face. "I already know what I'm going to do." The man raised an eyebrow while Izuku looked at his mother in confusion. "What is that?" "Izuku is the most important piece of my life. I would do anything to protect him. While I don't approve of him hurting himself during his time at Yue, All Might's speech made me realize how much my little boy has grown in all of the adversity the world's thrown at him. After everything that's happened, I want him to be the hero I know he already is. So because of that, I will happily consent to us being moved to Yue's campus." The younger Greenette, to Aizawa's horror, started crying again. How did he even have any tears left? "Mom," he stated with a voice full of emotion. "Thank you." Aizawa cleared his throat. "If that's the case, then I suggest you two get some sleep. I'll remain here on guard duty until the afternoon when Nedzu will be sending some other hero and a moving truck to assist with the adjustment. My guess is on ectoplasm. Whoever it ends up being, though, will also help get everything brought up to the apartment." Midoriya, he turned to Izuku. "You will be staying with your mother for a couple of days until the dormitories are completed. Is this okay with both of you?" Mother and son turned to each other and smiled. They nodded simultaneously. In the time before the second semester began, Izuku spent a lot of time with his mother. For one, he told her about everything that had happened to him since his first meeting with All Might. He'd learned the hard way that not telling her anything other than the bare minimum about his life made him feel awful. She deserved the truth, and except for omitting that he and his classmates were the ones to best the hero killer, he told her everything. She hung on every word he said, occasionally interjecting to scold him or to give herself a moment to compose herself. When he got to the part about how he'd have to face All for One's apparent successor, Tamura Shigaraki, one day she finally told him she needed a break. "I love you, sweetie, but if I hear anything else before a relaxing cup of tea, I very well might faint." Sorry, Mom. There was also the talk he'd shared with his homeroom teacher. Midoriya, I owe you an apology. Izuku stared at the underground hero completely baffled. You are a bright student, he continued. I must admit I didn't recognize it at the beginning. When I first saw your destructive actions in the entrance exam, I thought you were just someone born with power, but not the resolve to master it. During the quirk assessment test, you proved me wrong. You, who appeared to be a timid fanboy whose quirk would quite possibly ruin his body before he even got through his first year of high school, showed me that you were an analytical mind that embodies many of the best traits of heroism. Despite your self-sacrificial tendencies, stubbornness, and emotional personality, you're a passionate kid who truly wishes to help people. You don't give up. You push yourself and you genuinely care about others, and that gives you endless potential. I told you I wouldn't treat you any differently than your classmates, and I meant that. Yet before I keep to my word, I felt you deserved to hear this. Had I known All Might was your teacher and had chosen to pass his quirk down to you on the day of the entrance exam, leaving you to figure it out in the middle of a battle against giant robots, I would have pulled him aside and let him have it. That man is horrendous at teaching. Izuku thought of the first battle exercise in the final exam last semester. Okay, maybe Aizawa had a point. Anyway, had I been told of your situation, I would have made sure you received the proper quirk counseling usually provided to students in their younger years. It's not too late to start now, of course, especially now that the secret is out. Perhaps Nedzu could help you uncover ways to improve your control or lessen the damage it causes your body. The principal is the quirk advisor. Aizawa nodded. He is, and I believe talking to him would do you some good. As it is, problem child, this discussion is basically over. I just wanted you to know I look forward to your progress from here on out, and that UA is here to provide you the help you'll need. All Might always tried to do things alone in a way of lessening others' burdens. Be better than him, and come to us every once in a while. We're here for you. Okay, Aizawa-sensei. I will. The greenette responded with a serious look on his face before it softened into one of his usual bright smiles. And thank you. Honestly, Izuku had been pulled aside by nearly every teacher at UA. After what was being dubbed the big reveal, Nedzu had instructed them to treat him as they usually did. But because so many of them were fans of All Might and felt kinship with their colleague, approaching Izuku had been a must. Every single one of his teachers assured him of his safety and that they would do their best to prepare him to follow in All Might's footsteps. Their expectations of him were starting to get to him, though. He did his best to push those thoughts to the side. But he knew he'd need to talk to someone about the growing feeling of doubt sometime soon. Then came the day his classmates would be moving into the dorm with him. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Inko asked her son as he prepared to leave. It was only a 5-minute walk from her apartment to Class 1A's Alliance Heights, so she wouldn't mind. I know you're going to have a lot of explaining to do since you decided you want to tell them the truth. If you want me there for support, then I'd be happy to join you. Izuku shook his head. Thank you, Mom, but this is something I want to do on my own. Aizawa-sensei will be there if I need anyone, and I'll be fine knowing you and All Might are nearby. As long as you're sure, dear. Oh, by the way, when will you be visiting next? You'll be staying in your room permanently now, and I'll be busy during the day working under Principal Nedzu, so it might get a little hard to. She trailed off as Izuku started laughing, and after a moment she joined in. What am I saying? Oh, sweetie, I'll see you every day after classes, right? Of course. You're literally on the way back to the dorms. I'll probably eat dinner here most nights too, since I'll already be spending most of the day with my classmates or doing homework anyway. Maybe you could join us for dinner at the dorms sometimes. Inko's eyes shined with excitement. That would be lovely. I've wanted to meet your friends for the longest time anyway. You're sure they wouldn't mind? They'll love you, Mom. After a few more words, Izuku said goodbye. Within minutes, he was standing before the dormitory, nearly shaking from nerves. One part of him was excited to see his friends, and another was nervous about how they were going to treat him after learning the truth. What if, hey there, problem child? The teacher suddenly appeared behind him, having walked out of the dormitory itself after some last-minute checks. I can tell you're panicking. Stop that. The chances that any of your classmates are going to be upset or angry because of you are exceedingly low. I already talked with them one-on-one about what happened in Kamino, so don't worry about me making them dejected by talking about almost expelling the lot of you here. Izuku winced at that. Aizawa was the bluntest person he knew, and he spoke with Tsuyu on a semi-regular basis. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. The older man rolled his eyes. A second later, Izuku felt a hand resting on his head. It moved from the front of his head to the back, the motion of which calmed him somewhat. When it kept repeating more than a couple times, though, Izuku gazed at his teacher curiously. Are you, petting me? It seems to cheer my cats up. Why? Oh, no reason. The greenette suddenly felt concerned for his homeroom teacher, but chalked it up to him being a little socially awkward. He meant well after all. Izuku also couldn't say he didn't enjoy the gesture either. They waited there for several more minutes until buses began to come into view from outside the gate. Soon after, each of the buses was arriving at one of the dormitories, the one that held the other 19 Class 1 students in it, coming to a stop a little ways from the front of the building. Izuku waited tensely as the door opened, his classmates piling out within seconds. Naturally, Uraraka was the first one out with Ida on her heels. The former tackled Izuku while Ida stood close by. "Deku-kun, Aizawa-sensei told us you wouldn't be able to contact anyone during break. But even though he told us you were okay, we need to make sure for ourselves," she shouted before letting him go with a small blush on her face. "I'm fine, really," Izuku responded. "My mom and I changed phone numbers in order to make sure no one on the outside would have our contact information. My mom's already sent hers out to a few trusted friends. But I was planning on sending it to the group chat tonight since I wanted to wait until after I talked to everyone in person. There are some things I have to say." He finished as the rest of the class walked up to where the rest of them were. Aizawa called them to attention. "Listen up. I'm going to give you a quick tour of the building. And once I'm done, you can bother Midoriya however much you want. I know he wants to talk to you all as a group though, so it'd be in your best interest to wait until after I've showed you around." "Yes, sensei." So the class was shown the various features of the building. Many of the students were in awe at the amenities, while others didn't react much. By the end of the short tour, the group was back in the common area, each of them waiting to be handed the envelope that held their room assignment and key. "All right, you all have the rest of the day to settle in. Tomorrow morning there are no classes since it is still the weekend. But there will be an assembly at 10 o'clock sharp. You'll meet in homeroom 15 minutes prior so we can head there together. Don't be late." With that, Aizawa told them he was going to take a nap. He told Ida and Yaoyorozu to contact him if there were any problems, although the two model students promised to solve what they could before contacting him. On the way out the door, he sent a meaningful look to Izuku. "It's going to be okay." Izuku took a deep breath and smiled. Yes, he was scared, but he knew what to do in the face of fear. "Smile. Hey, everyone. I have some things I need to tell you." First, he explained that he was diagnosed quirkless at the age of 4. "Dude, really?" Kirishima questioned. "I can only imagine how people treated you wanting to be a hero without having a quirk. This kid Mina and I went to middle school with was quirkless and she got picked on quite a bit. That's totally manly though, Midoriya." Izuku chuckled awkwardly. "Thanks, Kirishima-kun. It was pretty tough growing up. When the doctor told me to forget about developing a quirk, my mom and I were devastated. No one thought I could ever be a hero if I was quirkless." He went on to tell them about walking home one evening and encountering the sludge villain. "You almost died," Mina exclaimed. "That's insane," Kaminari agreed. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. "You mean you ran into the bastard that tried to kill me too?" Izuku nodded sheepishly. "Yeah, All Might saved me from him before he could suffocate me, but the bottles the villain was put in were dropped later, when we, went flying." Izuku placated his classmates' cries by telling them about the reckless stunt he'd pulled. "Midoriya, that was highly dangerous," Ida reprimanded. "And stupid," Siro put bluntly. "I think that's exactly something he'd do," Todoroki commented with a shrug. "I'm not very surprised, to be honest." From there he told them about everything that happened on the roof. They kept quiet during the part about learning All Might's secret, but they couldn't hold back from reacting to learning that All Might had crushed his dreams. "He had a point, Ribbit," Tsuyu said. "Still, I can't say that I would have put it that way. That must have hurt." Izuku nodded with a pained smile on his face. He told them about the incident with Bakugo, the entire class listening in suspense with the exception for Bakugo, who walked out of the room. The blonde only came back a few minutes later when Kirishima had gone after him. "He's done telling us about the sludge villain now, bro. Come on, whatever, hair for brains." Needless to say, he returned for the final pieces of his origin story. ... And after he told me I could be a hero, he told me about One for All. He told me he believed I could be his successor. I said yes. Bullshit. Abruptly, Bakugo got up once again, his face strangely pale despite the angry look on his face. He left the room, warning Kirishima to leave him alone. "Don't worry about him, Deku-kun," Uraraka said. "He's probably just jealous." Izuku shook his head. While he couldn't discern what exactly was wrong with his childhood friend, he knew for a fact it wasn't because of envy. If he had to guess, the closest emotion he could decipher on the blonde's face had been guilt. What was Bakugo guilty about, though? Anyway, Gyro broke in. "Your story is crazy, you know that. Honestly, the only reason it's even believable is because of what All Might and that villain said." The greenette flushed. "Yeah, I get that. How did he pass his quirk down to you?" Yaoyorozu was suddenly asking. I'd rather not." Sato's face became horrified. "That's right. It had to be transferred by some form of DNA. The remaining 18 classmates stared at Izuku expectantly. Do you really need to know? Shouts of yes and absolutely met his ears. He groaned. You guys are cruel, he muttered to himself before becoming more composed. After training my body by clearing a beach of trash for several months straight so my body wouldn't explode due to the introduction of the quirk, All Might had me eat a piece of his hair the morning of the entrance exam. No way, Midori. He waited until the day of the exam. That seems like it would have been way too risky. Ribbit. Oh my god, that means the first time you used your quirk was taking down the 0-pointer and saving me, wasn't it? Deku-kun. Dude, you ate a piece of his hair. That's nasty. Lay off, man. He got a quirk out of it. Also, that means All Might would have had to do the same thing in the past. That just makes it so much weirder. He'd have to have traces of like 8 other people's DNA in him. The boy in question just sighed. Where was Aizawa-sensei when he needed him? The test of courage was about to begin when a hulking figure as big as Tiger lumbered into the clearing. Is that guy part of the test? Hagakure asked. Next to her, Gyro shivered. I don't think so. He's muttering something about getting to have fun, but it sounds wrong. Shoji got into a fighting stance. Mandalay, he said urgently. He's saying something under his breath about Shigaraki. It seems like he isn't the only villain here. He's also muttering something about murdering us. Mandalay narrowed her eyes, but her and her colleagues seemed spooked. The students of Class 1 and not in remedial lessons stared at the hulking mass stepping into the clearing with unease. Everyone, Pixie Bob said in a commanding voice, head back to the lodge. Villains have most likely infiltrated the camp. You're right, but those kids aren't going anywhere, kitty cat. Suddenly the ground was shaky. The villain growing large red muscles that allowed him to propel himself across the clearing in no time flat. He'd sent Pixie Bob flying into a nearby tree in a matter of seconds. When she hit the ground, she was out cold. Attention students, Mandalay broadcasted telepathically with her quirk as the villain turned towards her and Tiger. There is a villain on camp grounds. There is a chance he is connected to another villain named Shigaraki, who is the apparent leader of the League of Villains. Please stay on high alert and with a teacher at the lodge. We do not know if there are more. The cited villain goes by the name of Muscular. He has a quirk allows him to. She was forced to break off her message when Muscular came crashing towards her, only getting out of the way because Tiger had blocked the attack. She was still sent rolling, her claws scraping the ground as she watched her friend spit out blood. Tiger. Her voice carried both vocally and telepathically. Eraserhead, she sent out desperately. We could use your help out here. Muscular's quirk makes him almost as strong as All Might. If you cancelled it out for even a few seconds, then we would be able to. A punch to the gut had her tumbling to the ground. She rolled across the clearing trying to get purchase, but before she could, her back made contact with a tree. A gasp escaped her as pain raced up and down her spine before she collided with the ground. I thought cats always landed on their feet. The villain cackled as he turned towards the students. Now let's see. There you are. Bakugo, right. I've been told to collect you. The blonde in question took a moment to look surprised before his face morphed into a terrifying grin. Collect me. I'd like see you try. A hole. Kaken, Izuku started worriedly. If he did something stupid like rushing at the villain as he'd done at the USJ, he knew it wouldn't end well. Wait a minute, Muscular said, realization dawning in his voice. His real and fake eye was both revealed as he threw the mask and cape shrouding his identity to the side. A deranged smirk split his face. You're that Midoriya kid. Shigaraki put you at the top of tonight's kill list. Do you know what that means? Izuku's classmates didn't even have time to scatter before the man was tearing through them, a red arm connecting painfully with the greenette's middle. He was sent flying into a tree much like the others, a strangled cry on his lips as he activated his quirk just in time to kick back off of it. By the time he managed to land on his feet though, Muscular was already there to kick him right back across the field where he'd come. Izuku braced himself for another nasty tumble when a slope of ice appeared to send him flying into the air where Shoji then caught him. Midoriya, are you okay? Shoji, yeah, I'm fine. They landed just in time to see Bakugo hurtling towards the villain using his explosion. Todoroki was also in the fray, trying to freeze the villain in place without hitting Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Tsuyu, who were trying to assist Bakugo by making small explosives and flash bombs, floating them, and flinging them at the guy. Ida was running around collecting the fallen pussycats. Koda and Minta, can you two take Tiger back to the lodge? Alert the teachers and other students as to what is going on. Hagakure and Gyro, if you could do the same with Pixie Bob. He turned to Mandalay, who sat on the ground clutching her stomach in pain. Mandalay, are you well enough for Aoyama and Ajiro to escort you back to the lodge for medical attention? Your ribs are most likely bruised or broken, and if there is internal bleeding. He trailed off when he realized her eyes were closed in concentration. Koda, she projected even though her head spun. Wherever you are, please get back to the lodge. There are villains here and you're in danger. Please be careful. Find heroes. Find anyone. Just please stay safe. We love you. Her thoughts slurred as the pounding in her skull grew. She definitely had a concussion. A loud crack drew everyone's attention. The iceberg-sized slope of ice Todoroki had created to contain Muscular had been shattered, the man's quirk having sent a massive crack down the middle that sent the ice crumbling. Nice try, pretty boy, but you're not very high on the kill list. My fun here's with him first and foremost. The blonde grinned before turning his focus on Izuku. What the hell? Your fight is with us, you bastard. Bakugo screamed as he charged the villain, Todoroki quickly going to back him up. The villain laughed. Easy there, Bakugo. I'll get to handing you over to Shigaraki after I've spilled some more blood. Each sheet, a hole. Unfortunately, Muscular had been going easy up until now. That meant once they were close enough to the villain, he used his enhanced muscles to get in close before they could even blink an eye. In an instant, they were both sent crashing through the nearby underbrush and out of sight. Kakin, Todoroki, Izuku cried out, a glare enveloping his face as he activated full cowling. Leave them alone. Muscular was in front of him before he could finish, meaty hand wrapping around his throat painfully. Ada tried to intervene with a reciproburst as his classmates escaped the clearing with the pussycat. The rescue attempt ended with him being knocked away like he was nothing but a bug. This caused the class rep to grit his teeth and run out of the clearing, his intent to locate their homeroom teacher to help. Continuing to fight would end with him being rendered useless like the other two that had fought the villain. Shoji and Takoyami had run off in search of Bakugo and Todoroki, neither of their quirks being well equipped to fight at the moment. What was that? Leave them alone. Sure, kid, I'll do just that. I can't promise what I'll do after I've finished painting the ground with your blood. And then the villain was picking him up by his neck, making the teenager choke at the lack of oxygen as he used a one-for-all powered punch to get him to let go. His fist connected with the villain's arm. To his horror, the muscle merely absorbed the blow, and Muscular took the opportunity to swing Izuku to the ground like a ragdoll. Deku-kun, Uraraka screamed from afar, starting to rush forward only to be pulled back by Tsuyu's tongue. There's nothing you can do right now, Ribbit. Our quirks can't do much against that kind of power. When Aizawa-sensei gets here, he can cancel his quirk to even the playing field. But until then, we need to stay away at least until some of the heavy hitters of the class can jump back in. Yaoyorozu shook her head, an idea forming. Heavy hitters. Give me just a moment. Meanwhile, Izuku was pushing his quirk past his limits. He's too fast. With that quirk, he's faster than Kakin and I by a lot. Almost like All Might. He's also almost as strong as him. What weaknesses does he have? His eye. If I could just do something that would impair his vision. No, that wouldn't be heroic. I can't risk blinding him. What do I do? He decided in the next moment as Muscular was rushing towards him to risk a 100% punch. Let me see your blood. The villain's deranged face was less than a couple inches away when Izuku yelled back. Smash! Muscular went flying backwards towards the tree line. A pain groan escaped the greenette as the bones in his arm shattered, the entire arm turning a dark brown color. It hung more or less limp at his side as he stared at the now broken trees where Muscular laid. Then Uraraka was running over to him. Deku-kun, she shouted, already halfway to him. Tsuyu noticed something was wrong though. Guys, watch out. He isn't down. Izuku's heart skipped a beat when he realized Muscular was standing back up. Only a couple muscles having been scratched. They were woven brand new a second later. Nice punch, kid. It actually took me by surprise. But that ain't enough to hurt me, he chuckled. He was preparing to charge now. I wonder how long you can keep up before I kill you. Before that, however, he said while launching himself forwards and towards Uraraka, this little girl needs to get out of my way. Yaoyorozu's weapon was nearly complete when he yelled this, but it wouldn't be done at time. All she could do was stare as Tsuyu threw out her tongue in a feeble attempt to grab Uraraka before the villain reached her. She wouldn't be fast enough though. She wasn't close enough. The only one close enough to do anything was. Izuku upped full cowling until his muscles and nerves were burning. It wasn't enough to break all of his bones, but there was enough power for him to spin around and wrap his arms around Uraraka. Said arms held her tightly against his chest as Muscular's latest punch hit him in the middle of his back with the force of a freight train. The impact of the hit made him black out as they were sent rolling across the clearing. The villain was about to follow them to get in another hit, but in the split second he used to land, Yaoyorozu's cannon fired. A net made of the strongest alloy in existence wrapped around the villain and shrunk. When it did, he found himself immobilized, his screams of rage echoing throughout the forest. They didn't last long though. Tsuyu had thrown the tranquilizer Yaoyorozu had created at his form gladly, the needle sinking deep into his muscle. Within seconds the red muscle fibers receded and he remained immobile inside the net. Achako. Tsuyu ran to where her friend was pushing herself up. Are you injured? The brunette smiled shakily. I'm fine. Just a few scrapes. Deku-kun, how's your? She cut herself off as she took notice of her friend. Izuku was lying on his side using his one good arm and even his broken arm to push himself up slightly. He stared in mute terror at his lower body as if something was horribly wrong. which there was. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said while the three girls made to crouch at his side. You took quite a few hits. Other than your arm, where are you injured? She was already putting his arm in a self-made splint when he answered in a voice racked with fear. I can't feel my legs. My back. When he hit my back, there was a burst of pain and it went black for a couple seconds. When I was aware of myself again, everything from the waist down was numb. That can't be right. Uraraka tried, her voice shaking as tears escaped her. Try moving them again. Please, try again. Izuku felt himself start crying too. In fact, Tsuyu and Yaoyorozu joined him. I'm trying right now, but there's nothing. My back feels like it's being stabbed. His raw voice quieted into soft sniffles. They all watched his legs as if staring at them would make them move again. Yet there wasn't so much as a twitch. I'm glad you didn't get hurt though, Uraraka-chan. It was worth it. Uraraka shook her head frantically. And no, it wasn't. And what are you talking like that for? We're going to get you to a hospital or recovery, girl. And then, her words died in her throat. They all knew from Ada's brother that injuries like this couldn't be fixed. They all stayed there crying silently for several moments longer. Just as Yaoyorozu was going to ask her friends to help lift Izuku up though, a bleeding Bakugo, Shoji, and Takoyami burst through the clearing. We ran into some creepy straitjacket villain back there, but tentacles over here knocked him out after I blasted his teeth in, Bakugo stated as they took in the scene. Are you kidding me? Ponytail managed to capture that psycho. Bakugo, now is not the time. Takoyami said at the risk of being the brunt of the blonde's bad attitude. He couldn't bring himself to care though as he took in the crying girls and Izuku on the ground. Todoroki's eyes widened at the state Izuku was in. Midoriya, what happened? He broke his arm again, Bakugo filled in apathetically. So what? Why the hell are you all acting like? Shut up, Bakugo. Uraraka screamed. Can't you tell Deku is hurt? He needs medical attention immediately. The vice president nodded in agreement. Takoyami, could you please assist us in lifting him? He's heavier than he looks. And with the added dead weight of his legs. She devolved into sobs at that, ashamed with herself because she couldn't hold her feelings back. Why couldn't she be stronger? If she'd only been faster, then this might not have happened. He can't move his legs, but they're not broken. He took a hit directly to his spine. Ribbit. Todoroki's eyes widened. He was instantly demanding Shoji let him down, saying his leg wasn't hurt bad enough to be carried when Izuku was in the state he was in. I'll have a temporary limp, but he comes first. The next minute or so was filled with Shoji trying to pick up Izuku without causing him massive pain. They quickly realized after a particularly pained scream that the greenette was better off unmoved until professionals showed up. I can make a gurney, Yaoyorozu quickly offered. However, just as she began making it, Aizawa came out of the brush. He quickly took in the scene. The teacher had been proud when he'd run into his students carrying the pussycats back to the lodge for safety and treatment, but he was also terrified for his students. When Ada ran into him with a scared Koda on his back saying Bakugo was being targeted while Midoriya was at the top of some kill list, he'd been even more worried for his students. Now that he stood there watching several of his students in tears, clothes ripped, some bloody, his heart skipped a beat. And then he noticed Muscular had already been contained, knocked out with a dart sticking out of his arm. At least that was one less thing to worry about. He needed to figure out what was going on with Ragdoll and the Class 1B students too. Aizawa-sensei. A handful of his students yelled, the girls in particular still struggling not to cry as they did so. We need to get Deku-kun to a hospital, Uraraka begged when he reached them. What happened? Yaoyorozu answered as she assembled a gurney using the pieces she'd been creating from her arms. It seemed at this point Izuku was in such a haze of pain he wasn't unconscious. But he wasn't coherent enough to respond either. The villain said he was to collect Bakugo for Shigaraki. He also said something about a kill list, which Midoriya was apparently on the top of. At this point the teachers were already defeated and he chose to go after Midoriya. He would have been killed if not for Bakugo and Todoroki, but they were quickly thrown far past the clearing. They also encountered another villain. He's unconscious, Shoji supplied. Todoroki also made a cage of ice around him so we can find him later. Aizawa nodded. And I assume you captured the villain, Yaoyorozu. She nodded but looked incredibly guilty. I did, but I was too late. He took a hit meant for me, Uraraka continued. It was then she began crying again. He took a punch right to his back, sensei. And now he can't. It didn't take more than a second for the underground hero to put two and two together. Aizawa-sensei. The underground hero was caught off guard by the pained voice of his student. The boy had appeared to be out of it, but it seemed he was still pushing himself. Midoriya, emergency services along with other pro heroes will be here shortly. Do you think you can stay awake until they get here? Izuku's eyelids fluttered tiredly. A small groan escaped his lips before he could respond. Why yes, sensei. It seemed difficult to speak with the way every lungful of air seemed to make him spasm. His teeth gritting together in a means of coping with his state. I have a question. Go ahead. If the doctors can't fix me, if I can't stand up again, or if my legs are too damaged to walk properly, then can I still be a hero? Ida's brother couldn't, but I don't want it to end here. It can't end here. Tears filled the teenager's eyes with renewed vigor. His classmates around him were either crying or looking incredibly despaired, Bakugo looking angrier than anything else. Aizawa was left feeling guilty. He should have prevented this. This was his student, and despite knowing there had been no way for him to have stopped this from occurring, it didn't lessen the stab of failure that punctured his gut. Looking at Izuku now, if the boy before him were anyone else, Aizawa would have hardened his heart to tell him the chances of becoming a hero after this kind of injury were slim. This was Izuku in front of him though. Midoriya, Aizawa stated completely serious. I don't give up on my students that easily. We'll speak more after the diagnosis, but I know for a fact your potential is nowhere near zero. Don't worry about that right now though. Focus on staying awake for me, okay? The gratitude in Izuku's green eyes shined. Having the secret of One for All revealed wasn't all bad. It led to some heartfelt moments. Young Midoriya. All Might started from where he sat on the edge of the teenager's temporary bed. The two were currently talking in the apartment belonging to the elder Midoriya. The dorms still under construction for one more day. Izuku would move into the building for class 1 in 2 days' time. I feel like you deserve an apology. Izuku quirked an eyebrow, bewildered. Why? The skeletal man sighed deeply, bandages still keeping one arm in place as he raised his free hand to his forehead. I failed you, my boy. For decades the truth about One for All has been kept from the people, but because I didn't properly defeat All for One years prior, he was desperate enough to throw the secret of both of our quirks under the bus. He is in Tartarus where he can no longer hurt anyone, but the damage has already been done. Your life, and your mother's, will be so much more difficult now. The two of us will face so much criticism. I can handle it. I've been handling it for years, yet you're just a boy. You shouldn't have to deal with the onslaught of judgment that will surely come about from both All for One's and my own speech. He bowed his head, his features regretful. I am so sorry, young Midoriya. Izuku. All Might's blue eyes met green ones in confusion. Call me Izuku, not Midoriya. We're past surnames by this point, aren't we? And you have nothing to be sorry for. You've never failed me, All Might. Not once. That's not true, he shot back quickly. All of your broken bones. The first battle simulation. You did your best to prepare me for your quirk. That battle simulation. You knew I wanted it to continue. You protected me as much as you could. But, All Might, even if you're not the best teacher, even if you make mistakes, that doesn't make you a failure. That makes you human. My boy, that makes you my hero. Tears cascaded down the older man's face. But that was okay because Izuku was having trouble seeing out of his tear-filled eyes as well. A moment later the brunette found himself being pulled against the blonde's chest. Another moment later he was hugging the man as tightly as he could without aggravating his injuries. You're going to be all right, aren't you? Izuku sobbed into his chest. I'm retired, All Might whispered. And like I told your mother while you were busy speaking with Aizawa, I will devote the rest of my life to raising you. I do not know how much longer that may be, because my body isn't as strong as it once was, but I believe we'll have several years together. After all, I can't go anywhere until I see my boy take my former #1 hero spot, can I? Izuku let out a wet laugh, his face getting All Might's white shirt soaked with tears. All right. There was silence, and then, All Might. Yes, young Izuku. A smile split the boy's face at hearing his first name. While he knew All Might would most likely use his surname in the presence of his peers and the public, hearing it even with just the two of them present warmed his heart. It felt right. When you said you've devoted yourself to raising me, does that mean it's not out of the question for me to call you Dad Might when it's just the two of us? All Might burst out laughing, gently squeezing Izuku against him once more before his free hand ruffled his hair affectionately. Sure thing, my boy. Just don't let any of the UA staff hear you call me that. They'd never let me hear the end of it. Present Mike and Midnight are convinced you're my secret love child or something. Oh my gosh, Todoroki thinks so too. It led to some poetic moments. I apologize on behalf of Monoma. Kendo bowed while the entire cafeteria watched the copy quirk user get carried out of the room by Tetsu. He should not have said such ignorant, hurtful things to you. Copying your quirk without your permission was disrespectful and not very heroic as well. Izuku smiled at the girl. I'd accept the apology, but it's really not needed. The broken legs and arms were enough punishment. If only he believed me when I tried to warn him that the person using One for All had to be in peak physical condition before even attempting to use the quirk. The Class 1B representative sighed. That idiot has selective hearing. He only listens to others when he wants to. Still, as much as it was karma that he shattered his bones, it doesn't excuse what he said to you. All Might chose you to be his successor. It was his decision to give you his quirk, so anyone who's been criticizing you or telling you otherwise needs to stop. I don't know you very well, Midoriya, but from what I've seen you have no reason to think yourself undeserving. Thank you, Kendo-chan. No thanks necessary. I'm just stating the truth. She sent him a warm look. But I guess I should make sure Monoma is being taken care of by Recovery Girl. See you around, Midoriya. There were some explosive moments as well. Deku, Bakugo stated quietly after shoulder-checking him on the way to the kitchen. Meet me outside the dorms at midnight. Don't be late. Lo and behold, midnight came much faster than Izuku anticipated. Still, it was expected. What was not expected was seeing Bakugo standing outside the gates in his sleepwear looking positively haunted. Kaken, what did you want to talk about? Shut up and follow me, nerd. We're too close to the dorms. Izuku, following Bakugo like he had since he was 4, did just that. 15 minutes later, the two of them were approaching the field they had fought on during the battle trial at the beginning of the school year. Finally, stopping just inside the gates, Bakugo spoke. You weren't lying to me back then, were you? When you told me you were given your quirk by someone else. You told me the truth despite it being All Might's greatest secret. Izuku winced. The tone was accusatory. It felt wrong not to tell you. Why, Deku? Why the hell would you tell in a hole who treats you like you're covered in sewage something so goddamn important? Despite the fact his voice was becoming less controlled and filling with anger, Izuku replied honestly and evenly. We've known each other since before I can remember. We were best friends once, and even after our relationship crumbled, you've never stopped being my friend as well as an inspiration to me. Growing up, you were an idol on par. No, more than All Might was to me. He might have been my inspiration for wanting to be a hero, but you gave me the ambition to become a hero. That's why I told you, Kaken. You've always been a hero to me, and it would have felt wrong not telling the person who helped shape me into who I am today the truth. What the hell? Bakugo's eyes were glassy, but he hid it by closing them. He was shaking with previously bottled-up emotion by this point. Kaken, Izuku took a step towards his childhood friend, but a small explosion from the blonde's palms kept him from advancing. Then Bakugo was yelling, a hand clutching the fabric above his chest owned tightly. I don't understand you. How after all these years could you possibly see me like that? You mean to tell me you weren't pitying me and making arrogant comments our entire childhood? Of course not. Izuku's voice was raising to almost match the other boys. I never meant for you to think I was belittling you. I genuinely respect you, flaws and all. Is it really that hard to believe? Have you seriously thought all these years that I believed myself to be better than you? I never once thought that, Kaken. I've known for a long time that you're better than me. I just wanted to be able to walk by your side again. Bakugo's palms sparked, burning tiny holes his black shirt where one hand gripped it. No, you had to be making fun of me. Because if you weren't, then that means I was wrong. And that I treated you like shit because I was an ignorant, spiteful, insecure D. It makes me exactly what those stupid League of Losers thought I was. Kaken, you're not. I acted just like a villain, didn't I? Son of a, I'm still acting like one. No wonder those bastards took me. No wonder All Might chose you as his successor. You've been fighting the bad guys since you were 4 years old. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Your shitty childhood. All Might's retirement, all of it. Izuku's eyes became impossibly wide. Wait, what? Do you seriously think his retirement is your fault? Of course it is. If I'd been a decent human being, then Hansi wouldn't have targeted me in the first place. Because I wasn't strong enough to stop him from taking me, All Might had to rescue me, losing what was left of his quirk in the first place while also leading to your secret being revealed to the entire planet. If some bastard offs you because they want your quirk, it'll come around to me. You're in danger because despite wanting to be the #1 hero, I'm closer to being a V. A super-powered fist struck him hard in the jaw. Bakugo had been so worked up, his eyes shut tight so that when Izuku raced forward with one for all rushing through his veins, the blonde hadn't anticipated the blow. Don't you dare finish that statement, Izuku screamed, the glow fading from his body as he did so. Tears welled up in his eyes as his hands moved to grab Bakugo by his shoulders, but after a second he put his arms down. The blonde seemed like any touch would spook him. You're not a villain, Kaken. You're a 16-year-old hero in training just like me. You've made mistakes, yeah, but when it all comes down to it, that's because you're human. I know you think you're perfect, and that's why when things don't go how you planned you react badly. Yet that just means you need to realize nobody is perfect. You're not, I'm not, neither are classmates nor teachers, and especially not All Might. Speaking of which, he was losing his powers anyway. He doesn't blame anyone for his retirement. He's honestly grateful he was able to use his powers for the last time, taking down his arch-nemesis rather than some small-time thug. You're not to blame for that, okay? It doesn't matter, and I've known for a long damn time that I'm imperfect. You sappy she-trag, Bakugo fired back. My mom reminded me every single day growing up, because our teachers would only tell me I was amazing at everything from math to wiping my ass so I would look like a golden egg for the school when I applied to UA. That doesn't mean you can pass off what I did as ignorant mistakes. I abused you not only physically, but in nearly all meanings of the term. What kind of hero does that to someone? Well, I could name one, but that's something else entirely. He thought. That wouldn't answer your question though. Yes, you hurt me a lot. I wish you hadn't. It's in the past now though, and you're learning, aren't you? You know what you did was wrong. You're changing for the better. If you weren't, I can't imagine someone like Kirishima would call you his best friend. Bakugo swallowed hard. He said that. Izuku smiled, offhandedly, but yeah, I have to admit it stung a little bit to see the two of you so casual with each other. It's how I imagined we would be if things hadn't gone sour. You're still my friend though, Kaken. I need you to believe me on that. Also, the Greenette said with an intense expression, if you ever call yourself a villain again, I'm going to punch you. Huh, I'm serious. You've done some cruel things. Broken a bunch of quirk laws. Tell anyone about the fences and you're dead, nerd. Ugh, whatever. Anyway, you're not the nicest guy, but you're not the guy you were in middle school. Honestly, if you changed too much now, it'd be terrifying. What's that supposed to mean, bastard? I'll kill you. Izuku smiled again before erupting into laughter. There it is. Change for the better, but don't ever change either, okay? Bakugo glanced away, a glare on his face. That doesn't even make sense. Yes, it does. People can change and simultaneously stay the same. Oh, and before I forget, closing the short distance between him and the blonde, emerald eyes stared up at the other's ruby ones with enough intensity to melt Todoroki's eyes. I forgive you, Kaken. But that he turned on his heel, mentally panicking as he tried to remain cool and aloof as he walked off the training grounds. However, before he could get too far away, Bakugo's hoarse voice stopped him. Deku, wait. Izuku did not turn around. He only did so when the blonde uttered two words a second later, a smile brighter than the sun appearing on his face after hearing them. I'm sorry. Not to mention his friends were inquisitive, supportive as always. Deku-kun, you mentioned you're learning to master your quirk in intervals of power, right? Izuku nodded. Uraraka put a finger on her cheek thoughtfully. How much power can you use without hurting yourself then? I've been wondering the same thing. Ida voiced. Beside him, Todoroki looked at Izuku in interest as well. The Greenette grinned sheepishly. Well, my body can fully handle 1% power. That's what I've been using ever since the sports festival, where I used 100% because I couldn't gauge how much power I needed. I think I could safely use 3% now though, maybe even 5%. His friends looked at him in surprise. Your full cowling is only 1%. Uraraka gasped. But you already move so fast. And your punches are crazy strong. Todoroki hummed. You're positive you're not related to All Might? Perhaps, if he's not your father, your cousins or something similar. Izuku face-palmed. Todoroki, I do not think the two of them are related just because they have similar quirks. Ida reasoned. The villain known as Dabai from the attack on the camping trip, for example. He was said to be able to create blue flames, correct? Your father is capable of the same thing. That does not mean he's related to you in any way, does it? I suppose you have a point. Todoroki relented. It didn't stop him from regarding the Greenette suspiciously. Most important of all though were the happy moments with his mother, teachers, and Class 1A. Inko Midoriya smiled as she watched the kids in front of her decorate their cookies. With the help of Sato and a few others, they had made dozens and dozens of sugar cookies, tons of icing, and small bowls of all sorts of sprinkles. There were enough for every student to decorate at least 4 using the various bags of colored frosting they'd dye. Kirishima, please stop hogging all of the red frosting. Ada shouted while doing the usual over-the-top chopping motions with his arms. Todoroki has been waiting patiently for you to finish for over 10 minutes. It's fine. I went with pink instead. The fire and ice user shrugged. Bakugo scoffed. Maybe you could settle with pink, Aizawa, but I need red so I can make it look like this villain is covered in blood. The redhead using the blood-colored frosting winced. Bro, that's a bit graphic for a cookie design, isn't it? What villain did you even draw? I didn't draw the entire body, just a hand. Man, I wish I could explode that loser's face again. I drew a cat. Mina interjected excitedly. From across the line of tables the class had put together, Aizawa nodded in appreciation. I drew a cat too, he stated quietly. True to his word when All Might, Gyro and Yaoyorozu looked at their teacher's work, it was obvious he'd drawn a cat stick figure. Uraraka turned away from Ida, who was trying to cover the cookie he'd colored blue with white sprinkles in the design of his hero costume's helmet, to glance over at Tsuyu and Izuku's creations. It was expected for her to see a frog cookie next to the female Greenette and a couple of All Might-themed ones next to the male Greenette. To be fair, her own were just covered in little swirly pink, white, and purple designs with a couple sprinkles for accents. How are you decorating yours, Anjiro-kun? Hagakure asked as she covered her cookies in almost as much sprinkles as Aoyama's. She loved sprinkles. The tailed student chuckled sheepishly. After a moment he held up a cookie with an orange background and what appeared to be little white gloves on it. I tried drawing you in your hero costume, Ajiro-kun. The invisible girl squealed. You're so sweet. Minter rolled his eyes. He was just about to show off the cookie he'd decorated with a large figure-8-shaped doodle of the female anatomy on it when Gyro stopped decorating her own with music notes to cover the thing in black sprinkles. Hey, the grape-themed hero whined. Now you can't see my design. I'm sorry, man, but no one wanted to see that, Kaminari voiced from where he finished his second lightning bolt design cookie. Next to him, Shoji nodded in agreement as one of the mouths on his hand ate a plain sugar cookie. Meanwhile, Kota decorated all 4 of his with either a bunny or bird drawing. Sato heaped frosting onto his and made 2 cookie sandwiches that way. Takoyami only put minimal amounts of black icing on his along with lots of sprinkles, Dark Shadow cheering for far more sprinkles than could actually fit on the cookies. Yaoyorozu's were frosted so well they almost looked professionally done. The cute flower designs done using a self-created icing bag tip were awesome. Zero could only tell her as much as he looked at his own, which was just as much a complete mess as Mina's first 3 attempts at a cat. Mom, Inko blinked out of her stupor when she noticed her son standing in front of her holding an all-green cookie. When she inspected in closer, she smiled. There was a crudely drawn duo of stick figures that looked suspiciously like her and her boy. You gave everyone else cookies, but didn't keep any for yourself, so I made you one. Thank you, sweetie. She accepted it with one hand, the other ruffling her son's head affectionately. She loved him so much. Can I see your other, Hagakure and Kirishima? Get those frosting bags out of your mouths this instant. Not everyone is done decorating yet. And Mina, stop trying to squirt frosting into Kaminari's mouth from across the table. You're making a mess. Yes, Midori Mama, they chorused. The woman nodded before turning back to a giggling Izuku. What's so funny, dear? Do you want me to tell them about the time you used frosting to draw a picture of All Might on the refrigerator when you were 3? Izuku blanched, his classmates demanding to be told the story in vivid detail. Mom, it was in the midst of their training for the Provisional Hero License exam that it happened. Class, this is the mind-reading hero, Daydreamer. Aizawa introduced his students to the young man standing next to him. The hero was dressed semi-casually in a pair of black jeans, a long-sleeved dress shirt with a constellation design, and black tennis shoes. Star-shaped sunglasses adorned his face. He's a fairly lesser-known hero who focuses on working with the police, the teacher continued to explain. While he is trained in combat, his quirk's specialty is projecting a person's memory, one to several someone is thinking of at the time of physical contact, from his eyes like a projection screen. It recreates sounds in the memory as well. He uses said quirk on criminals, villains, and so on to give the police something to go off of when a regular interrogation isn't showing results. This works well when it comes to gathering information, since no matter how much individuals may not want to verbally answer the police, their mind will instinctively answer the question being asked. Daydreamer waved at the students politely when he heard them muttering in excitement. Thank you for the introduction, Eraserhead. I'm glad many of you find my quirk interesting. He directed the latter statement to the class. Anyway, in case he hasn't informed you, the reason I am here today is for a different sort of exercise. As first-year students, you all usually focus on various forms of rescue and battle training among other types, but you're a couple weeks away from the PHLE. You're already doing special move training much earlier than you would usually do. That being said, you first years are a bit unique. With the amount of villain encounters you've had, it was decided that you would receive a few bouts of mental training a year early too. A few hands shot up when he took a moment to pause. I'm about to explain what that entails, he said with a chuckle. The hands went down slowly. It's good to know you're eager though. Today's mental training exercise will be an easy one to get you all more comfortable with my quirk. It will strengthen your bonds with your fellow classmates. Now I know what you're thinking. What are the benefits? Well, being a hero can be tough, and we've found that having friends to rely on and share parts of their personal lives with allows many individuals the means to heal. It helps with empathy training as well. For those of you who are not aware, a hero should treat all those involved with empathy and not feelings of pity or apathy. It's important not only to your careers as heroes, but in development as better human beings. His tone had taken a much more serious tone. You will work with people your entire life. There will be innocents in danger, villains you dislike or even hate, friends you cherish, colleagues who fight by your side, idols you look up to, and people you love. All of them deserve empathy. However, he continued as the class remained silent. Not everyone is naturally empathetic. Some are able to picture themselves in another's shoes easier than someone else. Empathy cannot be forced, but it can definitely be learned. If everyone is willing to open their hearts and minds for this training, you will all become better for it. Not just better heroes, mind you, but better people. There were a few seconds where Daydreamer thought he'd been too dramatic. When most of the class erupted in cheers and clapping at his speech a moment later, he couldn't stop himself from flushing. Aizawa decided to quiet them all with a loud clearing of his throat. Daydreamer will be working through each of you one at a time, the homeroom teacher stated tiredly. I want all of you to push the desks out of the way so that there's a clear open space to arrange yourselves in a circle. You have 5 minutes to do this, as well as go to the bathroom if you need to. Once he begins, none of you will be leaving until all individuals have gone. The mind-reading hero jumped in then, smiling cheerfully. If everything goes according to plan, you should be out of here early. Everyone will just have to hold onto my hand for a couple minutes while I ask them a couple questions. We have 4 hours to do this, and even if everyone uses the 10 per person I estimate it will take, we'll be out of here in roughly 3 hours. Aizawa nodded. What he said. Now everyone get moving. With that, the underground hero walked behind his desk and crawled into his sleeping bag. Daydreamer stared at the scene in disbelief, shaking his head with amusement after a couple seconds. Man, Eraserhead never changes. Excuse me. Daydreamer turned around to see a student with long black hair put up in a ponytail. Yes, miss. I had a quick question about the exercise, she stated respectfully. You mentioned you had questions for us to answer. Will we all be answering the same questions, or will there be different ones for each student? You'll all be answering the same 3. I'll actually explain it in more detail once everyone's settled. She smiled pleasantly at the response. I see. Thank you, Daydreamer. It wasn't long after that the 20 students were seated on the floor. There was a large open space in the middle of the circle where Daydreamer sat like the nucleus of an atom. I apologize for not being able to face all of you, he started, but this has turned out to be the best setup for this exercise. Anyway, as I explained earlier, I will be moving around to each of you in order to project whatever is on your mind. You have the choice of grabbing my hand or my wrist, whichever you may prefer, while I ask you 3 questions. The questions will all be the same for each of you. Your answers will be in the form of the memory or memories projected in response to said question, so no verbal answers are required. I actually don't mind if we're completely silent throughout the entire exercise. I also don't mind if any of you have the urge to speak up. But do mind your manners and raise your hand first. Among the purposes of this exercise is strengthening the bonds between you. Open up as much or as little as you want. However, my quirk will show whatever it is you're thinking, so do try to be conscious of your answers. With the exercise thoroughly understood, Daydreamer looked at the sheet given to him by Aizawa and asked which one of them was the class representative. That would be me, sir. Tenya Ida. The hero smiled. Ida, there's no need to call me sir. Daydreamer is just fine. Anywho, Ida, would you be willing to start the exercise? It would be an honor, he said. As the class rep, going first will set my classmates at ease. Daydreamer chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm. He got up to walk over to the student, sitting down a foot in front of Ida, holding out his hand. He instructed the student to only touch him once he thought of an answer to the question. First question, why do you want to be a hero? Ida didn't hesitate, grabbing the hero's hand. Within seconds, the hero had turned his head to look upwards in the middle of the circle. With the help of a support device, he had settled over one eye like a monocle. Both eyes lit up until there were twin beams of yellow light flowing from them, turning into an ovular surface made from said light, taking shape in the air. A couple more seconds passed when dozens of other colors came from the hero's eyes. It was then the screen of light he was projecting became clear, revealing an image of Ingenium. In the image, he was smiling brightly with his helmet under one arm, his eyes full of affection as he stared at the viewer who was his little brother. He's a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. The memories sound, Ida's voice, echoed throughout the room. The scene shifted after a little bit though, showing Tensei Ida lying in his hospital bed. Many students looked to their class rep in surprise. They knew how hard it must have been to share this memory. If you're up for it, Ida's older brother spoke. Will you take this name for me? And then one more flash of memories. This time, instead of them showcasing Tensei, however, Izuku's form filled the screen. The memory's perspective was from the ground, looking up at the green-suited hero in training at an angle. I came to save you, Ida. A flash of Todoroki and Izuku's backs. The two of us will protect them, Todoroki's voice. Now an image of Izuku looking them in the hospital. Let's get stronger, together. Ida took his hand away with a slight smile on his face. Beside him, Uraraka was crying. And beside her, Izuku couldn't help but stare at his friend in shock. Had his words really made such an impact? The rest of Ida's turn went by quickly and without comment. This meant that when the mind-reading hero turned to face the brunette next, she was jumpy but prepared for the first question. What she was really ready for, though, was the second question. Uraraka, Daydream asked, what makes you happy? The girl grinned as she let her hand slip back into the hero's. Moments later, several scenes flashed across the screen in quick succession. I love you, Mama, Papa. A much younger Uraraka's voice said as the image of her parents smiling down at her lovingly. It was obvious, even without hearing their responses, that their family was one that was close and happy. Machai. The girl hummed happily around her food. The scene was much more animated, various clips of food filling the vision and making many students laugh. Next, there were a couple scenes of her friends, walking home with Ida and Izuku, getting donuts with a handful of her classmates, spending time in the UA lounge with the girls. All of the memories were just as bright and bubbly as her personality. Soon after she'd answered the last question, Daydreamer turned to the next person in line. Despite Ida and Uraraka's turns going well, Izuku couldn't help but feel nervous. While Daydreamer was kind, his quirk set Izuku on edge. Not because of the nature of his quirk. It was actually really cool and the greenette thought it was amazing. but since his mind ran a mile a minute, he didn't trust himself to keep his thoughts as organized as the two students before him. What if he slipped up and projected something he didn't want them to see? Sure, he could retract his hand, but leaving his classmates worrying because of a half-finished memory could be just as bad. Midoriya, Daydreamer said. The student in question snapped out of his stupor with a sheepish smile. Are you ready for your turn? Why, yeah, he answered with false enthusiasm. Daydreamer nodded. Okay, then I will ask you the first question. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku was prepared for this question. He grabbed the hero's hand and watched the projected screen with a somber smile. Immediately, a familiar computer monitor filled the projection, the video of All Might's debut filling the room with the sound of laughter. It's fine now. Why? Because I am here. Classic Midoriya, Kirishima commented. A few others in class chuckled in agreement. Another memory, this time one on a rooftop, of Izuku staring at the concrete filled the last one's place. I want to be the sort of hero that when people see my smile they'll know they're safe. I want to be the strongest hero, just like you. The image abruptly cut away to another memory, one that had his previously grinning classmates speechless. The scene changed to display who the students now recognized as All Might in his skeletal form. Despite not being in his once regular muscled form, the man still looked just as imposing standing there in the dying light of a residential area. Top heroes have stories about them from their school days, All Might said. Most of their stories have one thing in common. The bodies moved before they had a chance to think. From the sudden change in angle, it seemed Izuku was curling forward, the scene now showing the ground. That was true for you, wasn't it? Yeah, younger Izuku croaked. He blushed at the memory, feeling a bit embarrassed, but to his surprise he found his classmates watching in silent awe. In the projection, the slight blurriness of the edges made it obvious he'd started crying. The occasional blackness cutting out the scene while the sound continued must have been him closing his eyes as he sobbed. And then All Might spoke again. 5 words that gave Izuku the courage to become who he was today. You can be a hero. Taking his hand away before some more controversial memories popped up, Izuku gave a shaky smile. I'm ready for the next question. Daydreamer grinned. He was rooting for this kid already. Question 2 then, what makes you happy? Izuku thought about it hard. He needed to get his memories in order just in case one of his many with All Might came up. While his classmates knew the two were close, they didn't need to know exactly how close. The first few memories were nothing more than 10-second snippets of him and his mother. One was of him pretending to be All Might and saving her as a child. Another was him cooking Castudin with her, and another of them cuddling together on the couch watching the news. After that, he let some memories of him at UA fill the projection. Snapshot after snapshot of Izuku's friends seen through his eyes. Uraraka's close-eyed grin, Ida's dramatic gestures, Todoroki's subtle but meaningful smile, Kirishima's radiating positivity, Mina's excited shouts, Tsuyu's happy trills, and so many more memories popped into view. All Might flashing him a thumbs up and a grin after a training exercise too. Then, before moving on to the next question, there was a flash of 4-year-old Bakugo smiling at him while holding an All Might figurine. What the hell? Bakugo growled out just as Izuku withdrew his hand once more. Don't include me in your shitty slideshow, you stupid nerd. Dude, Kaminari broke in. You shouldn't be yelling at him for including you in his answer of what makes him happy. Honestly, you should be more surprised considering how much of a D you are to him. I don't know how anyone could think about Bakugo and happy belonging in the same thought process anyway. Zero commented. To his side, Mina gave him a low 5 in appreciation of the burn. Bakugo stood up, small explosions popping in his palms. What did you idiots just say? I'll kick both your asses. Bakugo, calm down. Kirishima tried. Shove it, sheety hair. I need to teach Sparky and Tape Arms a lesson. Excuse me, Daydreamer interrupted with a commanding voice. Bakugo did not lower his arms, but he did turn his glare onto the hero. This exercise is about strengthening bonds, not destroying them. Bakugo, was it? Please sit down so we can continue. If you don't, I will be forced to wake your teacher. And if my memory serves me right, that's not something you want to happen. The memory of Aizawa's murderous glare after having woke him up from a nap last year made him shiver. Bakugo glared at the hero for a couple seconds before sitting down. With a sigh of relief, Daydreamer brought his focus back to the greenette looking at the floor sadly. Are you okay to answer the third question, Midoriya? He answered with a voice much smaller than he'd heard previously. Yeah. While Daydreamer didn't quite believe him, he decided to allow the student to finish up anyway. Alright then. The last question, who are you? Izuku gulped. Who am I? He remembered Ida's memories showing him as a caring son, brother, and friend. There had been images of him studying hard, performing his tasks as the class rep, and flashes of him fighting in hero training or during the sports festival. Uraraka's had been of her family, working hard to study for classes alone in her apartment, having fun with her friends, and training to get stronger with Gunhead and her classmates. What did Izuku have to show? It seemed like he had so much, yet so little. What moments would stand out the most? Hesitantly, he grabbed Daydreamer's hand one more time and desperately prayed something would come to him. When the projection started playing a memory from the first few days of attending UA, he let out a relieved breath. Perhaps he wouldn't screw up his turn after all. The perspective was moving so fast it was hard to see what was going on. But it was apparent Izuku was getting closer and closer to the Warp Gate villain. The USJ flashed by on the outskirts of his vision. Finally, his voice screamed out, "Get away from All Might." Izuku's fist came into the right of the memory just as a hand popped out of nowhere. "I won't be falling for that again," Kurogiri remarked snidely as Shigaraki's hand reached out towards Izuku's face. It filled the entire projection and some of those in class watched in terror. Had their friend really come that close to dying? The next scene was of him running through a forest, his breathing accelerating as he came to a small cliff face. It showed the muscular about to attack Kota from Izuku's point of view, the scene continuing just as it had happened in real time. The villain taunted him, threw him around, and laughed about how he killed the little boy's parents. The twisted words coming out of his mouth disgusted Izuku's classmates almost as much as they were horrified by the fact their friend had lived through this. Their feelings soon turned more somber, however, as Izuku wrecked himself in order to protect Kota. "Fine, it's fine." The words were ground out painfully as the screen filled with bulging muscle and a purple, shattered right arm. "I will not let him past me. Run, show me your blood." Muscular screamed, the screen going dark soon after. The sound of rock breaking made some of the classmates flinch. "I'm going to crush you." And then Izuku's eyes opened up moments later, Kota's words giving him the reminder he needed to push past his limits. "As if I'd let you kill him." The memory faded just as Muscular's form lay against the rock he'd been thrown into. No one could bring themselves to speak even if they wanted to, the next scene filling the screen with enough sound to keep them from interrupting. The image consisted with fire and smoke, making a few students gasp in surprise. Behind the sound of a panicking crowd of citizens and frozen heroes calling for backup, a massive monster made of sludge laughed. Suddenly the video tunneled as if Izuku was focused only on the figure being surrounded by said sludge. It was Bakugo. He seemed to be struggling wildly, some of the sludge in his mouth pushing and further to suffocate him. Across the room, several students looked on in silence, eyes wide at the terrifying situation their classmates had lived through. Bakugo, however, was absolutely livid. "Stop thinking about this, Deku." Izuku did not stop. This was his memory after all, and not even Bakugo could take that away from him. In the memory, a telltale yellow backpack made contact with the sludge villain's eye, making him cry out. Hands scrambled at the villain's churning form just as Bakugo was able to take a breath of air. "Kakin," Izuku's voice cried out, tears permeating the memory. The blonde choked as he screamed back, "Why are you here?" My legs moved on their own. "I don't know why, though." Said memory broke off when an explosion broke his concentration. Bakugo was standing up and looking at Izuku with murder in his eyes. "Deku, I'm going to kill you." He let off another explosion, and Izuku instinctively closed his eyes. That was when things went wrong. On Daydreamer's screen a scene played out. "Kakin, stop, please." Explosions, children laughing, and Izuku's screaming filled the screen. This made the entire class react with varying emotions, shock, sadness, anger, and so on. "What's wrong, Deku? Still think you can be a hero? If you can't even beat me and a couple friends, you'll never be more than useless." Young Bakugo's face flashed by as the perspective tilted until it hit the ground and blacked out. Another memory played directly after, this time in a classroom. The view was of the floor. "If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it." Bakugo's eyes widened. "Deku, stop." He roared in preparation to tackle Izuku away from Daydreamer. However, he found himself wrapped in scarves instead. Dread fell upon the blonde as Aizawa heard crystal clear what Bakugo knew he was about to say. "Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a last chance dive off of the roof." As the memory showed Izuku turning around to see an absolutely menacing Bakugo setting off explosions threateningly, Aizawa quickly activated his quirk. He didn't even need to cross the room and pull Daydreamer away from his student. When the hero came out of it, the shock of his quirk shutting off without his influence, there were tears of regret welling up in the hero's eyes. "I'm so sorry," the hero apologized. "I should have explained I'm not always completely aware when I'm projecting. I should have told you that you needed to break contact for my quirk to stop." Aizawa put a reassuring hand on Daydreamer's shoulder. "We're rescheduling the rest of this exercise for next week," he instructed. "Today everyone is dismissed early. Daydreamer, stay here. As for my students, I want all of you out of this room save for Bakugo and Midoriya in the next 30 seconds. I don't want to hear a peep out of you while you do it. Your time starts now." Class 1 had never moved so fast in their lives. They didn't even have time to see if they could comfort Midoriya or wring an explanation from Bakugo about what they'd just seen. Bakugo didn't miss the positively murderous glare on Uraraka's face though, the look not matching her usual bubbly personality or carefree smile. When the room was empty of everyone save the two heroes and main problem students, Aizawa let out a long sigh. Daydreamer, can you call Principal Nedzu and inform him to bring All Might to his office? Tell him the four of us will be joining them there shortly. Of course. Aizawa turned his sharp-eyed gaze to the brunette, who flinched under the intensity of the stare. I'm going to leave you to explain the context of what I just witnessed to the principal. Depending on how cooperative you are, I won't be forced to call in your mother right away. But I will need to speak with her regarding getting further information of your treatment prior to your enrollment here. I'm not sure if you're aware, Midoriya, but this is a serious matter. I cannot simply let this go. Bakugo. He finally brought his attention to the blonde staring at the ground angrily. You're suspended until further notice. What? Why the hell? The teenager's scream was cut off by the cold indifference settling onto Aizawa's face. One more word and I will expel you on the spot without giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Don't think I won't. I've expelled others for less. Izuku gaped at his homeroom teacher. The stilted animosity in the hero's voice was new. What was even newer, however, was the amount of self-control Bakugo was exhibiting. The explosive blonde didn't let out a peep the entire trip to the principal's office. To say the conversation that followed was awkward would have been an understatement. In all of Izuku's life, he'd never once told anyone about the abuse he'd suffered at Bakugo's hands, seeing as he couldn't get the words out either. Most of the conversation was him holding Daydreamer's hand and projecting his memories of his former classmates' cruelty. All Might, Aizawa, Daydreamer, and Bakugo remained silent as Nedzu interjected every now and then with questions. Thank you for your cooperation, young one. I appreciate your honesty and bravery, the principal told him with a soft smile. It faded as soon as he turned to Bakugo. I must say it is surprising for someone with such a spotless record prior to enrolling here to have acted so unruly without facing proper repercussion. Would you care to explain why your teachers turned a blind eye when they should have been correcting such behavior? Bakugo crossed his arms. None of the teachers cared about what we did. Could you please elaborate on that? It is what I said. They were too busy making sure we hit average on national tests to break up every little fight that took place on school grounds, the principal included. Some of the teachers would avoid confrontation on purpose because they believed we should have been able to fend for ourselves. The only one who seemed to care was the nurse, but after fixing Deku up so often she learned to mind her own business as well. She tried to get me in trouble once, but because of my quirk being revered by most of the staff and my high scores on every exam, the principal didn't want to ruin any chance of me getting accepted into UA. He told the nurse to just fix the nerd up and any further questions would result in replacement. First of all, that is illegal. I will have to contact a caseworker to put Aldera Junior High under investigation. Neither former student showed any signs of remorse. They both knew their school was one of the worst. And if any staff were fired for their negligence, then they deserved it. As for the bullying, Nedzu continued, this time turning to Izuku, no one ever contacted your mother. What about when you were injured? Izuku looked guilty. I told them not to. My mother has a lot of anxiety, so I decided it best if she didn't know about how bad our relationship became. She didn't notice you coming home injured nearly every day. I was very good at hiding the bruises and burns, and treating them in my room when she wasn't around was easy. By the time the other students started to hurt me really badly, they learned to not make it too obvious. The terse frown on the small mammal's face grew. From the side of the room, All Might and Daydream seemed distressed while Aizawa radiated anger. This is indeed troubling. We'll have to discuss this in more detail with the appropriate parties. What I will say for now is that I stand by Aizawa's decision to suspend you, Bakugo, until further notice, Nedzu stated with a flick on an ear. You will remain suspended until we've talked to your parents, whom we will be contacting tonight to schedule a visit for tomorrow after school, and come to a more permanent solution after. The four of us will be having a long talk about what has occurred before your time at UA. Directly before that, we will be having a similar conversation with the Midoriyas. Once that is all over, Aizawa and I will decide where to go from there with both families present. The blonde remained silent, having accepted his punishment. Arguing now could lead to him getting expelled on the spot. That being said, we will allow you to remain in the dorms for the suspension instead of sending you home. With the Camino incident still fresh in our minds, it would be foolish to send you home unless it comes to expulsion, to which we would employ a hero or police force to watch over your home. As he switched gears to Izuku, he noticed the boy's hand raised again for permission to speak. Yes, Midoriya, I'm sorry, sir, but to my understanding, Kaken hasn't done anything to deserve suspension. While the matter of bullying is a serious issue, I understand that much of it happened outside of school grounds, making those matters of personal account. I for one choose not to act on them. The stuff that happened in school could only get him in trouble if I press charges, which I won't. Since I am 16 and technically a minor, my mother would be able to overrule my decision, but I'm confident she would trust me to make my own choice. All Might seemed at a loss. My boy, the actions I saw were not those of an upcoming hero. I know, Izuku stressed. I know what happened in the past was wrong. But he took a deep breath, was not okay. Kaken shouldn't have treated me like that. It's not how a hero should ever behave. I'm aware of that, and he's aware of Midoriya. Aizawa's low voice cut him off. Are you trying to deflect the fact that he's broken several quirk regulations by using his quirk on school grounds, on public property, while also causing harm to another person? The 22nd quirk law states that after 365 days of said use of a quirk in public shows no evidence of having occurred, that the charges are dropped except for cases of murder, arson, theft, and a few small subcategories. It was made to keep those who illegally use quirks in public out of jail so there would be more room for other offenses. Anyway, since there's no evidence of long-lasting effects of him using his quirk from back then, it means his actions can't go on his record. You're serious, aren't you? You really don't want him to face the consequences of his actions. There are no consequences to face, or rather he's already faced them. He's changing for the better, Aizawa-sensei. Suspending him now for what's happened in the past when the affected, that being me, does not want to press charges or deal with the added stress of having the past dredged up makes no sense. Your reason for defending him is not logical. Years of abuse have made you blind to the fact he shouldn't be allowed to continue his education at one of the top high schools in the world for heroics. He apparently hasn't the slightest idea of how to be a decent human being. Daydreamer winced. Aizawa, isn't that a bit harsh? He's 16 and, well, your student. That makes me even more disappointed. The teacher answered flatly. I defended him against the media, to his parents, and many others skeptical about his violent behaviors and volatile personality in the past countless times. However, while he has made minimal change, it is just that. Minimal. I can't help but feel that I failed as his teacher. Perhaps keeping him in my class any longer and hoping for growth is a mistake. Perhaps his potential is zero after all. All Might tried to intervene, but Izuku's stubborn voice drowned his out. That's not fair, sensei. He deserves to be in your class just like everyone else. He worked so hard to get here, and it would crush his dream too. Newsflash, kid. But he didn't give a damn about your dream when he threw your notebook out a window and told you to jump off a roof. Dreams die all the time. It's just a part of life. He didn't mean it though. I know it's hard to understand, but even after what you saw, I know he's still my friend. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Before he could comment, however, Bakugo was standing up. His entire body shook with unconcealed anger. The expression on his face was more one of absolute confusion though, as if he were unable to understand what the greenette was saying. What the hell, Deku? I've treated you like shit since we were 4. Everyone else here saw it. We're not friends. Izuku frowned harder, genuine hurt flashing across his features. It's true you became cruel when your quirk came in, Kaken, but just because you changed didn't make me think you were anything less than my friend. Your head must be screwed up from all those fights you've been in, nerd. We haven't been friends for over a decade. Friends don't beat the crap out of you, ostracize you from having a normal childhood, and let them pity you. I've never pitied you. I looked up to you, and still do. I admit our relationship is a bit complicated. It's not like you actually hate me though, right? You did everything because you wanted me to give up on my dream just so I wouldn't get hurt when we thought I was quirkless, and you bullied me so the other people at school wouldn't treat me worse. Only my friend would act like a jerk at the cost of his own image to make sure I was safe. In your own unique way, you've been protecting me since we were kids. You're my hero, Kaken. The room went silent, everyone in the room processing Izuku's words. Was that really the way Izuku had decided to analyze the situation for his entire life? Moreover, was what he said true to any extent? All eyes slowly focused on Bakugo, who stood slack-jawed. His red eyes were wider and more despairing than ever. Realization finally clicked in the blonde's stubborn head. Holy shit, Deku, you're serious? Of course I am. What are you? Stop. Bakugo's voice was raw with emotion, caught between frustration and sadness. After all these years thinking you've been looking at me with pity, arrogance, you mean to tell me it's because you thought I was looking out for you? You actually thought me telling you to jump off a roof was because I cared? Izuku seemed less sure now, but answered nonetheless. I do. And it's not like you meant it, right? Of course not. I say stupid shit all the time. I knew you wouldn't go through with it, and I knew your dumbass wouldn't think I was serious. Do you think I'd risk my future like that? Before Izuku could answer, someone else beat him to it. You already have. That's not something friends say to each other. Friends, good people, don't tell other people to kill themselves, Daydreamer spoke up. What if he'd actually listened to you, Bakugo? The blonde was still shaken, but he was able to answer with a grunt. I already said I knew he wouldn't take me seriously. And damn, it's not like it's the worst thing someone can say to someone. Telling him to commit suicide is chic compared to other things I could have said to him. Are you even from here? The mind-reading hero seemed confused. You mean Japan? No, actually, I grew up in the United States on my mom's side. I only came here for high school and onward to take care of my aging family on my dad's side. Why? Denzu chose to jump in then. You see, in Japanese culture, suicide can be considered as the morally responsible thing to do when an individual risks dishonoring one's family. Young Bakugo is trying to say that while in American culture the idea of telling another person to kill themselves is appalling, it is not as extreme an action in Japan. In a way many outside of Western culture think it is a socially acceptable solution. Daydreamer seemed horrified. That doesn't make sense. I mean, implying it's fine to tell anyone, much less a young boy, that killing oneself is an acceptable solution to anything is just. He trailed off, his composure become less professional and more emotional. I understand you're upset. Nezu tried to comfort him, but different cultures, religions, and individuals have different views on ideas such as life, morality, and the like. There is no one right opinion to have on the matter, unfortunately. That's the same as saying what Bakugo told Midoriya was fine. He ground back out. The young hero seemed deeply upset by where the conversation had veered. All Might cleared his throat. Sorry, but if I may speak, I don't believe that is what the principal was trying to imply. He simply wanted to give you information. Offending your personal and cultural beliefs wasn't what he intended. It was simply his way of understanding the situation. I for one agree with your point of view. The thought of young Midoriya being told to jump off a roof, even flippantly, leaves a heavy feeling in my chest. Do you regret it? Aizawa suddenly broke in, his thoughts still racing a mile a minute as he attempted to analyze his most troublesome student. From one he was still wrapping his head around his blind, fanatic faith in his abuser while the other boy screamed misinterpretation and anger issues. Bakugo, would you apologize to him if I told you to? The blonde gazed at his teacher warily. Why should I? He's fine, isn't he? Those two emotionless sentences sealed his fate. Principal Nezu, if I may, I believe I've found an appropriate solution to our problems. I think both of their parents will agree to the conditions when they hear them tomorrow. The mammal nodded in interest. What is this solution? We're all ears. The underground hero turned to Midoriya first, tired eyes more awake now than ever. Midoriya, you will be attending UA as free counseling service during your free period every Wednesday. Talk about whatever you wish, but you'll be going until we decide you don't need to anymore. The greenette tilted his head in surprise, but nodded after a couple seconds of thought nonetheless. Both of your parents, he continued, will be informed of the situation by Principal Nezu himself. They're your parents, and the principal can decide what actions they might take against your old schools for allowing these incidents to happen ceaselessly. Either way, they will be hearing from the Hero Association. Finally, Aizawa turned to Bakugo. For you, Bakugo, I have a few simple conditions. You will be suspended indefinitely until you apologize to Midoriya. All Might, Izuku, and Bakugo shouted simultaneously. I don't mean an insincere apology either. When you decide you're ready, I want you to get a hold of Midoriya and we will determine if your apology is acceptable. Oh, you'll also be required to attend anger management counseling with me every Tuesday and Thursday after classes are done for those days, as well as attending counseling sessions every other day you are suspended. If you get in trouble at any point before delivering the apology, by the way, I will expel you. Does that sound fair to you? Fists clenching in what appeared to be a combination of anger and dread, Bakugo simply nodded and walked out of the office without another word. As the door closed, Izuku let out a strangled noise. I've never heard him apologize to anyone in my entire life. Can he graduate from UA if he's suspended for over 2/3 of his time here? Aizawa wanted to facepalm so hard. I need a long nap. Back at the dorm, class 1 took the reveal hard. Some harder than others. I'm going to punch him. And you can't stop me. Uraraka shouted as Ida attempted to calm her down. Several of their classmates were also still assembled in the common room attempting to come to terms with what they'd just witnessed. Uraraka, please. The blue-haired boy tried to talk her out of it. You could get suspended or worse if you assault him. Her eyes narrowed even further. I don't care. So what if I get in trouble? That jerk can't get away with. I'll do it. Todoroki broke in. His left side was smoking. I haven't been friends with Midoriya as long as either of you, but to know Bakugo treated him so harshly as to. Flames licked his skin involuntarily as he failed to finish his statement. Memories of Endeavor popped into the dual quirk user's head. Actually, Ida interjected before someone else could volunteer too. As the class rep, it is only fair that I punch him on behalf of the entire class. I will gladly take any punishment my future actions will incur, he stated ominously. It was then those still in the room finally noticed the dark aura coming from their usually serious friend. Suyu cleared her throat pointedly. Ada, maybe you should take your own advice and take a moment to calm down as well. That look in your eyes is starting to scare me. He seemed genuinely confused. What look? Ajiro winced from where he sat next to a non-visibly upset Hagakure. I think she just means you seem really angry. It is sort of strange to see such a look on your face, but it obviously isn't the most unsettling thing we've seen today. And your anger isn't necessarily unwarranted. The blonde sighed. I'm pretty mad as well. Midoriya and I aren't super close, but we're definitely friends. It hurts to know what happened to Midori, Hagakure added, a few sniffles escaping her. This does tell us why he was so skittish at the beginning of the year though. His stuttering, his flinches, his high pain tolerance, his desperation to prove himself. I guess there was more to the bullying than we originally thought. I hate Bakugo, Uraraka suddenly said. Her voice was filled with venom. However, tears were welling up in her eyes as she struggled not to cry. I hate him so much more than I thought I could ever feel towards someone. Does that make me a bad person? We just had empathy training today. And I know hatred is not becoming of a hero, but She had to stop when a sob threatened to crawl its way out of her throat. A sick feeling settled over her even as Tsuyu put a comforting hand on her shoulder, her face pinched with emotion. You are absolutely not a bad person, Ochako. Her black eyes bore into brown. While hatred isn't a healthy emotion to feel, Ribbit, it doesn't mean you're wrong for feeling it. Todoroki and Ida agreed. With their past experiences with Endeavor and Stain respectively, both of them knew firsthand what damage the dark emotion could bring. Still, they had eventually been strong enough to overcome any negative feelings holding them back from doing good. Uraraka wiped at her eyes. I don't want to hate him, but how can I not? Deku-kun is the sweetest boy in our class. He's kind, caring, friendly, and heroic. I knew Bakugo bullied him, but I never thought it went that far back. And I never thought Bakugo was cruel enough to say what he did. None of us expected it. Yaoyorozu spoke up softly. She'd been silent and deep in thought since they left the classroom. Midoriya, how we have come to know him, is the heart of our class. He's a humble leader everyone draws strength and inspiration from while also possessing a heroic heart. He cares fervently for others, and it is because of this none of us ever thought he'd lived through such horrible treatment yet still remain so kind of a person. Then there's Bakugo. She frowned harder, who has been disrespectful, violent, and hateful since the first day of class. Despite his obvious intelligence and skill in battle, his attitude has always been unmanageable. Even so, I also found his past actions a complete shock. For someone who said such deadly words and hurt another person to also desire so badly to be a hero is strange. On the other side of the room, Takoyami stood up. His sudden movement drew the attention of everyone else in the room. I apologize, but I think it would be best if we allowed Midoriya and Bakugo to speak for themselves. It doesn't sit well with me to discuss important matters when we've only seen snippets of the full story from either side. I won't disagree by defending Bakugo's past actions, but I believe it's more important to make sure Midoriya is okay when he returns. He might also feel that seeing his memories made him appear weak in our eyes, which we should make sure to not let him think. Rather than attempting to harm Bakugo, we should all put Midoriya's well-being first. That's understandable. Tsuyu and the others nodded slowly. She turned her attention back to Uraraka. Want me to get you something to drink? I have a feeling you'll be waiting in the lounge with everyone else until Midoriya comes back. The brunette smiled shakily. I wish we could go to him, but I suppose I'll have to settle for waiting for him. And yeah, a drink would be nice, Tsu-chan. Whatever you want to get me is fine. Thank you. And so Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Tsuyu, Yaoyorozu, Anjiro, Hagakure, and Takoyami waited. Upstairs, dealing with the situation by themselves in the privacy of their own rooms, were Shoji, Mainta, and Sato. The remainder of Class 1 was gathered in Kirishima's room. It wasn't a pretty sight. There has to be some sort of explanation, right? Kirishima asked the occupants of his room. After breaking down on Mina upon entering the dorm, Kaminari, Aoyama, Shiro, Koda, and Jiro had decided to try to comfort him. I know Bakugo isn't the nicest guy, but he couldn't have been that much of a bully. Shiro winced. I dunno, man. Sure, he's chilled a bit since the beginning of the school year, but he's always been an ass. You remember how he fought Midoriya back in the first battle trial of the school year? He was more than competitive, Kaminari reminded. As he spoke, he did so with a phone charger hanging out of his mouth nonchalantly. I mean, come on, Kirishima. He ignored his teammate to go beat the crap out of Midoriya because he could. One of those blasts he'd set off would have seriously harmed or even killed him had Midoriya not dodged. And in the battle against All Might, he slugged the poor guy in the face just because he wanted to work together. Kirishima continued to cry, his voice wobbly. He's been getting better though, hasn't he? Define better, Jiro said sullenly. He still treats most of us like dirt. I doubt he even knows our names. You're his friend and he still calls you one of his stupid nicknames half the time. Everyone else is an extra in his eyes, and he acts like he'd be happy if Midoriya stopped breathing. A few occupants of the room flinched at that. I'm sorry guys, but this is just too much, the redhead stated morosely. Mina knows this, but I got bullied a lot in middle school. There were a couple bullies throughout the years that made me doubt myself. They hurt me with their unmanly words, and made me feel like I was a complete loser. It wasn't until I started sticking up for others then I decided I should stick up for myself too. Once that happened, they backed off pretty quickly. One of them even apologized to me. He took a deep breath before continuing. I'd overheard Bakugo used to bully Midoriya from Uraraka. Weirdly enough, that just made me want to help both of them, but Midoriya already had Uraraka and Ida. No one was even trying to form a connection with Bakugo, so I tried. And you succeeded. Aoyama comforted with a sparkling wink. Kirishima smiled slightly, but it fell within seconds. I wanted to give Bakugo the benefit of the doubt, because usually guys like him hurt others because they're hurting themselves. But after seeing what he said to Midoriya, who is also my friend, I wonder if I should keep trying to help him open up. No matter what, I don't think I could face him right now. Part of me hurts so badly though, because I am basically his only friend here and I know he's going to need one right now more than ever, but I just... Nina wrapped her arms around him once more, and Kirishima gratefully accepted the hug. Then Kota spoke up. I don't know if this means anything, but I was bullied a lot in elementary and middle school too. His quiet voice wavered, unsure. When Gyro motioned for him to continue, he gave a small smile of thanks. It's, why I'm still pretty shy around people. Others made fun of the way I look, how I talk, my voice, my quirk, and how I would cry so easily. I think Midoriya had it worse than I did, but unlike him I wasn't friends with anyone who bullied me. F for him, he must not have been able to stop seeing Bakugo as a friend. I mean, he still calls him Kaken, right. He might not be aware of how mean anything Bakugo said or did to him was. Zero nodded. Yeah, maybe that's part of it. I'm also sorry to hear about that, guys. That must have sucked. Kota and Kirishima nodded mutely. I had to transfer schools at one point, Aizama suddenly voiced. Everyone turned to him, shocked at the admission. He was always so confident that hearing this was unexpected. Suddenly Mina felt bad for constantly interrupting him whenever he tried to speak. Dude, I'm so sorry, Kaminari immediately said. Do you want to talk about it too? The blonde shook his head, his usually chipper tone more somber than any of them had ever heard it. I'd rather not, Edenselent, but I will say that I understand what is going on with our classmate Midori. Being friends with someone for them to turn on you is the worst kind of betrayal. Denying that they're hurting you is the first thing that happens. Making excuses, feeling like you're the problem, thinking negative things about yourself comes after. All the while you still try to appease the person hurting you. Some even believe they deserve it, and that the warped relationship they have is better than any alternative. That's messed up, Gyro nearly whispered. It is, Ami. For a moment there was silence, and then, what should we do? Kaminari's statement was met with either more silence or an I don't know. We obviously need to check up on Midori at some point, Mina finally said. He needs to know he's not alone. Even if Ada and Uraraka beat us to it, we won't lose anything by showing him we're here for him too. Everyone agreed on that notion. And Bakugo? Kirishima questioned. I'm just going to ignore him for now, Zero sighed. If I pretend like he doesn't exist, I might be able to stop myself from provoking him. Me too, Kaminari said. No poking fun at him for a bit, I guess. If he's not already expelled or suspended, he's going to be pissed either way. I'd rather steer clear and let the teachers and Midoriya's squad deal with him. I never really interacted with him anyway, and I think he needs to deal with this himself. I'll probably ignore him too, Gyro explained, Kota and Aizama nodding along with her. Mina seemed conflicted. I want to confront him for hurting Midori, but you guys are making me feel like the odd one out here. I want to talk to him too, Kirishima said. He squeezed the pink hand holding his own. Maybe we can confront him together. She smiled. Sounds like a plan, Kiri. Until then, how about I get you something to drink? Don't want you getting dehydrated from shedding all those manly tears. The redhead managed a laugh. Thank you, Mina. There's plenty of juice and soda in the mini fridge over there if anyone else wants some too. I could go for some pop, Kaminari grinned. Gyro and Zero shrugged but asked for some as well. Kota and Aizama politely declined, retiring to their own rooms. Downstairs, Bakugo made the mistake of entering through the front door. The blonde stormed in, immediately attracting eyes from a third of the class from where they sat in the common room. His face was frozen in his resting scowl, red eyes burning bullet holes in those staring at him. As he slipped off his shoes, a growl escaped his lips. He was warning them not to bother him. However, when he made to head towards the boys' side of the dorm, he found Uraraka, who he hadn't noticed initially, standing in the doorway. Arms crossed, the gravity quirk user met his eyes defiantly. We need to talk. Do I look like the nerd to you? You can talk to him whenever the teachers are done coddling him like the baby he is. Oh, nice insult. I bet you have a lot of time to come up with them since it's not like you have any friends to spend time with. Bakugo raised a hand, sparks flying. What the hell is your deal? Out of my way, round face. Now, is that how you solve every problem? With violence, by hurting others until you get your own way. You don't know shit about me, he said, anger levels rising. I'm going to say this one more time, get out of my way. No. For a split second Bakugo seemed surprised, but it wasn't a moment later that he began to raise his arm. Whether or not he was going to actually blast her or shove her out of the way was unclear, because before he could do anything violent, a strong hand wrapped around his wrist fearlessly. How dare you? Ida hissed, eyes narrowed. The expression was unlike either Uraraka or Bakugo had seen before, and for a moment the blonde faltered. Lay a finger on any of my friends one more time, and I won't hesitate to punch you in retaliation. The class rep's usual aura was not unlike dark shadows as he stood beside Uraraka. Part of him wanted very much to punch Bakugo like he'd stated earlier. But his morals were still holding him back. Barely. If he was going to break the rules and disrespect the school over someone like Bakugo, then he wanted to make sure it was because he couldn't do anything else prior. Todoroki watched the scene from a couple yards away, body tense in case he needed to freeze the blonde to the floor. Bakugo instinctively brought his free arm up, palm open as he readied a small explosion and prepared to blast the boy away. This doesn't involve you, 4 eyes. Now back off before I kill you. Ada-kun, let him go. But, that's it, you uppity bastard. I'm done waiting around. Bakugo's palm sparked, but at that moment Ada let him go only for Uraraka to act. She had already been moving when Bakugo readied his assault, unexpectedly slapping him right across the face with a loud smack. He was sent floating backwards and roaring in anger within seconds. She released it a few moments later, leaving him to fall back to the floor, a couple feet, not managing to harm him at all. He did look like he was going to murder her and Ada though. You're both dead, he ceased. Totally worth it, Uraraka whispered to Ada. Bakugo. Todoroki's cold voice suddenly cut through the tension. It would be unwise for you to try attacking them again. I will freeze you up to your neck in an instant while Yaoyorozu will be forced to get Aizawa-sensei. After what he witnessed in class, I assume one more wrong move with him could very well lead to expulsion or at least a higher punishment than what he must have given you already. The curling of Bakugo's fists, yet no further aggressive movements, confirmed his statement. I rest my case. Whatever, Izuku bastard. What the hell are you all doing here, looking like we're about to take part in some warped intervention bullshit? Was all Bakugo spit out as he glowered at those in the common area. I don't have any obligation to explain myself to the bunch of you idiots. I also don't have to stand for you not letting me go to my own damn room. Well, class president and vice president. He said the titles with scorn. Why aren't you telling Round-Face to get out of my way? Yaoyorozu made to answer, but Ida raised a hand to signal he wanted to answer. Bakugo, do you realize how important Midoriya is to some of us? The blue-haired teenager questioned. His tone could barely be considered tightly polite, fury and resentment just underneath the surface. Like I give a, I'm sorry, but that was meant as a rhetorical question. All you're required to do is keep your mouth shut at the moment. Ida interrupted. From across the room he could have sworn he heard Hagakure whisper savage. As I was about to say, he continued, Midoriya is not just our classmate. To me he is a true friend. I care for him almost as if he were my own brother. Imagine my dismay at finding out the amount of abuse you put him through was not limited to what has occurred here these past months. Could you imagine for just 1 second what it might feel like to find out someone terrorized his younger brother for years and even had the audacity to tell him to take his own life? It was like the air had been sucked out of the room. Ada's chest was tight as he fought off tears. He couldn't cry right now. He had so many more things to say. But the way Bakugo actually seemed to still from his words, he realized this was the prime time to let his feelings be known. For many, he continued after a shaken breath, myself included, he is an inspiration. He cares deeply about doing good in the world. He is passionate about helping others above all else, even at the cost to himself. I used to wonder if he was just that pure-hearted. Is he really so selfless as to die for others without a second thought? While many heroes have a similar mindset, I can't help but worry you helped him develop this self-sacrificing streak. He belittles himself, you know, thinks he's not strong enough, not worthy to be here, like he could be doing more. Does he feel this way because you beat it into his head for years that he was what you called useless? Well, does he? Bakugo rolled his eyes, but there was a slight twitch to one of them that made Ida and Uraraka wonder what was actually going through his head. Just because you're friends with the Deku doesn't make you entitled to know everything about him. It also doesn't mean I have to explain myself either. Newsflash, nerd herd, but I don't know any of you anything. How can you say that? Uraraka stepped forward, Ida and Todoroki watching the other boy apprehensively. You know what, Bakugo? I don't know how you can even call yourself a hero. I don't give a shit about what you know or don't know. I'm going to be number one and that's all that matters. The girl shook her head sadly, her anger fading into a mix of pity and apathy. That's the problem, isn't it? The only person you care about is yourself. Deku-kun, your classmates, everyone you call extras, none of us are more than pebbles on your path to being the so-called best. Well, I'll be damned. You finally hit the nail on the head. Todoroki frowned, his arms crossed. What about Kirishima? The blonde's face was strangely neutral. What about him? He was trying not to cry on his way back here, and I have a feeling from the way he ran straight to his room once we got back that he couldn't hold it together longer than he had. Are you telling me you don't care that he's upset? Are you telling me that Kirishima, the one who spent everything he had on night vision goggles just to help rescue you from the League of Villains, isn't your friend? There was a hopeful moment when he could have nodded, said yes, or anything that wasn't what he actually ended up saying. Of course he isn't, and I never asked for any of your help, so drop it. Todoroki's mask switched from one of indifference to one of severe disappointment and loathing. I see. Well, I hope you can be happy with yourself at some point. Without friends, without anyone who can stand being near you with that self-centered attitude, I guarantee it will be a hollow, lonely way to the top. If you make it to graduation, that is. With that, the fire and ice user made his way out of the dorm. His prime concern after listening to Takoyami's wise words was Izuku. Since Bakugo was here, that meant there was a high chance Midoriya would be coming back soon as well. He also trusted Uraraka and Ida to deal with Bakugo, whatever such a task entailed. Shortly after his leave, Uraraka told Bakugo she wasn't done with him. Ada stated something similar, the two of them both deciding to follow Todoroki's actions and leave the dorm after him. Those still assembled in the common room gradually went about their regular business without saying a word to the strangely restrained blonde. As for Bakugo, he walked up to his room without having to worry about anyone else stopping him. He did, however, slow down to a stop in front of Kirishima's door, raising a hand to knock. It was only right as his knuckles were about to graze the wood that he stopped. The image of the redhead crying popped into his head. His gut twisted uncomfortably at the thought. Then he heard a couple of voices coming from inside the room before him. Clenching his fist, the blonde quickly retreated to his own room and locked the door. He couldn't face his other classmates right now, not after what happened in the common room. No, he would wait until he could talk to Kirishima alone. This is all Deku's fault, he thought while trying not to blow up any of his belongings. I may as well kiss taking the provisional license exam goodbye, because there's no way in hell I'd ever apologize to him. And for that sleep-deprived jerk to sentence me to anger management and counseling sessions. Bullshit. If the sheedy nerd had just kept quiet about the past, then I wouldn't be in this situation right now. But that wasn't the real problem, was it? He brought a hand to where his cheek had stung from Uraraka's slap. The girl might be small, but she had fine wrist control with the strength to boot. Stupid round face. His gaze fell on the wrist Ida had gripped. Stupid four eyes. The words Todoroki said to him before leaving burned in his mind's eye. Stupid half and half bastard. Finally, Izuku's honest green eyes when he stated they were friends towered over his other thoughts. Stupid Deku. After Bakugo had stormed out, the principal dismissed All Might and Izuku. I have a couple more things I wish to discuss with these two. He motioned to Aizawa and Daydreamer. For now, why don't you escort Midoriya back to his dormitory, All Might? The retired hero nodded. Of course, Nenzu. Let's get going then, shall we, my boy? As sure. With that, All Might and his successor left the room, leaving the mammal to voice the question he'd been itching to ask. You aren't really planning on expelling Bakugo, are you? He asked Aizawa with intelligent eyes. Aizawa sighed. It seemed the principal could see through his deceptions with no trouble at all. You're correct. I'm not. Daydreamer seemed completely at a loss. I'm sorry, but what? That's surprising, the principal replied while shushing the younger hero with a paw. You've expelled others for far less. That was just a ruse to get him thinking about his actions. His prior schools failed to teach him about consequences. But I won't be able to stand facing Midoriya in class if I didn't take initiative. The kid doesn't deserve it. Kicking Bakugo out of here when I know we can help him mature though would only be damning him to a fate of bitterness and rage, which while I'm not concerned about him ever turning to villainy is a waste of potential. That being said, he still must take responsibility for his actions, because while he is not entirely to blame for how he turned out, he ultimately chose time and time again to do harm rather than good. No, I think a better punishment than simply parting ways will be to teach him why his current and past treatment of Midoriya is deplorable. I see. That will be quite the task, won't it? It's not a task. I simply can't stand by to watch two of my top students suffer. Midoriya needs to realize his self-worth, and Bakugo needs a wake-up call. Honestly, the latter of the two will be where most of my time is spent, especially since he still treats most of my other students with complete disrespect. I'll work on that with him too, he noted mentally. Either way, I'm hoping Bakugo's classmates help speed up the process. It's not hard to see how much the other students look up to Midoriya. They'll most likely knock some sense into Bakugo's head because of this. As long as they don't attack him, I think their intervention will lead to him having his suspension lifted before the end of next week. Almost 2 weeks. The mind-reading hero questioned. Do you think it will really take him that long to bring himself to apologize to the poor kid? I hope you do not pity Midoriya, because that problem child, despite having a far too forgiving heart, is stronger than he seems. Also, I estimate it will take at least a full week before Bakugo even thinks about apologizing. Finding it in him to come up with a genuine apology with all of the pride he carries. A week and a few days is my minimum estimate. Nenzu couldn't hold back a chuckle, while he opened his maw in favor for discussing moving Daydreamer's lesson to Friday, 2 days from now. Down the corridor, All Might was attempting to wrap his head around the situation with his boy. Young Midoriya, I can't say I would have defended young Bakugo like you did back there. Part of me is amazed at your capacity to forgive. On the other hand, it worries me that you don't quite comprehend the magnitude of his actions. Izuku tried not to sigh. He failed miserably. Explaining himself was going to be a common theme these next few hours. I know everyone I talk to is going to judge me for defending him, but I thought you of all people would understand. All Might's heart throbbed painfully at the statement. As they rounded the wall and made their way to the stairs leading to the back entrance to the building, he contemplated how to approach this. I apologize. I didn't mean to make you feel as if I were judging you. I've been a hero a long time, my boy, and back when I was your age before I received one for all, I dealt with a fair share of bullying as well. What you showed us today scared me. Other kids would call me names, sure, but there were plenty more quirkless individuals when I was young, so the anti-quirkless sentiment found in some places today shocks me. No school would ever have allowed the treatment you underwent to happen 40 years ago. And to know one of my own students acted so unheroic disappoints me greatly. Kaken was just trying to protect me, Izuku stated again. Then why did he look so surprised when you mentioned that in the principal's office? I think he was just shocked that I saw through his mask. He's played the role of a jerk since we were 4. I guess he doesn't want others to discredit his image after all of this time either. He might have to admit to everyone that he doesn't actually hate my guts. Or maybe he didn't know it himself until I said it, he breathed longingly. The hero continued to frown as they made their way outside. Heading towards the direction of Izuku's dorm, they kept chatting. Pardon me for being a bit reluctant to believe what you say as the truth. I heard the things he said to you during the battle trial, you know. The animosity he was filled with did not feel forced or fake. He was upset because he thought I was lying to him about not having a quirk our entire life. Wouldn't you be upset if a friend of yours lied to you like that? For over a decade. Not that I did lie, which I tried to explain to him previously even though he didn't believe me, but his attention shifted at the sight of a familiar face approaching the duo. Todoroki-kun, Midoriya. The dual-haired teenager nodded to All Might as well. I came to see how you were doing. I'm fine, Izuku stated with a small smile. Todoroki wasn't impressed. I see. Well, if you need to fight someone as a means to decipher your emotions and overcome your traumatic experiences, I will gladly volunteer to help you. The greenette was split between laughing and face-palming. Before he could do more than stare at Todoroki in wonder though, Uraraka and Ida were suddenly there. Deku-kun. Arms encircled him without warning, slipping under his arms and around his torso firmly. Uraraka's head came to a rest on his shoulder a second later. We've been worried about you since Aizawa-sensei dismissed class. Are you okay? That question is a bit silly. Ida attempted to cut in only to be ignored. It seemed Uraraka and Izuku had realized their position and were both blushing madly as Uraraka jumped away from her classmate. Watching the oblivious lovebirds was a silent Todoroki as well as a chuckling All Might. Uraraka-chan, Izuku shouted awkwardly as he flung his arms about. When he finally settled down, both of his arms were above his head in a perpendicular fashion, pink still painting his cheeks. Cute, Uraraka thought. Wait, no, not cute. Abort that thought process this instant, Achako. He's going to be a hero, which means he won't have time for trivial high school crushes. A girl could dream though, couldn't she? I see you don't need me to escort you all the way to the dorms after all, my boy. It seems you have some good friends here to do that instead. Make sure no one bothers him too much, young Ida, All Might requested with a smile. Of course, All Might sensei. Turning to Izuku, the teacher rested a hand atop his protege's head affectionately. I'll talk to you more tomorrow morning in between classes. If you need anything, do not hesitate to message or call me. You can also call Aizawa if you wish. Is that all right, young Midoriya? He nodded. I'll keep that in mind. See you tomorrow, All Might, and thank you for caring. All Might's eyes wrinkled with the size of the smile that enveloped his face. You don't need to tell me thank you, my boy. I care whether you wish me to or not. Shortly after the teacher bid his 4 students farewell, Ida herded them in the direction of Heights Alliance. None of them protested. At least not at first. Guys, Izuku said when they were about to walk past their dorm's gates. Can we maybe wait a little bit before going in? Todoroki frowned. Why? I'm not sure if I'm ready to face our classmates right now, he admitted. The memories you guys saw earlier. The ones with Kaken from elementary and middle school, I didn't intend for any of you to see them. It was all a moment of panic that caused my thoughts to drift. I'm sure Kaken is being treated really harshly because of it, am I right? I might have slapped him. Izuku blinked at Uraraka in awe. Why, you slapped Kaken? I sure did. I kind of wish I'd punched him instead though. But the goal was to make him float so a punch wouldn't have cut it. I can still punch him if you want, Todoroki offered. I can't believe you're still alive, the greenette whispered to himself before shaking his shock off. I mean, Uraraka-chan, you didn't have to do that. What happened in those memories took place a while back. It's all behind us now. I never let his words get to me. A tiny little white lie, and I'm not mad at Kaken anymore. Todoroki-kun, please don't punch him. He's on thin ice as it is, and I really don't want to see him expelled. Ida's eyes widened behind his glasses. Midoriya, you do realize how someone like him cannot possibly become a hero. He told you to do something unthinkable, irreversible. Do you really think someone who bullied you like such can help people? You should be wishing for his expulsion if anything. To everyone's surprise, Izuku looked done. Ida-kun, I appreciate your concern, but you did not grow up with him. You saw a couple memories, a few brief moments in time. Those, coupled with your impression with Kaken since school began, are enough to tell you whether or not he has the potential to be a hero. I'm sorry, but I don't think so. But Ida has a point, Uraraka pressed. I thought he was just a jerk, but he's worse than that. Precisely. It's like as stated on the first day of class. The way he talks, the way he acts, he's more reminiscent of a villain than... No. Izuku's hands curled into fists, his eyes shutting before opening again with the relaxing of his hands. Uraraka-chan, you fought Toga, didn't you? She attacked you with the intent to kill, but wanted to slice you up beforehand? Yeah, she answered despite her confusion. And Todoroki-kun, Izuku continued, you witnessed Shigaraki's hatred during the USJ attack. The warp villain's brutality in hurting 13 and intent to cut All Might in half. Not to mention the other countless villains that attacked our classmates. A nod. He faced the class rep. Ida-kun, I don't even need to ask about the encounter with Stain. And the feeling when All for One appeared. It felt like dying, hadn't it? Ida could only stare into his friend's pleading green eyes as said student took turns looking at each of his friends. When I fought Muscular, I thought I was going to die. His entire aura screamed death. He had a sick fascination with making people bleed and playing around with them like Toga. He was going to kill Koda-kun just for the fun of it. He found joy in killing, he stressed. We barely escaped with our lives. I have permanent damage to my arms from that fight, and of course more scars. But my mother's tears after hearing about me being in the hospital were the worst. The trio listened intently as Izuku's voice became more laced with emotion. To Uraraka's horror, her friend's eyes seemed to start shining, like he would soon start crying. How can you compare Kaken to those people? Cold-blooded murderers and psychopaths. I get he's not the greatest person, but he's not the worst of the worst either. He took a deep breath as if trying to calm down, but his eyes prickled with tears. I know it doesn't seem like it, but he has feelings too. All you see is anger and arrogance. He's so much more complex than that. He feels pain, humility, sadness, embarrassment, joy, and everything we feel because he's human, a hero in training just like us. I know it's hard to see him that way. Yes, he hurt me for over a decade. Yes, he told me to jump off a roof. Does that really make him a villain, though? Does that make him any less of a human being? He didn't act that way because he could. He acted that way, still acts this way, because he's dealing with the fact he doesn't see himself the way he projects himself. He's not full of pride. He thinks he's inferior. To me, Todoroki couldn't keep quiet any longer. That's still no excuse for his behavior, Midoriya. While it doesn't make him a villain, he made the decisions to harm you. He was and still is a bully. I know, Todoroki-kun. I'm the one he would seek out and attack. I'm just trying to explain why I forgave him a long time ago. Part of it is because holding grudges aren't my thing. I'm quick to forgive as it is. Another part of it, though, is that. He trailed off for a moment, lips pursed in thought. I feel a lot, I guess. Maybe it's a higher form of empathy or something. Anyway, it makes it hard not to forgive others when you feel like you know them. When you feel like you really understand and connect with them. For Kaken, I believe I know where he was coming from. Since he was born, people told him he would be the best hero because of the quirk he was born with. And from our peers to our teachers, they encouraged the inflated ego we see today. His parents didn't really help either. Between his dad's complacency and his mom's own violent behaviors, Kaken turned out exactly as anyone in his situation might have. Sure, he could have been less of a jerk, but when we were 4, the adults didn't correct his behavior. They let him do whatever he wanted, even hurt me, with barely an admonishment. They also were part of the group that taught my peers a quirkless kid like me would never amount to anything. Before Kaken got his quirk, before the world around us changed and along with it my childhood friend, he was a kind person. He took a moment to breathe before going on. Maybe you guys do have a point though. All Might, Aizawa, and I'm sure the rest of the class won't understand just like you don't about how I could possibly admire and forgive him despite all he's done. He did hurt me, and I couldn't stop him. I barely stood up for myself either. I bet you all think it's because I'm weak. We don't think that. Uraraka cut off, her own eyes shining with tears. You're one of the strongest people I know. In more ways that one, even. Deku-kun, you risked your life to save me in the entrance exam. You always put others before yourself. Ida-kun, Todoroki, tell him. She's right, Eda agreed. You saw earlier in class, but you are part of the reason I am on track to becoming the next Ingenium. I would have died if not for you. Todoroki's eyes turned somber. I would still be under my father's thumb, filled with hatred and resentment if not for your influence. You gave up winning the sports festival to help save me from myself. I can use the full extent of my quirk, because you were and are still a hero to me. See, Uraraka smiled. You are anything but weak, Deku-kun. Izuku didn't seem too sure, but their words were getting to him as evidenced by how he started crying even harder. Think why you. The trio found themselves hugging Izuku, Uraraka having made the first move while Ida followed and motioned for Todoroki to do the same. "We're here for you if you want to continue this conversation inside," Ida stated after a while during their embrace. "Or if you need time to rest you can do that and just text us later if you feel up to talking more," Uraraka added. Izuku chuckled warmly. "You guys are the best friends I could ask for." To their amusement, Todoroki nodded resolutely, looking confused when neither Uraraka nor Ida did as well. Anyway, the Greenette continued after the group hug was disbanded. "I think I really just want to lie down in bed for a little while. Maybe resting or doing homework will help me stop thinking." "You're heading to your room then. I shall escort you," Ida said with a charismatic smile. "I do recommend grabbing a snack on the way upstairs though. Dinner isn't for a couple more hours, and after such an ordeal the appropriate sustenance would be." Izuku listened as Uraraka got Ida going on what type of snack would be the best for himself to eat, Todoroki listening to the discussion with rapt attention. The whole sight made Izuku feel warm inside. He wouldn't trade his friends for the world. It was nearly curfew when Bakugo finally found himself getting out of bed. "Hey, Kirishima," he said at a reasonable volume before knocking on the redhead's door. When there was no response, Bakugo checked the time on his phone, waiting until it was exactly 10 o'clock to try again. "You in there, hair for brains? It's not very manly to miss curfew." There was sound coming from inside the room then, the blonde's skin buzzing with a strange feeling of nervousness he'd never felt before. It couldn't be that he was anxious to see him. The door inched its way open until there was just enough room for the usually smiling boy to stick his head out the door. Hey, Bakugo," said visitor Froze. Kirishima wasn't smiling. In fact, he wouldn't even meet Bakugo's eyes. That hurt Bakugo more than he liked to admit. So, he started out gruffly, "How are you doing?" "I'm all right, I guess. Listen, can we talk? If it's about that sheedy nerd's memories, then the answer is no." Without warning, Kirishima pulled the door open wide enough for his entire body to be able to fit in the doorway. When he raised his eyes to meet Crimson, the blonde was taken aback by how puffy and red they were. It seemed he'd been crying a lot that night. "Why are you here?" "Aizawa told me you looked upset earlier," was the answer. "And you wanted to check up on me. Is that it?" "Of course not." Unfortunately, Kirishima was not in the mood for dealing with Bakugo's roundabout way of caring. "Look, Bakugo, I was pretty upset earlier. I still am. That stuff Midoriya, my friend, showed us all earlier in class was seriously not cool." The blonde had the audacity to scoff. "Deku isn't making a bit deal of it, and yet everyone in class is collectively losing their sheet. So what if I roughed him up a little bit when we were kids? He literally came to me most of the time, always getting in my way or protecting other kids at his own expense. It was his own fault he ended up hurt." Kirishima shook his head, his frown becoming more pronounced. "You do realize how messed up that is, right? He was just trying to do the right thing and you hurt him because of it. If at any point in time you sought him out just to make fun of him or beat him up, that makes you a bully. And you wouldn't know this, but I dealt with my fair share of bullies in the past too. That makes it all that more difficult to process what you did. I don't understand why everyone around here besides Deku and I are so damn bothered. He's fine now, isn't he? And that stuff about the roof, it's not like I meant it. He freaking knew I wasn't serious. He has scars." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "What? Have you never noticed the marks on his back, chest, and shoulders? The ones that are starburst shaped look similar to smaller burn marks caused by your explosion. I thought when I heard you were childhood friends that perhaps they were accidents from practicing quirks or something. But I guess I was too stupid to face the facts." There was a pregnant pause. "You put them there on purpose, didn't you?" Bakugo was silent. "The other scars from before UA." The redhead went even at the risk of waking Shoji. "Maybe you didn't cause them, but he definitely couldn't have done them to himself. That means others were hurting him too and you still treated him like dirt. Not to mention the way he used to flinch at even the friendliest of touch. And the way you spoke to him, the way you still speak to him. Seriously, Bakugo, it was like looking in a mirror." Kirishima was silent for a moment before continuing shakily. "Anyway, I don't know if I can do this anymore. I really admired you. I thought without a doubt that we were friends, and while I know you do care at least a little bit about me, it's not enough. You can't just care about me and then go around treating the rest of our classmates like trash. As for Midoriya, he deserves more than an apology. You need to start treating him better. You need to start treating everyone better. Until then, I don't think I can hang around you anymore." "What the hell are you saying?" Bakugo's voice came off as angry, but there was an undertone of despair in it. To his horror, the redhead started crying once more. "I'm saying until you begin respecting our classmates and apologize to Midoriya for what you put him though, we can't be friends anymore. I'm sorry." With that, Kirishima quickly receded into his room, all but slamming the door before he began crying even harder. This left the unnaturally quiet Bakugo standing in front of the door with drooping shoulders. His eyes were wide in disbelief, his mind empty before filling with the fitting imagery of an explosion. Deku. The next couple days were a bit rocky. For starters, Bakugo's absence was strange to Izuku. The feeling that he wasn't in class because of what he'd let slip yesterday made him feel guilty despite knowing he shouldn't. And Kirishima's smile looked positively fake. Mina, Kaminari, and Cyril along with Aoyama, Kota, and Gyro to a lesser extent seemed to gravitate towards him in hopes of cheering him up. Izuku made a mental note to talk to him at some point during the weekend. Part of him felt like the redhead wanted to approach him anyhow, but wasn't quite sure how much time either of them needed before bringing out any tear-stained laundry. Izuku could definitely help with that, after he dealt with his own issues. Because telling his mother about the decade of abuse he'd suffered from one of her closest friends' son was even harder than being told you're next. I'm sorry for lying about it all this time, he finished after All Might helped him tell his mother what he had trouble saying. It wasn't as difficult to recount the highlights of roughly 10 years' abuse after Principal Nezu had helped him work through the incidents just 24 hours ago. But watching the woman who raised and cherished him slowly deflate as he kept talking hurt so much more than a shattered arm or leg. Apologizing didn't stop the tears either. Mom, Inko's lower lip wobbled as he brought her son into a fierce hug. Oh, sweetie, I always thought something was off about you. All of the accidents, the lack of play dates shortly after starting primary school, and that nickname Katsuki called you. I knew it wasn't endearing at all. I'm the one that should be apologizing. You felt like you couldn't tell me. I failed as a mother. I should have been more involved. I trusted you, Izuku. But it seems I trusted you so much it blinded me from the fact you needed help. Mom, you didn't fail me. I was the one being secretive. I didn't want to bother you, he stated again. Izuku, you're my baby boy. As much as you make me worry when you get hurt, you will never be a bother to me. The tender scene before All Might and the principal was drastically different from what they dealt with next. And there you have it. Nezu explained the situation with measured flourish, awaiting the elder Bakugo's reactions. Masaru had been holding onto his wife's hand tightly as if trying to calm the woman down. Mitsuki, on the other end of the spectrum, quickly grew angrier and angrier as their collective horror grew. When all was said by the principal said Mammal waited for the reaction to their son's punishment. Inko had been fine with it, ultimately agreeing that Aizawa's logic was sound logic considering how much she knew Mitsuki would let her boy have it once she heard about it. He wasn't expecting the blonde woman to punch her own child though, especially not in his own office. You shitty brat, Mitsuki roared, towering over her son and ignoring her husband's attempt to get her to sit back down. How dare you do that to Inko's sweet boy? She's practically a sister to me and Izuku has been nothing but kind to our family. I don't care what those dumbass teachers did or didn't do to inflate your ego. Bullying to that extent should have put you in juvenile detention. Ugh, I'm so mad at you right now, Katsuki, I could just… Excuse me, Nezu shouted. All at once Mitsuki turned on him. Her red eyes narrowed into a scowl not unlike her son's. Please take your seat, Bakugo-san. Why should I? I'm not done with him yet. Honey, please. We are in his office. I'm sure he doesn't appreciate all of the yelling. TCH, fine. Masaru put a hand on his wife's wrist, gently dragging her back down into her chair. All the while Bakugo stared at the floor. For a moment his hand gravitated to his cheek, where his mother had delivered a strong right hook, but his hand dropped back down into his lap rather quickly. It seemed he had no intention to comment. The interaction rubbed Nezu the wrong way. As the conversation continued, it seemed Masaru blamed himself as much as the teachers and his son. Mitsuki felt otherwise. What are you talking about? We raised him just fine. It's not like we didn't tell him over and over again to respect others and to not be a D to other people. Perhaps, but he gets his habit of screaming, swearing, and violent behavior from you and you know it. While I do believe Katsuki made the ultimate decisions to hurt others, there is no denying we along with other adults with the responsibility to raise him right had some part in this. Her husband dared to voice. It was only then Mitsuki began looking the slightest bit guilty. Sure, she swore at him a lot. Maybe she slapped him around every once in a while. She was his mother though. She was just disciplining her child. Or was she instilling her own bad habits onto her boy his entire life? None of them could be sure. Either way, the future was what they had to focus on now. Bringing the two families together to decide on future ministrations was another story. Strangely enough, things went oddly smooth when both of them were called into the office at the same time. It appears you've both come to the same decision on how to handle your son's previous school's actions, or lack of action, in all of this. The mammalian teacher hummed. Daydreamer will be able to provide the Hero Association with what information he cataloged the day prior, such as what staff allowed what incidents to happen and so on, with young Midoriya's signature. Neither student will have to be outright involved. As the parents, however, you will be kept updated on any progress made. The individuals involved will lose their teaching rights and face the consequences their actions charge them with. While I know it isn't as of the same priority, both families involved will be receiving compensation from the school board should particular penalties apply. I want you to give anything our family receives to Inko, Mitsuki interjected. The elder Greenette tried to talk her out of it. Mitsuki, that really isn't an I don't care. We're well off enough as it is, so I want you to have anything that comes our way. It's the least Masaru and I can do for failing to control our son. Are you sure? Absolutely. And also, Inko. The elder Bakugo stood up then, turning to face Inko and Izuku while Mitsuki grabbed her son by the arm so he was facing them as well. After a moment, all three of them were bowing in apology for everything that has happened. Masaru began before the trio spoke at once. We're sorry. Inko brought a hand to her chest, eyes welling with tears once more. Thank you, Mitsuki, Masaru. I forgive you. Katsuki. Her voice became sterner. I will attempt to forgive you once Izuku lets me know you're off suspension. There's no use in apologizing to me when he is the one who truly needs it. I don't care how long it takes. Just know what I wish for is for Izuku to be happy. And if I know my baby well, this means you two will need to talk things through. There was silence, and then, okay, Auntie. Immediately after the meeting dismissed, after the Bakugos and Inko said goodbye to their sons, Izuku attempted to talk to his childhood friend. The way he'd spoken to the elder Midoriya made it seem like he was willing to remedy the situation. Maybe he already understood what he did was wrong and was ready to apologize. Izuku needed to stop his wishful thinking. Kaken. The word fell on deaf ears as Bakugo walked past him. Give him time, the principal recommended as he and the Greenette watched Bakugo storm off without a word. Focus on yourself for now. You have a pop-up counseling session tomorrow during your free period with Present Mike you might want to prepare for. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. I thought Hound Dog was the lifestyle guidance counselor. And aren't those meetings on Wednesdays? Tomorrow's Friday. They will be, but Present Mike is the perfect teacher for the exercise we have in store for tomorrow. He also expressed interest in helping handle the situation. We wanted to get a first session in before next week anyway, so I hope this doesn't interfere with any plans you had. It doesn't. I'm actually looking forward to it. He smiled brightly. Nedzu nodded, a pleased look on the mammal's face. He had been worried Izuku would be adverse to the prospect of counseling. It appeared he'd been concerned for nothing. Anyway, I'll just head back to the dorms then. I have quite a bit of homework to get done. Thank you for everything, Nedzu-sensei. He called while taking off down the hall with a wave. After a couple seconds he had turned the corner and disappeared from sight. The principal's smile turned somber, a sad look entering his eyes. Izuku was such an intelligent child. He possessed such a big heart and heroic spirit, as well as the drive to become a hero the world could look up to. Yet he brushed off such uncouth behavior like it was just part of how things were, like he deserved it. It was because of this that it was obvious to those teaching him, however, that while the boy possessed great qualities he lacked something very important: self-love. Day 2 of Bakugo's suspension. For your first session today we are going to discuss the topic of abuse. We will go over what exactly it is, why your actions classify as such, and why it is unacceptable. Bakugo simply glared at his homeroom teacher. It was obvious he was staying quiet out of stubbornness, seeing as he didn't want to be there. It was lunch break for the rest of the students, so the sound of footsteps in the hall broke the silence of the empty classroom somewhat. But even without the background noise he would have been comfortable sitting in silence for half an hour. Aizawa sighed internally. He wasn't going to ask his student to speak, which meant he would have to coerce him into talking the only way he knew would ensure his participation. There are various forms of abuse, he began in a monotone voice. I'm not going to go into detail on all of them, but I will focus on physical, verbal, and psychological instances of abuse I witnessed in Midoriya's memories. The most obvious would easily be physical abuse. It can consist of actions like punching, kicking, pushing, slapping, choking, biting, and so on. Your actions also fell into the subcategory of physical abuse that involves weapons, since your quirk classifies the use of explosions as such. Not if you acknowledge that you did partake in said form of abuse. His student acted as if he hadn't heard. We make these lessons a daily thing if that's what you wish. We can also do them after school instead of during lunch, so that way you and I can sit here in silence for hours on end. After a solid minute of scowling, Bakugo finally moved his head a minuscule amount. The teacher hummed, not exactly categorizing the movement as a nod but glad the teenager listened to him anyway. Verbal abuse as its core means using words to bring another person down. Midoriya's hero name, for example, used to have another meaning. You called him Deku because it meant useless due to your unfounded belief that quirkless equates to useless. You also said a plethora of other insulting things to him throughout primary and secondary school. Do you acknowledge this? This time Bakugo nodded properly, his scowl becoming slightly more subdued. Then there is psychological abuse, or emotional or mental abuse, which is tied hand in hand with verbal abuse in many cases. It is when one subjects another to behavior that results in heightened stress, anxiety, depression, trauma, and so on. You, Bakugo, know as well as anyone what effects you've had on Midoriya. He suffered from an unhealthy amount of anxiety when he first arrived here. He is still a naturally anxious student, but it is safe to say his stuttering habit may have been directly caused by your constant mistreatment of him. He was completely isolated until recently because of your actions, preventing him from having any friends. He grew discouraged to speak up because your peers and teachers made him feel like whatever he had to say was meaningless, wrong, or ignorant. You threatened him time and time with violent words, going even as far as alluding to suicide. Do you acknowledge this? Shut up. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. That was not an appropriate response. Please nod, or answer with a yes or no. Damn you. Bakugo suddenly burst, sparks escaping his palms before his quirk was cancelled out. Fine. Yes, you already know what sheet I did, so what's the point of grilling me for confirmation? Because one of the first steps to changing your ways is to realize what you did as abuse, and also to understand that abuse is wrong. I'm not a dumbass like Dunce Face or Raccoon Eyes. I already know all that, the blonde growled. His mind wandered to the conversation he'd overheard between Izuku and Todoroki during the sports festival. The image of a conceited endeavor gloating in the stadium stands about his son's purpose in the stadium stands, and then the scar on Todoroki's face made his gut twist. He remembered Kirishima's words the other night too. He has scars. Bakugo shook the thoughts away. He was nothing like that flaming ball of trash. Right, don't refer to your classmates as such. They might not be as book smart as you, but their heroic passion makes up for that. As the years go on, their intelligence will grow. That being said, I would like us to continue with the matter at hand. Whatever. Now, Bakugo, why is abuse wrong? Because the other person isn't strong enough to fight back and win. Aizawa sighed. No, not at all. Let me tell you something first, and then try to answer again. An abuser, he began, is someone who does any one or more of the forms of abuse I mentioned earlier. In a less politically correct manner, an abuser is a bully. A bully takes out his or her anger, vulnerability, and sadness on someone else in order to gain something, whether that be a physical reward, a feeling of satisfaction or happiness, or basic entertainment. The person they target is usually viewed as weak and unable or unwilling to fight back, which makes them an easy target. The strong picking on those perceived as weak, also one can feel better about themselves while another suffers. That's not true, Bakugo responded without prompting. The teacher made a mental check mark. He had made some sort of progress. Care to explain what about my statement was false? Bullies don't always target the weak. Sometimes they hurt someone they believe to be stronger than them, someone they perceive to be a threat, someone who thinks they're better than them. Aizawa kept his face neutral. You're referring to Midoriya, I assume. No sheet. Language, he chastised. Anyway, you are telling me while despite calling Midoriya every synonym for weak, useless, and unintelligent, you actually recognized him as someone strong. The blonde crossed his arms, turning his head away agitatedly. Listen closely, because I will not repeat myself again. Deku is the stupidest person I've ever had the unfortunate luck of knowing. We met before I could even remember. According to our folks, we were as inseparable as babies could get. I can only vaguely remember a few snippets with him before I got my quirk. But we were what you could call friends, I guess, he admitted grudgingly. His dream of being like All Might was actually something I admired about him. We both watched All Might on the news. And while I thought we was cool, Deku's admiration for him went to a whole other level. He barely paid attention to me whenever the topic of All Might was brought up, going off on little nerdy tangents about him and how he was going to be a hero too. It pissed me off. He was jealous, huh? Aizawa thought. I decided I would just have to be better than All Might. It was about the same time my quirk manifested, which made me even more confident that I would one day become number one. With a quirk like mine, there was no one I wouldn't be able to beat, especially quirkless Deku. He turned his red eyes to his teachers, fierce determination lighting them as he continued. But he didn't understand. What didn't he understand? How to give up. He was quirkless, damn it. The doctor told him he'd never get a quirk, but despite that he still thought he'd be able to be a hero like All Might. He still thought he could be number one, that he was better than me, even though I had a quirk perfect for rising to the top as a hero. If someone in class was feeling left out or sad, he would try to help them feel better like he was some crappy rescue hero. He kept butting into my business, getting in the way when my friends and I were being a little rough with some of the other kids. He actually thought he could fight me. You saw how that ended though, did you? He was nothing but a crybaby that wouldn't stop getting up. I see. And that frightened you, didn't it? Of course not. It made me mad, because he thought he was so tough when he wasn't. He didn't know when to stop. Even after I beat him up a couple times, he still followed me around. I thought maybe he would finally realize how much better I was than him, that he was too weak to ever be a hero. But one day he pissed me off so much I gave up trying to set him straight. Aizawa blinked tiredly. It was when he tried to help you up after you'd fallen off the log, wasn't it? A nod. You do realize how injured you could have gotten. Midoriya wasn't out of line to see if you were physically unharmed after such a fall. You didn't see the pity in his eyes when he looked at me, Bakugo countered. I highly doubt it was pity, Bakugo. You may not comprehend this, but Midoriya looks up to you greatly. I'm sure you've noticed how even some of his fighting tactics and mannerisms were inspired by your own. He copies me just like he copies All Might. The blonde barked with an eye roll. It's not a compliment, it's an insult. We're getting off topic, Aizawa decided. He could feel a headache coming on. Why was he doing this again? Expelling his student would be so much easier than trying to knock some sense into the boy's thick skull. Unburying any sort of compassion hidden underneath his mountain of pride was going to take quite a while too. From what I gather, you found Midoriya's unwavering determination and heroic spirit threatening. This made you recognize him as a rival of sorts, is that correct? If that's how you want to word me thinking of him as more than an extra that didn't even put up a fight, then sure. Unlike everyone else who either were scared of me or sucked up to me because I was strong, he actually had enough backbone to have an opinion. I'm sure that's what you think back on, but it was obvious that your harsh treatment of him made him more and more subdued as time went on. By primary school, he still stuck up for others, yet he allowed you to do whatever you wanted to him. He grew too afraid to fight back. Bakugo stayed silent. It was then Aizawa checked his watch, noting how there were only a couple minutes left of the lunch period. It seems we'll have to resume this tomorrow afternoon. Lunch is almost over and I have a class that starts in less than 10 minutes. So you should head back to the dormitory. What? You said every other day. I did, but I can also add sessions as I see fit. We made a minimal amount of progress today. Tomorrow at the same time I want you to report here so we can finish discussing why abuse is not acceptable. I will also be asking you once again why abuse is wrong. And I expect a better answer than what you provided today. While you're at it, I want you to research the legal consequences of abuse. Why? For perspective, Bakugo. Or maybe a quiz that will be worth as much as an exam. Either way, do as I ask unless you want these sessions to be daily. Now get going. The bell will ring any second, and you have homework to do. Just because you're suspended does not mean I will tolerate you falling behind. Meanwhile, in Present Mike's classroom. Now do it with me, little listener. Yamada-sensei, I really don't. I can't hear you. Please, I can't yell nearly as loud as you. The pro hero threw Izuku a megaphone of all things. Don't worry about it. My classroom is soundproof due to my itty-bitty habit of using my quirk in class. Throw away your inhibitions, kid, and yell with me. The greenette gulped, but after a few moments resolved himself to turn the megaphone on and nod. I'm ready, sensei. Great. Now, we're going to scream what we went over on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Simultaneously. Their eardrum-shattering voices filled the classroom. I quote Mizukumidoriya. I quote Hizashi Yamada. And I quote him proud. What else? Present Mike screamed. Go crazy, kid. I'm going to be a hero. And what's her hero name? Deku, the hero who always does his best. Plus Ultra. Day 3 of Bakugo's suspension. The second session began similarly to the first. So, Bakugo, did you do the research I told you to? Yeah. Want me to list off the different punishments for various offenses? You weren't very specific, so I assumed you would be giving me a stupid quiz. Nope, no quizzes. The blonde looked murderous. Are you serious? You fool. Language. I never said I would quiz you, just that I wanted you to do research and that there might be a quiz. I did tell you, however, I wanted an answer to the question I asked though. Have you come up with one? I guess. There is a long pause. It seemed as if Bakugo was waiting for Aizawa to say something. Yet he underestimated how patient his teacher could be. After sitting in silence for nearly 5 minutes, Bakugo snapped. It's wrong, because people don't deserve to be treated like crap. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. That's what you came up with. Got a problem with it? It's bad, okay. I looked up a bunch of stories about abuse victims, went through, and it made me language. Freaking mad. I got perspective, alright. Are you positive? Yes. Okay then. If that's true, then I want us to do some role play. Seriously? When am I ever not serious? He stated dryly. Let's get started. You're minding your own business in the park when a bully starts punching and kicking another kid who doesn't want to fight back. You tell the bully to stop, but he decides to beat you up instead. Did you deserve the broken nose the bully ends up giving you? Yes, because I should have beaten the crap out of the bully before he landed a hit on me. Wrong. Pretend you're roughly 6 years old, not 16, and try again. Ugh, fine. No, I didn't deserve the stupid broken nose. But I should have been able to prevent it by evading the other guy's attack with my own. Aizawa sighed. Closer, but still wrong. Here's a hint. When you're that small, you should try to prevent danger to yourself by doing what? Having better defense. No. Wearing armor. No. Getting backup. No. Bakugo, here's another hint. Someone older than you. Get an older kid to beat the bully up for you. That's it, Aizawa thought to himself. Today is the day I quit. Goodbye, Hizashi, Toshinori, students. I will hardly miss you. Sleep, here I come. I was joking. The blonde suddenly burst out, no humor in his voice present to indicate he'd been joking. Getting an adult, teacher, or a hero instead of going in blindly is what you're going for? Right. If it really were me though, I would have beaten the crap out of the bully. Especially since adults are shit at protecting kids nowadays. Interesting. The underground hero noted. I honestly don't doubt that part about beating the bully, but in this scenario quirks do not apply. You eventually answered my question correctly enough though. Here's another scenario that's a little more personal. If someone told one of you to jump off a bridge because they hated you so much, then how would you feel? I don't give a damn about other people's opinions. Pretend you're Midoriya then, or perhaps another classmate who is a bit on the sensitive side. Maybe Kirishima. Bakugo's fists clenched. From where he sat on his desk, Aizawa watched his student calculatingly. He wasn't a fool. Observing how close the angry problem child had become with one of the most chivalrous boys in the class, one whose personality was so different from Bakugo's own, had been intriguing. The teacher hoped their friendship would lead to Kirishima's influence rubbing off on the other team. It had, but it was quite obvious after what had happened that the usually cheery redhead was very affected by Bakugo's past actions. Maybe Kirishima would be the push his friend needed to change for the better. This is a stupid scenario, the blonde finally muttered. Your opinion on it doesn't change the question. Whatever, I guess, if it were Deku or Kirishima, he paused and thought, they would feel upset. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. And they would probably cry about it at some point. The teacher continued to stare. They would, ugh, they'd feel pretty shitty, okay. It would probably make them wonder what was so bad about themselves that someone could hate them so much to say something like that to them. They probably wouldn't contemplate it, but they might take the words to heart. Kirishima's sobs were fresh in his mind. They might start hating themselves too. Good enough an answer for me. Aizawa shrugged before pulling out a slip of paper. Next I am going to read you a compiled list of points many psychologists and related professionals touch upon when educating individuals on why abuse is wrong. Are you ready to pay attention? This time I will be quizzing you at the end. Bakugo sighed. If I say no, I just have to sit here until I say yes, so whatever. Let me hear it. Great. First off, the blonde tried his best to zone out as Aizawa droned on. It was hard to ignore his gruff voice though, as well as the piercing look in his tired eyes whenever he glanced away. Abuse is not a laughing matter. It should not be condoned or supported by any party. And ignoring it is like saying abuse is natural. You are hurting somebody whether it is physically, psychologically, or otherwise. It should not be minimized. One slap or brushing it off as someone being too sensitive is downplaying the severity of the situation. A couple so-called insignificant incidents can be enough to completely change a person, becoming depressed, self-deprecating, and so are only a few examples of how abuse impacts your victim. This is stupid, Bakugo thought to himself. Roughing Deku up as a kid wasn't a big deal even if some of the later stuff counted as abuse. He was strong enough to take it anyway. Furthermore, you must realize such actions are negative and will have just as negative consequences. Hurting another merely because you can without repercussions is misleading. Not getting caught, or if the reward outweighs retribution for some time, is also misleading. Sooner or later harsh punishment could come from allowing abusive behavior to go on. Being arrested, jail time, losing their job, financial penance, broken relationships with family and friends, ruined reputation, and much more can come about. That's not even including what the victim of the abuse could be going through. Many victims have high medical bills due to the fees for counseling, medical attention in some cases, and other needs. Bakugo couldn't help the churning in his stomach that came with thinking about Kirishima's reaction to the whole incident. Sure, the blonde had lost friends before due to his aggressive personality and shady attitude, but losing the sharp-toothed boy made his chest ache unlike he'd ever experienced. His parents' feelings of disappointment in him were nothing new. Inko's, on the other hand, made him actually feel a prickle of guilt. Unfortunately, the victim usually ends up taking the fall for the consequences of abuse due to victim blaming. Even during the act of violence or verbal attack, the abuser more often than not defends his or actions by stating she deserved it or well if he hadn't done A, then I wouldn't have done B. This mentality is toxic. You alone are accountable for your own actions. You alone are in charge of making the changes necessary to remedy abusive mindsets. There is help though, which is what you are getting now. Aizawa finished with as the bell came dangerously close to ringing. We'll continue this on Monday. You are dismissed. With that, Bakugo got up, exiting the classroom while his teacher prepared for the next class. As the blonde walked down the hall, he noticed Izuku in the teacher's lounge with All Might. The two were drinking tea and appeared to be in deep conversation. Stupid nerd. The blonde cursed him before continuing on his way. What makes him so special? Izuku sneezed. You okay, Deku-kun? Uraraka's voice snapped him out of his stupor. After the meeting with Nenzu and their families, it was obvious Bakugo was steering clear of Izuku. Or were his classmates making sure Izuku stayed clear of him? Today, for instance, some of the Greenette's classmates were still treating him a little too much like he was made of glass. Whenever Bakugo left his room, Shoji would make sure to intercept the path to Izuku. If the blonde entered the kitchen to eat or the bathhouse to shower, any one of his classmates would pull him away elsewhere or block his path. It honestly bothered him a lot more than he cared to say, but he couldn't be too upset with them. He understood their hesitancy to allow Bakugo to see him. Still, he wasn't ready to address any of their concerns. Well, almost. After the heartfelt conversation he'd shared with his mentor that afternoon, he finally got perspective on why everyone else was so concerned for him, which led to him texting his best friend to help him transverse his mess of thoughts. "Deku-kun," your rocker repeated with a tone Izuku couldn't quite place. "I'll wait here as long as you need me to, but you said you wanted to talk." "Why yeah, I did. I, had a question." She smiled. Worry had begun to show on her face when Izuku texted her to speak privately, only for him to have trouble finding the words for over 5 minutes. "Go for it." He took a deep breath. "Is forgiving an abuser wrong, even if they don't deserve it?" Uraraka froze, her smile slipping off of her face faster than she could fully process the question. Her emotions bubbled up within seconds, and the lingering rationality in her brain screamed at her to tell Izuku to ask someone like Ida or Todoroki this question. She wanted so badly to say yes. "I think forgiveness is healthy for the person doing the forgiving." That is. Hope filled Izuku's eyes. "Really? In my opinion, yes, but that's something you should talk to someone professional about. Even more so, Deku-kun, is forgiving him in this case really reasonable?" "What do you mean?" "Well," she glanced to the side. "How do I put this? I don't really get how you can forgive Bakugo if you don't even know what you're forgiving him for." "I don't understand." Izuku frowned. "He bullied me. He hurt me. I know the more gritty details of it all, but I do know what happened to me more than anyone else." "You say that, but has Bakugo even apologized to you?" "I don't think you can forgive him until he asks for it. While it's true you can forgive someone without prompting in this situation, there's a lot of baggage to unload before everything can be brushed off with a simple sorry and I forgive you." She bit her lip, voicing her thoughts further once she'd gotten them together. "And besides, I feel like you don't actually think he did anything wrong. From what you've told me in the past and what you're saying now, it seems like you've been unconsciously conditioned to believe you're the one to blame for everything that's happened, not him." "That's not true. I do acknowledge Kaken did some very bad things, but this is what I'm talking about, Deku-kun. He didn't do just very bad things, he abused you, which you sort of acknowledged earlier. But saying you finally get it is different than actually believing that you were innocent in every incident that occurred. Nothing, and I mean nothing, was any of your fault. You felt guilty about him getting suspended, right? You shouldn't. His own actions got him in trouble, not yours." Izuku's mouth was a thin line. "You have a point, but even if I fully blamed him for what I went through, how does that solve anything? It doesn't fix anything." "Exactly. You can only do so much. Bakugo is the one who will need to do most of the work. Until then you should stay away from him. He's likely only on stage 3 and is probably blaming all of his misfortune on you." "Stage 3? You mean the stages of grief?" "Kaken has been in denial, angry, and telling me everything that goes wrong is my fault since we were kids. Then he's been stuck on stages 1 through 3 for years. That's even worse. And it's all because he has some inferiority complex, is that right?" "I'm pretty sure that's it," Izuku stated tiredly. The two of them should not have decided sitting on his comfortable bed would be a good place to talk things out. "I think All Might figured out the same thing during our final exam last semester. That was also the same time I found out his perfectionist complex went even further than I thought. Deku-kun, we're not here to talk about justifying his actions." I know, I guess I'll stop. It's too late now. I can't let you keep thinking whatever you're thinking is an excuse." Well, he's been under the impression since we were kids that his quirk would be perfect for heroics. Since then he's done whatever it takes to get the best scores, win any competition, and so on so he can call himself the best of the best. After coming here he realized he wasn't the best, so his pride was hurt. That's not your fault. That's true. Anyway, during the battle against All Might I finally realized he was willing to break himself to become the best. All Might literally had to knock him out to stop him from fighting. That was how badly he wanted to win. For what? Uraraka looked at Izuku meaningfully despite his confusion. Why does he want to win so badly? Why does he want to be the #1 hero one day? To simply be the best, or, well, Izuku went silent as a dawning look of realization entered his eyes. For several moments he just stared, his thoughts racing a mile a minute as he mentally ran through the events of their childhood. Had Bakugo wanted to be a hero after getting his quirk, after seeing All Might in action, after finding out what heroes were, or something else? When was it? Izuku thought, occasionally mumbling words under his breath. He thought heroes were cool before he got his quirk, but that was before he met me. He didn't initially want to be the #1 hero though. He didn't even really follow All Might's career all that closely until... I was the one who introduced him to how amazing All Might was, wasn't I? Then when did he start caring about who was going to be #1 hero someday? I vaguely remember him declaring he would be the best the day I returned to school diagnosed as quirkless. Was that the first time? That was also the first day he told me to give up on my dream to be a hero, I think. Izuku's thoughts halted. That couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Deku-kun, It can't be. Kaken wouldn't have. Right, I don't. Tears suddenly filled the brunette's eyes, shocking Uraraka slightly because she had no idea why her question would set him off. She put a gentle hand on his shoulder. What's wrong, Uraraka? He stated shakily. I think I understand now. Understand what? Now she was getting even more worried. Kaken always used to state he wanted to be a hero for the money and glory, not helping people or simply for the sake of beating up villains like I wished were his real reason. I think it's because of me. No, Deku-kun, there's no way That's not what I meant. There was no way I was any sort of inspiration to him at that age. He knew within one day of meeting me that I wanted to be a hero just like All Might. After telling him that, he said he wanted to be a hero too, because he also loved All Might, but he never really talked about it after that. It was always me. It wasn't until after he got his quirk, and after I was deemed quirkless, that he talked about becoming a hero like All Might. The best of the best. The #1 hero. My dream. Uraraka's stomach felt like lead. He didn't try to crush your dream of being a hero, she stated softly, wishing she was wrong. He tried to steal it. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.